past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Kickoff hours live. Thank you so much for tuning in. Number's 866 We Be Big.
Ooh, it brings me to my
As we roll on back, getting fired up for another day. We got a lot to talk about, a lot to look forward to. It is a busy, busy week on tap, and so we'll break all of that down. Plus, if you ever want to join in, you can do so. Now, it'll be unscreened phone calls because the three of us are in here. But you can always weigh in on topics if you'd like. Or email's always, a chance for you to kind of reach out to the show, but we only get them through Greg at rickandbubba.com. So that's who you want to hit up, and then he reads them all to us. All right, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left, it is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Lambs. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey, good, real good.
Yeah. Everybody's kind of getting dialed in. You ready?
I don't know what's going on.
Huh?
I got no headphones.
I have no headphones whatsoever.
Me neither.
You can't hear anything?
No, they're not.
Not one thing.
Let's see.
So
Let's look over here.
me.
Let's look over here and see what's going on. I got two in. What about this? Go in now. Let's see what we got here.
Check.
Nope. All right, I thought that was
Dead
it.
or no
What about
wedge?
that?
Nope.
That?
Nope.
Okay.
Negative.
Negatory.
All right. Well, y'all are on the air.
Well, all right.
I can tell you that.
Well, just take these off.
Okey-dokey. I'll just have to believe you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How are
Weird.
y'all?
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. How about that? Here we go.
Here we go.
A great start.
Not
Here we
sure.
go.
I don't
What's
even-
up with Monday?
I don't even know how to begin on that.
I don't either. I don't know.
I don't know what to do.
That's a new one for me.
That's a new one.
All right. Well, we'll figure
and
it
yours
out.
are fine. You can hear
I can hear
yourself
just
and
fine.
hear us. Okay.
And you should be
I don't
getting
know
my
about-
feed. So that's weird. Yeah, go over there and look. Now Greg's walking around the studio here. Let's see what we got here. There we go. Here we go.
Check nothing in the headphones.
Bubba, we
have
got-
nothing in the headphones.
Bubba, this is
Hey,
a
Backpack City.
Bubba, this is a bizarre one. You ready for this? Bubba's coming in. They can't hear out of their headphones. What does that mean? What does that mean, Bubba? Bubba just threw his hands up in the air. That's a mystery now.
Yeah, it is.
Why? And for some reason, the hotline's on.
This is the way.
Who the heck's that?
Oh wow! This
know
is the
what
way
that
Bubba
is.
used to do the show. Remember, he said he didn't wear headphones for years.
Yeah.
Right.
So there we
Really,
go.
the only reason you need them
That's
is
What
for
control
phones.
whether you're yelling.
He left the door
Yeah.
wide open. Hey, Bubs. All right. So, wow. So, I don't know what to do about this.
Nothing. Let's go
Nothing.
with
We'll
it.
just
Who
keep
cares?
going,
Let it
man.
go.
We'll
Let
just
it go.
We
Then we can go about it.
headphoneless.
Okay. All right. Well, how was y'all's weekend? Busy?
It really wasn't busy.
Okay. That's
It was
good.
actually relaxing for once in a blue moon.
Blue moon.
I binge watched that Lincoln Lawyer that y'all won't get anything to.
No. Watch the entire thing.
Are you serious?
Yep.
It's a good show.
It's really good.
I tried.
How about
to
the
tell you.
ending? Are you done?
Yes, I am.
I
Looks like it's
won't
gonna
let
be
him
another
just
one.
spoil it for everybody.
I didn't say a word.
Yeah, he's dying to
Okay.
say
I
it.
look. We were
good.
trying to find. So I said, Helm said this was good. Let's try one episode.
right.
It was really good.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bam.
will you give me a pass to post?
Oh yeah,
wedding?
I don't expect you
we
to.
ain't got
yeah.
time to sit down
I
and
can't
watch
even get you
anything.
to go watch Maverick with us this Friday.
Well, let's
And I get it.
I'm
I
kinda busy.
completely get. I
Well,
know.
yeah.
I know. I know.
Perfect.
Wedding week.
yeah, everybody scream it. Today is Charity Charge Day, though.
Well, how about
We
that?
got us a charity charge benefiting Mercy Deliverance Ministries. We talked to y'all about that last week. But at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of food sales will go to this month's charity, and it is Mercy Deliverance Ministries with Buffalo Wild Wings and the Rick and Bubba Show. We've teamed up for years now. And, man, I would love to tally up how much. At one point we did, and it was like, I mean, wow, really? That much money's been raised and given to charities? It was
It's a good thing.
It was way on up
How many
there.
weeks have we been doing it?
Well, I can tell you this: it's been we're going on maybe 3 years coming
I
up.
think you're right.
Coming up this fall, and they've added 2 locations. We've talked to y'all about that: Oxford, Alabama, halfway between Birmingham and
Yeah.
Atlanta. Exit 188 there at the Chocolaca Park exit. That's a brand new one.
That's a
and
new
then
one,
now
yeah.
in Chelsea, Highway 280 right over the hill. From this studio right now, they opened about 2 weeks ago, and so both of those locations are now participating in the charity charge. So that only helps the charity to go out, and it's a win for everybody. Have some great food while helping some great charities and some great ministries like this
There you
month
go.
with Mercy Deliverance.
It's got to be well over $100,000.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
I think so because I
Great.
think when
it's
we
a good thing they do.
when we tallied it up, I want to say we were at like 54, 56, and
Yeah.
that's been over
Yeah.
a year and a half ago.
So if we've been doing it for 3 years, we'll just take, I don't know why, but I've taken 2 months out. And then I know the amount average what we've been doing. It's probably 100, 120,000 for sure.
It's good stuff. For all of you college baseball fans, I know all the conference championships are wrapping up, and everybody, or not wrapping up, but the field is set, and they're starting this week. Birmingham, Alabama, Hoover plays host to yet something else going on, and it's the SEC baseball tournament. And if you're listening live, and today is the 23rd, tomorrow morning at 9:30, I think, you got Georgia and Alabama, then followed by Florida, South Carolina, then Vanderbilt, Ole Miss, and Auburn and Kentucky. That's your day one. And so it always, and I know we've talked about this, talked about it last week, this time of year always makes me think of our sports show and the sports czars.
Because we broadcast out there a lot.
We'd go out there and we'd broadcast in a second. I mean, we would. But I know a lot of you who come in because that's part of your deal. I mean, you kind of travel with the team, or you come. You come to Birmingham, Alabama, and enjoy the tournament this week. So it starts tomorrow if you're listening live today, and so we'll be updating that. The boys, they're kind of torn because I've had to sit the boys down talking about my kids and like, hey, we actually need your help this week. You know what I'm saying? There's things for the wedding that we got to get done.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so free time might be not so free this week. But JC's like, just one day. Could I just go one day with some teammates of mine and just go watch, some baseball? I'm like, okay, well maybe Tuesday's the day, and then we're done.
Yeah.
So how did golf go on Friday? And we were talking about the PGA Championship. That was great yesterday. I actually gave it a little bit just for you, so we could chat about it. But how did you got out Friday?
Yeah, we went to Tyler and I. He's like, hey, I just want Father-Son Day. Let's go play. And so we got behind, and I couldn't get mad because it looked like they were having a blast. But I want to say maybe 3 to 4 groups of foursomes.
Oh, goodness.
And they were all linked together. And I wasn't sure if they were linked together until the 18th.
When they were all
waiting on everybody to come in, and they were having a blast, let me tell you. But hey, it held us up. And we ended up having to pick up the last hole. It was too dark.
Good night.
But, man, we had a great time together. We ended up tying because we weren't keeping score, but we were, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Where just like we just a little bit of sometimes some of the holes we bragging a little bit at each other, kind of trash talking like we do, and then there was other holes we'd be like, hey, whatever, just hit another one. We can't go anywhere. I mean, you look up and we're making a turn. There's 2 foursomes sitting there waiting to tee off, and I'm like, so let's just hit a couple. Wow. I mean, and then the guys behind us, they're like, hey, we get it. There's nowhere to go. But to answer your point, we ended up playing till dark, then went and grabbed a bite to eat. And, I didn't realize this because I'm just not on this schedule because of how there's a lot of people eat late at night. I mean, like really, like 8.
I used to, but
9.
I'm an early eater now.
Yeah, me too.
I used to eat late.
It was just a party of 2, and I thought, well, if I hold up my 2s, if I hold up 2, it's like, well, come sit down. And it was like 8:30, 8:45, and they're like, well, that's a wait. And hang on. I'm like, what?
But I think it's different too because they just still don't have anybody to work, and the people they do are halfway doing things. Yeah, I think that's part of it as well.
True too.
All right, we'll take a break. We got a lot to update, and got some big stuff going on this week prior to the wedding. We'll discuss too. One's tonight. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hair loss can be tough. You see it in pictures. Your barber points it out, and now you're shopping for baseball caps. So what are you going to do about it? If your plan is to buzz cut it, shave it, don't do that. Don't shave it. Save it with Keeps. Keeps.com/Bubba has clinically proven, FDA-approved hair treatments online. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. If those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of guys who saved their hair. Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit Lear LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com.
Hey! What's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! Oh, you're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Prices have gone up on almost everything. That's why it's great to use GoodRx right now. With GoodRx, you can instantly compare prescription prices at local pharmacies and find discounts that can save you up to 80%. GoodRx is free, easy to use, and it works whether you do or do not have insurance. Find out more at goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used in place of insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved up to 81% on retail prescription prices.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
This summer, enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout line with HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring farm-fresh produce directly to your front door. With over 55 options each week, you'll never get bored. Plus, you can customize meals by swapping your proteins and sides. Sign up during the Memorial Day flash sale for $125 off with the code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/BUBBA125. That's code BUBBA125 at HelloFresh.com/BUBBA125.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're back. It is 22 minutes. 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. Right now, I can't really hear anything. Hold on just a second. There we go. All right. We're coming back. We are headphoneless, and that y'all are. I'm fine, but none of the headphones are
Creature
working.
habit, for some reason, I keep putting them on.
Yeah, right, yeah. And it goes back to this thing where, I mean, I know we've had issues here, ongoing issues, exhausting, really. With the new studio, but I don't know what it is about Monday mornings. You come back in, and the little gremlins have been out all weekend, and so now none of the headphones work except for the ones that Mike won. So sorry, guys, but hopefully things will be resolved soon.
It could be a lot worse.
Looking back to Friday, Tyler and I went out and played some golf, and we ran out of time. Really had to pick up the last hole, which is almost like their signature hole. It's a cool setup they got it, following the water and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, "Dadgummit, I wanted to play it." Plus, we were tied going into 18, even though we kind of weren't, but we were. And what I mean is we were half keeping score is what I mean. But he had tallied it up to where we were tied. I felt bad at times because I kind of remembered the course. It had been so long since I played it. And he would hit the ball and, crush it, and I knew he was probably hitting into trouble. And we'd get up there, and he'd be like, "Oh, man, I didn't know there was because he's never played. I didn't know there was sand up here. I didn't know it turned like this. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I hate that, buddy. I'm over here in the short grass, and buddy, you're in the sand. Hate that. Probably should have hit your 3-wood, man. Hate that, man. God, I forgot. Dadgummit.
He's not the only one that should have hit a 3-wood on 18. That'd be yesterday.
Yeah, I know. We the PGA championship was this past weekend.
Oh, Tiger's leading it, I saw.
But his buddy won it. But anyway, it was a busy weekend as far as golf's concerned, and it was weird because like Thursday and Friday it was in the 90s where they played the PGA championship, and then all of a sudden there was a cold front that came in. The wind turned out of the north, and it was like in the 50s with 14-mile-per-hour wind. So it went from everybody being hot to everybody was cold. But Justin Thomas won. It was a playoff round. He beat Will Zalatoris out of Texas, by the way, and won the PGA championship.
How about he came back starting yesterday's round? He was 7 back and came back and won. And this kid, I don't know how to say his last name, Mito Pereira
out of Chile.
Yes.
Yeah.
Goodness
Bless
gracious.
it.
Went to 18 with the lead.
Yeah.
And all he has to do is par the hole, and he wins the PGA championship. And he makes – I don't know. I heard the interview after, and it was one of those things that everything looked like he just got up quicker than he normally does, hit the ball, his shot on 18 goes in the creek, and next thing you know, he's fighting for bogey just to get in the playoff and can't get it done. And that put Justin Thomas just about won it outright, and Zalatoris hit that long putt on 18 to put him in the playoff. And then the way they do it at the PGA, they have 3 holes. I think it's 13, 17, 18.
Mm-hmm.
And, Thomas went birdie, par, and got it done. So.
Yeah. But to your point, what's so weird, Greg,
and you're surprised I know all that,
yeah,
because I did dial in for about the last hour and a half.
Here's what's so weird. So Justin Thomas is, and I might have this right, was it 15? I forget what they were. No, they weren't 15. It was 5 under maybe. I don't know. Anyway, he needed to sink the putt and missed it, and he thought, well, that's it. I'm done.
Yeah.
I blew it. But then Zalatoris comes up, and he has to sink his putt to tie Justin. So they both are tied for second into his, and then back to what Helmsy said.
Mito's in the creek.
Yeah, all he's got to do is just par the 18th, and he wins by a stroke and hits it into the creek. And so
joke.
It was a weird looking swing too. There was no follow through.
No
he looked rushed. It was I hated it for the kid. He really did. And it went one of those things too where you go to the creek, now we got to drop. Okay, if we make bogey, we at least get in the playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And or I guess par to get in the playoff.
Yeah.
I think it was par. He needed par to get in the playoff. I don't know.
But both players ended up at 5 under to end the final 18 holes, and then that's when they went into that playoff. But anyway, it was kind of exciting when it comes to sports over the weekend, the PGA Championship, and Thomas wins.
That was a lot of drama towards the end. I enjoyed watching it.
Yeah.
What about Glory's last chance?
Yeah, it's Glory's last shot. It's not Glory's last shot anymore because
it's not.
It's because they changed it on the schedule. So
yeah,
I know that bothers Greg.
Yeah, it does. I know.
What's that mean? So when you say PGA Championship, that sounds like it's the final thing, and he won the championship.
It's one of the 4 majors. Yeah. And it used to be the last major, and that's why they called it Glory's Last Shot.
Well, they've messed everything up.
But they moved it. So now you have the Masters, PGA Championship, British Open, and then the U.S. Open. Or is it U.S. Open?
Could I tell you to stop real quick because he's not listening?
Which the British Open is really just the Open.
It is.
Yeah.
The Open Championship.
Right. We can't. The Open.
we were corrected.
I'm going to call it whatever I want to call it.
You know,
I'm a
remember
grown
when we
man.
were corrected by
Yeah.
that?
Yes.
That
we
it was
were.
called the Open, not the British. I'd always heard British Open my entire life.
Yeah. I'm going to keep calling it the British Open just because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just because one day somebody said, "Oh, by the way, it's just the Open."
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've heard people on the announcers call it the British Open.
By the way, speaking of golf, have y'all heard this weird story? Jack Nicklaus faces a lawsuit from Nicklaus Companies for breach of contract.
Oh, really?
And Nicklaus is, what, 82 now? He, I guess, was paid about $145 million in 2017 to provide exclusive services for Nicklaus Companies, which included a number of different things.
They must have been wanting him to do a lot of things.
Well, they claim he's not doing them, and he's
So his own
breached.
company is suing him?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That is weird. That's a lot of money,
bizarre.
too, to Greg's point.
Tell you what, I'm pissed off at myself. I'm sorry.
The suit alleges that Nicklaus.
He's obviously
does
just
sound-
in name.
But I think some of his family's involved with this.
Well,
what in the world?
this is coming. It was filed on May 13th against him in the Supreme Court of the state of New York by New York businessman Howard Milstein, I guess, executive chairman of Nicklaus Companies, who also oversees Golf Magazine and Golf.com. But anyway, the suit alleges that Jack Nicklaus has breached the contract and is basically not fulfilling his side of the agreement. So I don't know. But anyway, it was just a weird story. We can look into it a little bit more. We'll be right back. It is bottom of the hour. Kickoff hour's rolling.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my part right, maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan C includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
Here we go.
It brings me to
It
my
is 25 minutes until top of the hour. We're back. Y'all are still putting your headphones on. I don't know either. We've hit a couple of different things. We've looked back on PGA Championship weekend. Justin Thomas outlasts Will Zalatoris and wins a very thrilling playoff round. Greg, I know that you were on the edge of your seat. We hit that.
I'll watch it sometimes. I just didn't see it yet.
Yeah, we've looked back on a busy weekend, and now looking ahead.
Tiger like to win it.
I need y'all's help a little bit, if y'all don't mind. Just a little, you know how we are.
Well, we have a servant's heart.
We do.
I mean,
we do.
Especially
but
Greg.
We always kind of go to each other and go, hey, what should I do here?
Okay.
Right. So third. All right, so I'm not a rookie. Third high school graduation tonight.
Wow.
All right. Reese Wilburn graduates from Helena High School in the Birmingham area, for those of you around the country. And graduation is at Samford, the university.
For some reason we all do this.
And I don't know why, but look,
do
I
it
do
at Jack
get this.
State too.
If there
Everybody in the county.
If there was one good thing that the pandemic gave us, all right, it was an outdoor graduation for JC in 2020. Only 4 people from the family could come, and everybody was spread out. You pulled up to the high school, walked into the football stadium, sat down, they called their names, and you went home, and you were done.
Well, you
kind of
wish they'd do it like that from now on.
I mean, now I do get it where we live. There's chances of rain all week leading up to about Thursday.
Well, they always had to deal with that. I get it.
So I get that. But so inside is a safe bet. But with inside comes handles, okay? Everybody wants a good seat, which I don't know if I care about that, because everybody's like, I got to get a picture, and it's all zoomed out, looking weird and all that. At one point,
that person like we talked about the other day saving 10 seats.
Yes, and so each kid gets 10 tickets. So we've got some family members coming in, all right, and some of them can't just park and start walking across a campus. I mean, you got
I got you.
You got to get close. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And doors don't open until I think 5:30. The graduation is at 6, and I think I have that right. If not, I'm 30 minutes off, but I think that's it. And
at least
so
y'all are not in the middle of some high traffic area.
Yeah, really.
At time of that being peak.
Right. And parking is just awesome there. It's just tons of that. I mean, good night.
There's not.
And so Terry's like, here's what I think we need to do. You need to go get in line. And I'm like, oh, no.
Good for you.
And she said, you go get in line and maybe take JC. And then and then I'll be in the car with grandparents and all that. And then when it's time and the doors open up, you could text me, and then we'll try to get there. But no, wait a minute. We do have one handicap parking. Maybe we could use that, because even if you do that, he doesn't need to walk that whole. And so we're just there's just so much.
There's gonna be other people on that handicap park.
I know, and then you can't really be that person. It's like, what are you going to do? Two guys save 10 seats.
You're that guy. You're that bip. At
know.
least they're there.
Yeah,
I hate it when they save seats for people who aren't even there yet.
Yeah,
you know, they're on their way.
Yeah,
I mean, they're walking across the parking lot just a little slow.
Right, and it does help a little bit that I think we get 10, but I want to say there's only 8 going. 7 to 8, I can't remember. And so do you go one row, or do you go 3 seats in front and then 3 in the back to where you can communicate a little bit more?
I like that, yeah.
Do you like that?
I like that better.
Because now then you're not saving.
Instead of looking at
but Terry doesn't give me many things.
Yeah,
I need
you could
to do.
drop one in front.
Yeah,
that's the way to go.
And then fight
Break
anybody
it
that
down
wants to
in 2
take
rows,
it. Yeah.
and you grab one row.
Because she did mention, hey, look, we need this many seats, and oh, by the way, they need to be at the end of the row. And I was kind of like, oh my goodness.
Oh, you got a lot of pressure on you.
I know.
Buddy.
So what do you think I should do? How do you think we should play this
I
out?
think you just ought to listen to your wife and
That's
do
a
what
good
she wants
point.
to do.
Yeah.
I mean, in the
end, we can discuss it all we want to. That's going to win.
Right. Yeah. Well, my luck, there'll be another rain shower that comes through, so I'll
Which
be
is
standing
possible,
out.
by the way.
I'll be standing out in line because they won't open the doors until 5:30. Graduation's at 6, but I'm hearing things like people are going to start getting in line at like 3:45, 4 o'clock.
My goodness, you serious with it?
Can I ask y'all something? And this may be a little controversial, okay? But you know me, really don't
Stones
care.
in town?
Does
I know.
anybody like graduations? Like,
don't
I've
know.
never heard
They're that
one
thing that you
single
just have to
purpose-
do.
I've never heard one single person go, I tell you what, man, I am fired up about graduation.
No, even the one
The kids
graduating
don't
don't
care.
want it. No.
The kids don't care. The parents don't care. What are we doing? Why are we even having these?
Yeah. You know, by the time you
Nobody's
have
making any money off of it. You can't even look at that and go, I'll tell you
No,
what, at least they
you're
got a little
right.
cash out of it going to a good cause.
Yeah.
I mean, what in the world? Let's
I
stop them all. Let's stamp out no graduations.
Just mail them the
no
thing.
public graduation.
No public, or just let the people graduating go or something and get something and then come home.
Yeah.
But you're right. The majority.
I'd like to hear from somebody that goes, I'm going to tell you what, y'all got this wrong, man. I love graduations.
Yeah.
Have y'all heard of this person ever in your
It
life?
gave me
I'm
more-
44. Nobody's ever said that to me.
It gave me more incentive when Chandler graduated. She was salutatorian or whatever, so
I
she
know.
actually got to give a speech.
Yeah.
So at least I went. Well, at least I get to hear my daughter give a
There
speech.
you go. There
Taylor,
you go.
no speech from Taylor.
Right. But I mean, I think that is a little different, though, Greg.
Well, I'm just saying it gives you something to go. Well, at least what a hassle.
All right,
But-
these were 2 ideas that I asked Reese about, because really, if you've got more than 2 kids, you really stop parenting on that third one. And I'm joking there, but I said, son, let me ask you a question. If we don't go, you just get it and come home. You good with that? And he laughed. He goes, heck yeah, I don't even want to go. But we're not doing that. I was just joking.
But
with
now
Mom.
for the graduates, you there with your pals.
So
It's kind of emotional.
Can't we do that at school?
Hey, here's the other one.
like
You-
awards day.
You ready for this one? Here's the other idea. And Terry had it.
Why not combo awards day?
What about if we show up late, don't even go in, and we're just outside, in the little the entrance way or whatever?
You're going to miss a motivational speech from the speaker.
And then we text Reese and go, hey, man, you did a great job. Here's where we are. And then we take pictures as a family, and then we leave.
I mean,
and we don't even sit in there.
I know.
That's not a bad
Is that
idea.
a bad
If people are showing up at 3 o'clock line at the door, I definitely consider that.
Yeah, what in the world?
That's
man?
ridiculous.
Oh, I wait, and Terry's like, well, we don't need to be all the way up
Is
the
there
top
not enough
with steps
seats for
and-
everybody? If
and
there's
all
enough
this kind of
seats for
stuff.
everybody, then just show
I
up
thought
at the
that's
door.
the whole reason for moving it there to the university.
Yeah,
so
if there's
everybody can
enough
get a
room,
seat.
it shouldn't
I know.
matter. You shouldn't have to get there at 3.
I agree. And
There's
then
plenty
it's like,
of room.
And then it's like, oh, you got to be on one side now because he'll be walking this way. And so for the picture, and I'm like, well, can we buy pictures? Is there a professional photographer there that's taking pictures? Can we do that? How about that?
Look, I know people get fired up about football season, hunting season. There's wedding season, and I know there's people that get fired up about that, okay?
That's hard
I
to
know,
imagine.
I get there's different interests, different tastes, and women love the wedding. They
Oh,
love
yeah.
the wedding industry. Is there anybody out there going, man, I can't wait till graduation season?
No.
I can't wait.
It's just you feel obligated, especially if it's not. Well,
I think we ought to stop doing it, period.
Well.
And let's do it. Let's get it done.
We almost did during the
in
pandemic.
2 years, because that's when it starts for me.
I got a great idea. You ready for this? Last day of school.
Goodness.
Last day of school.
Yeah.
Their last class, teacher says, hey, by the way, congratulations, y'all come up here. Here's your diploma, for graduating.
Like kindergarten.
Yeah, and y'all go home.
Why not?
And then you come home, and then they go, look, Mom, Dad, look what I got.
That may be why, too, Greg. You bring up a great point. This may be why we dread it, because we've dumbed it down so much. Hey, congratulations, you just got out of the 1st grade.
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations, you're moving to the 4th grade. Great job in 3rd.
We've
dumbed everything down, so that by the time they get to graduation, it's like, well, the heck, we've done this 11 other times.
I really think my kids graduated from kindergarten, then they graduated from 6th grade. I don't know why they picked 6.
Oh, sure.
But they did.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
It was crazy.
I know. I don't know.
Junior high.
I just never hear anybody say anything positive about graduation. Never. Not one time. Other than a good speech they may have heard.
I know.
Yeah.
And how about this? They got to drive themselves too, which that's fine. They're graduating, but they're not getting bussed in or whatever. So you got, not only do you have parking on a university campus, which I know a lot of you out there, you know how good that is. You got all the students arriving early. So by the time the parents and family arrive, all the parking's almost gone, because I want to say it's a big class. Well, we're talking about almost 400 in the. So think of all the cars there, and they're encouraging kids to ride together and all that stuff. So Terry said, "Well, you probably need to leave around 4." I'm like, "What?" And so if you look, you be the front, you be the first wave, and maybe grab JC as a running buddy if you want to do that. And so I had to. JC came in late last night from helping with XL baseball. They had a big day, and he's going to help coach some this summer. And he came in sunburned, tired. I said, "Hey, buddy, I got bad news for you." He's like, "What?" And I said, "Need your help tomorrow afternoon."
You're my wingman.
I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, I said, "Reese is graduating." He went, "Oh!" Like somebody shot him.
Forgot about it.
Back to my point.
But I think we're in line,
Nobody
and I think seats are on us.
Nobody ever has the opposite reaction when somebody brings up graduation. Never.
And then, of course, you know him. Why do we got to do all this? What's going on? I started telling him the family members that came, and he's like, "Well, they didn't come to mine. Why are they coming in?"
No.
I'm like, "Buddy, it was pandemic. You could only
there's a limit."
I said you could only have 4 per family.
And let's be honest, it went well.
It went great.
It
went so good.
Maybe instead of completely canceling, just go to that.
And look, you were so spread out, and everybody was so scared you couldn't even talk to anybody.
Oh, that's even better.
Because think back to 2020, Think back to May of 2020. Everybody was freaking out.
You walked out in the yard, you were looking around.
So if you were tired and didn't want to be there, you could just get out, walk into the stadium, sit down. Nobody was talking to anybody because they were scared to death of each other. And then you got down and left.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It is.
But not today.
Not today.
But we are celebrating Reese. He is graduating. That is one good thing.
That is a good thing.
Let's find that in all this.
Yeah, how about that? Let's get back to that.
Rick and Bubba.
These days, it's getting harder and harder to find savings. But you may have more cash than you realize in your home's equity. Unlock it today with a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage. In the last year, average home values have gone up nearly 20%. That means you could unlock thousands of dollars from your home. And with Rocket Mortgage, you could get all that cash in as little as 3 weeks. Put your hard-earned money to work. Pay down high-interest debt and combine your balances into one simple, low monthly payment. Now is your perfect opportunity to take control of your financial future. So what are you waiting for? When you want to consolidate debt and simplify your finances, Rocket can. Call 8338-ROCKET today or go to rocketmortgage.com to get started. That's 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com. Rocket.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org number 3030. Call 800-490-1233 for disclosures and cost information.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad, remove your left earphone. Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
If you're missing this informative ad, you must love wasting your cash.
It's the easy and smart way to save.
Now it's all been said, so if that earphone was out, put it back in your head.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a speed bump. Did you hear what I said? I'm a speed bump. And if you have cut rate car insurance, the cost to reattach your muffler could really be a bump in the road. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Bar and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
All right, we're back. Hey, headphones are back.
How you doing?
Thanks, Young Scruggs. We are back and rolling. We thank you for being with us. The number 866 We Be Big. Lot to do today. Don't forget Charity Charge Day.
Right
Charity Charge Day, benefiting Mercy Deliverance Ministries.
Tear up a wing.
At participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of food sales goes
Asian,
to
zing
them.
me. Zing, zing me.
Hey,
and this portion of the show is brought to you by allforum.com/Bubba.
Furniture.
With the unofficial start of summer here.
Tools required.
Being comfortable in your own home is so important. Hey, raise your hands.
Who loves a big sectional sofa?
Raise your hand if you don't love a screened-in porch.
By the way, I think we're about to do that at our house.
Is anybody anti?
What are you doing?
Porch?
The back deck? Underneath it?
No,
or up top? You can extend the roof out and all that?
I think so.
My gosh, you're
big
rich.
project this summer.
You got so much money.
It's a big one.
No, it's called home equity.
Well, let me just tell you, when you do that, and Amanda's looking for screen patio furniture kind of thing, you need to check out allforum.com/Bubba. They got the They got couches, chairs, sofas for the family room, living room, the screen porch area, outside living. It's there. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture, folks. Affordable, flexible, modern designs to fit any room or any need that is there. Armchairs, sofas, sectionals, as Helmsy said, love seats. They have you covered on all of that. It's a great company right out of North Carolina. And right now, you can go to allform.com/Bubba. Furniture arrives fast, ships right to your door, always free. Think about it. You could have your new chair or sofa 3 to 4 days from now, customized, because they let you do that too, exactly the way you want. You will not need a screwdriver or anything because it's set to go tools free. So no screwdrivers needed. If you're worried about, hey, I won't like it, they got a 100-day free trial with free returns and a full refund. My goodness, this is a good deal. So there's nothing to lose. Check them out right now, allform.com/Bubba, and save 20% off of anything you buy and get a forever warranty at allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba, 20% off and a forever warranty. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. I didn't know you were going to extend out on that. That's kind of cool.
Well, it's one of the we've got about 4 different projects that we're trying to get done. Now, here's the problem. I try to find somebody to actually do it right now. It's tough. The people you want to work on it have, like, you got to book in advance, like a year in advance. Crazy. Right. Got a question. I have a story that's funny from yesterday at church, but before I get to that, I have a question for Adler. When every month, I guess, once, maybe twice, I'll do the welcome desk thing at church. And if you don't think we're starved for needing people to serve, I'm doing the welcome desk. Okay?
All right.
And so I get there early sometimes, and I go in and I listen to the music. Folks get ready; they're warming up. I love doing that. And I walked in there, snuck in there. I always feel weird because I feel like I'm not supposed to be in there, but I walked in there yesterday. And I heard Michael Adler, Chris's dad, say in the microphone, and I got to know, was he talking to Chris or was he talking to the sound guy? And this had to be music to, no pun intended, to Chris's ears if it was directed to him. He said, "I need more drums, got to have more drums." Was he talking to you or the sound guy?
He was talking about his mix.
Okay.
In his ears,
Need more drums.
I can't hear him.
When he said that, I looked in the drum kit and I saw Eddie Van Adler, and I thought, wait a minute, I bet he perked up.
But that is a good sign. And generally, by the way, these are the first words I'm saying today. To anyone.
You sound great
today. Anyone at all right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all have in-ears in, and you can kind of say, hey, I need more piano, I need more guitar, I need more drums or whatever. If someone says I need less, that can be kind of like, hey, that doesn't sound good in my ears. I need less of that, that's a funny conversation.
Okay. Well, somebody that volunteers and runs sound at church, which is me, I had sound yesterday morning, and the piano guy said I need less acoustic, more bass. So I'm like, so do I take that like the acoustic guy needs to chill, or he? And I did look on the feed, and acoustic was up pretty good, and so I just got bass going because I did not realize until running sound for like worship bands and all this kind of stuff, the piano and the bass guy, he really needs to hear that bass to stay on cue. And then the drums and the piano, they were fighting each other because he couldn't hear good enough or whatever. But once that got dialed in, it's kind of funny how certain instruments, they feed off each other,
Yes, if the piano and the drums aren't marrying good, then you're really going to notice it. But oddly enough, a lot of people don't know this, but but the bass and the drums, if they don't work together, if they don't work together, it's going to be
right,
and that's tough. And you gotta kind of figure out what the bassist is doing and match him, or the bassist has to match you. Right. And if it's not together, it's not going to be right.
Greg, is it bad that I compare all bass players to you? I just want to see how they're slapping that bass.
You've got the bar pretty low, but yeah, appreciate it.
I'm just saying, I used to see you, man. You would.
Well, I was in a funk band at one time.
Do you still have a bass, Greg?
Yeah, somewhere.
Will you bring it up here? Just for one day.
Well,
in Rock and Roll City, I think that'd be
great.
cool.
You just looked at him like he asked you to bring a turd up here.
Well, no.
I didn't think I'd hear that
I'm trying to think where it is.
Why did he get that look?
No, because I was thinking, where's it at?
Is it in your Gamecock room?
I don't know.
I think it would be cool to have you on bass for Rock and Roll City just for one time.
You think?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
But I don't remember how to play.
And you could be one of those bassists that are a front man.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
you've got
Geddy
just a
Lee.
couple of those. Yeah, the Rush dude, and then was it Boys Are Back in Town?
Yeah,
Thin Lizzy.
Phil on it.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Is there anybody else? Primus.
Primus.
Oh, Primus. Boy, you bringing them
And
back.
this is a pop band, but you remember the Outfield?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why
I remember
that,
them.
but the lead singer was a bass player.
They sing that song. I don't want to lose your love tonight. Do you think I haven't played that at weddings? And the whole room goes tonight. But I think that's all I could think of. It's tough.
Lemmy. Motorhead.
Lemmy, Motorhead, and the Beatles. What's his name?
Paul McCartney. When he sang, he was that sometimes.
I forget he played bass a lot.
Yeah, he was the bass player.
Greg, bring your bass up here.
Bring it back.
And I mean tomorrow.
Come on, Greg.
Slap at the bass, Greg.
So you think instead of the drums, maybe he just stands up and he's just slapping that thing?
And I would play drums just for that one time.
Oh, yeah.
That would be cool.
You got to have them both.
But, I mean, you got to have like a mean look while you're slapping that bass. Yeah.
Like Lemmy.
Yeah.
The Ace of Spades.
Yeah, because Lemmy played chords. You know.
That's right. Yeah.
But I'll see
real
you.
chunky.
I'll see you over there playing air bass sometimes. I know you miss it. You do.
It's been
You
a
do
long
a little
time.
bit.
I
miss
probably
it,
haven't
Greg.
played since Fat Fest.
Look, Rock and Roll City wants to bring you back.
I don't know where it is.
You miss it, Greg. You have emotions. Admit it. You have emotions, Greg.
Hey, I want you to just feel
I had better
confident
hair
here.
then.
We're gonna bypass you and go straight to Lisa and say, "Hey, would you just sit the bass in the kitchen?"
Yeah.
Because she'll know where it's at.
Just put it in the bed of his truck, like on a day like today.
Yeah.
It's pouring rain.
Yeah. Look at that.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The auditorium to go to the restroom. Everybody looks at you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people.
Yeah.
There's
Especially
people
if
looking.
security's following you
Yeah,
there.
yeah. Sure. Hey, you all right? Yeah, I'm just. And then you want to say something really deep, spiritual. You got to get out here and pray. Yeah, but the Lord's given me a word. But what you really want to say is, no, I just got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And because
Rick, or truthfully, the Lord has moved you to action.
Yeah. So anyway, and
so to speak.
Saw a lot of folks that listened to the show, and just want to thank all of you. It was a great evening. If you weren't able to come, well, you missed it. It was an incredible night, and I don't know if we'll find out if they'll make those messages available. I know they were saying that night because some people who didn't have tickets to hear Sherry said, "Can I hear that message?" And they said, "Yeah, that's out there up front." So undoubtedly they recorded it, but I'll get it to Helms if we have them, and we'll make them available to you if you missed it. But just want to thank everybody involved with that. It was an honor to be there, and we had a great time. That's getting all the headlines right now. Kim Jong.
Surrounding me in shades of gray. Rats and snakes, they always try to get the best of me, but they won't ever know when the time is right to take the reins.
Come on now. Jong-un as short and fat.
Oh, boy.
Death.
Well, I mean, him and the Democrats.
Yeah, right.
So
Yeah,
both
right,
on the
right,
same
right.
side. Another impeachment push today.
If I would say this I would say this to Kim Jong. I would say if Kim Jong-un, I would like for Kim Jong-un, as I look at this current picture of him, I guess, I would like for him to look in the mirror and ask the question: does he also see something that looks short and fat?
How about that haircut?
I mean, I'm looking at this one picture. Think right now, before you look right here, just do a quick glance and think Porky Pig.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
Look at the Porky. Look.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can.
Rick,
all he needs is that little blue blazer and no pants, and he's Porky Pig.
Rick, the quote on this is just precious. It says the North Korean Workers' Party newspaper.
Oh my God!
And I'm not even going to try the name of it.
Please don't. Please
Rodong
do.
something.
Bubba,
What is that?
I said please don't. I said please don't. But that's exactly.
Is
what
that the Rodong?
Please, I'm
The
asking.
Rodong Weekly Whopper.
Yeah.
What is that?
Oh my goodness! There you
Said
go.
that Trump had been sentenced to death by the Korean people. Now get this. Wait a minute. I got one more line here. The worst crime for which he can never be pardoned is that he dared to malignantly. Oh no, that ain't
maliciously.
No, wait a minute. What is it?
To malign.
Hurt the dignity of the supreme leadership. How about the Koreans are using English words so big I don't know what they are?
Well, they're trying to say that he was maligned, but I don't think the word they're trying to make, there's a real word.
Malignantly is a word.
It is? Okay. Yeah. That's what it is. Malignantly hurt his dignity, which means to ultimately
talk
malign
down
him.
to.
Right.
Yeah.
He should just know
Unforgivable.
that he is just a horrendous criminal sentenced to death by the Korean people.
Now, I want y'all to think about this. The worst crime for which you can never be pardoned.
Right.
How about this? The North Korean people have sentenced our president to death.
For calling him fat.
For calling him fat. And indirectly. Remember, he said, no, I wouldn't call him short and fat.
They say that Kim Jong-un, 33 years old, is between 5'7" and 5'9" and weighs about 300 pounds.
Oh, wow, that's awful.
Wow.
Close.
While everybody else is rationing food.
Right.
Don't forget that.
Bubba, what was that again?
Looking this way?
Yeah, y'all get a side by side.
Bubba, there's some good news in this for you. If I tell you what, that's a nice jacket he has. So, but the
that is good looking.
I wish he had on red suspenders.
Oh my
goodness! We're struggling.
Here it says many have described him as the Asian version of a mayor of a small town. Now that seems.
Look, well, here's the thing. See, Kim Jong-un doesn't take it well. I know I'm short and fat. I got a mirror.
Right.
I got eyes.
That's
okay,
right.
I got
So
it.
you're
I got it.
not going to sentence anyone to death?
Well, I'd be
It
dead
seems,
long
it seems a
ago.
little sensitive.
Well, it's like we say about any of our flaws. If I don't want people to fill in the blank, if that's something that I am, then don't be that. I mean, if it bothers, if you're bothered by being called short and fat, don't be short and fat.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
now, being
short,
bald's a little different. I wish I wasn't bald.
Get short and skinny.
I'm with you there, Speedy.
I mean,
well, not a lot you can do about it.
Blow it out.
Right. But I mean, if you don't want somebody to say it's that bald guy, well, then you'd have to somehow not be bald.
Right. Right.
Oh, wait a minute.
I guess there's procedures for that. I'm just not willing to do them.
Oh, wait, there's more here, Rick.
Please don't, by the way.
The editorial in the paper took a dig at Trump's failure to tour the demilitarized zone, better known as the DMZ, dividing the two Koreas. Trump's helicopter taking him to the DMZ had turned back after just 5 minutes due to bad weather, an explanation the newspaper dismisses. It wasn't the weather, the editorial said. He was just too scared to face the glaring eyes of our troops.
All right. So now they're saying that Trump's scared of them.
Trash talking a little bit.
Right. And they've sentenced him to death. Don't miss that. And he cannot be pardoned.
Ever. How many people would like to just see us go ahead and take care of North Korea today?
Well, I mean, it could be a big handle and it cause a lot of problems, but I mean, it would solve some problems too.
Yeah, we wouldn't be arguing about this the next generation.
Mm-hmm. So there we go. So the North Korean people.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. A brand new hour beginning now, and we start this hour with our national anthem. the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Brand new hour beginning now. Thanks for being with us. Unpacking the weekend stories, and there's a bunch of them around the world and within the show and everything in between. We'll unpack it as we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. It is a short week. The Memorial Day weekend is coming. A best of Rick and Bubba on Friday and Monday. Actually, a replay on Monday, a best of on Friday. As the team gets a little time off this weekend, hopefully you will as well. But we got a few days before that, so let's get to work. And we look forward to chatting with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll find out what is on your mind today. Much to discuss again from the weekend. But let's get the whole team on the field. We need the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the Kang's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. How are you today?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends and neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to another edition of Rick and Bubba.
Let's all go with it. Get that harmonica. You gotta keep swinging. And then by the highway. And his boots and silver spurs. And yellow moon, what do you say? When a Cadillac stopped for her. And he said, hey, nice to meet you. Are you going my way? Come on. Yeah, that's when it happened. Everybody go with it. The world caught fire that day. Everybody. And she went down. Swinging. Yeah. You got to. And yeah, we went down. Swinging. Bubba, another hour, another day, another week.
Yes,
another
it is,
hour,
Rick.
another day, another week.
I'm glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. You know, I'm still kind of clunking around here with the old metal in my mouth. And,
a little clunky?
3 out of 4 days last week in a dentist office.
Oh.
Of some form or fashion.
You know, you almost just want to get out a pair of pliers at that point.
I do want to thank Dr. Trent Buchanan's office, Greystone Smile Design, Angel, who saw me kind of under emergency situations Friday to dab some glue on the hole that I had busted in the latest temporary.
Bubba, why are you so rough on teeth?
Well, look at me, Rick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of work in it.
Yeah.
That's like when if you were buying an automobile and you were somebody's on the road a lot.
Yeah.
Somebody said, you better get one that's durable.
Yeah, if you're buying a used car and it's been run as a taxi, you know, it's probably had a rough life.
Let me tell you what, your teeth, they sure are. If we were selling them, they're not a one owner. Low miles, just all she did is go to church and back.
We're trying to take care of this and hopefully can get some a more permanent situation here shortly.
Now, Dynamic Dudney's back today, right?
I'm unsure.
Okay,
I will find out.
He surely
I'll find
is,
out here momentarily.
Yeah. So we have some stuff to unpack from the weekend. Some of it's
busy
fun.
Weekend.
Some of it's fun. Some of it's ugly. Some of it's ugly.
Oh yeah.
So we got some of that out there. So we'll look at that. It is a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge Monday at participating Buffalo Wild Wings and Mercy Deliverance Ministries, which Sherry and I are familiar with and we've worked with, and our Sunday school class does some work with. A great organization, and they're fortunate because we've added yet another Buffalo Wild Wings that is participating today for the first time, and that is Chelsea on Highway 280.
Up and ready to go.
So you got Alabaster, Birmingham on 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Alabama, and now Chelsea on Highway 280. Just opened last week. So go out, enjoy delicious Buffalo Wild Wings. 10% of the food sales today will benefit another great charity ministry, Mercy Deliverance Ministries. So there you go. You can actually make a difference by just eating today.
Well, that's the kind of way we like to give,
that,
Rick.
don't we, buddy?
No, we do.
So did your tooth feel better over the weekend after the Angel?
Yeah, it's we're hanging in there.
Good. It's not. Is it gonna make it through today?
Well,
we'll see.
we're on borrowed time.
We'll see.
And,
We'll see if we can make it happen. We got a couple of big things happening with Burgess and Wilburn and Rick and Bubba children today. We'll talk about that. We had an interesting weekend story involving Speedy's family and my family, which we'll share that with you today. Big week for the Wilburns. Got a couple things going on. And then, of course, the stories from the weekend that were happening around the world while we were gone. And there's some dandies.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot going on, a lot coming out of Russia with Putin and rumors about what's going on with him. We had, we've had this case going on with these cadets that were scheduled to graduate from the Air Force that would not get vaccinated. And that kind of came to a conclusion this weekend. Daniel Snyder, after caving and changing the name of the Washington Redskins to the Commanders, is now possibly going to be voted out by other owners.
Well, there you go.
They're counting votes to see if they can get him out.
All right, you got that. By
the way, I find it strange because with my daughter dealing with things in D.C. a lot through her internship and wanting to work there, do you know they still sell a ton of Redskin merchandise in D.C.?
Well, I mean,
and as a matter of fact, more of it is in demand than the Commanders, according to the people selling it.
Well, it's got actually some history. The Commanders do not. I mean, if you're looking for vintage NFL stuff, I mean, you'd still want that. And let me tell you this: if I was still stuck with a bunch of it, I'm gonna keep selling.
Until it's all gone.
I mean, if somebody wants it, if there's a demand for it.
If you change the name because it's offensive, should you still be selling it though? From their standpoint, I'm not saying it is because
100%. If it's offensive, it ought to be gone. But if I'm the person that somehow has the right licensing, whatever.
Licensing.
Get it
it's
out.
hard, tough word.
Yeah.
If I've got the right to sell them, I'm still selling them.
Yeah.
If people want them. Unless it bothers me, and if I think it's offensive, then I won't.
And then, on top of all those other things you mentioned too, we have a primary election tomorrow.
Yep. And we got some of that going on. The Southern Baptist Convention released their paperwork over the weekend. That looks good. That'll be a big topic with a lot of folks. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Declaring troops.
According to Bubba, as we all know, the very, very open-minded and journalistic piece of journalism, the North Korean Workers' Party newspaper.
Yeah. Don't you know how you get in charge of that? You have to write stories, and whichever one the supreme commander likes, he gets to pick, and then you're in charge.
Yeah. That's we know how hard-hitting their news coverage can be. And so they're saying that our president has not only been sentenced to death, but left the DMZ because of the glaring eyes of the North Korean troops. He was afraid.
The glaring eyes.
He was.
The glaring eyes.
Hey,
better than glowing eyes.
Right. Bubba. That's not very. Wow.
I'm done with that cancer.
Right.
Cut that thing out. Be done. I'm like Trump.
Right.
Tired of it.
Right.
Wasted too much time and money on it.
Right.
Think about how much effort goes into that little corner of the world.
Boy.
A lot.
I know. Right. South Korea a little dicey for them there.
Boy, you talking about hung out there on the edge.
I'm telling
Nowhere
you.
to go.
Huh? Japan a little dicey for them.
Yeah.
I mean,
which Holton told us, geographic, report it.
He did.
He told us that.
That was a good point. It's in the top 10.
Never thought about
Yeah,
it.
that was
Larry.
Larry.
You know that guy we had on yesterday?
You know,
He traveled
Larry,
around the world in 80
Larry?
days.
He said geography is important.
Oh, yeah, it is. You got it.
It's been a day.
I'm sorry.
What did he refer to the Pacific and Atlantic as?
The big
big tank ditches that you can't get through.
What was it, Larry?
Larry Wayne. The pride of Colton.
That's not me, Bubba.
In his defense, I did say Taunton.
Did you
He
really
probably
said
knows
it
several
wrong?
people named
Well,
Larry.
He was taunting him.
Yeah, I know whole family of Taunton.
Hey, buddy, and
Boy, I am so glad to be here right now, Rick.
baby. Just say the word Mayfield Creamery. Just say. I like the way it sounds, and it feels.
And there's our old buddy Scotty.
Scotty Mayfield.
Good morning, guys.
Scotty, welcome back.
Well, it's great to see you all. Really
You know,
is.
I tell people sometimes that I miss them, and I don't mean it. When I say I miss you, I mean it. I mean,
We
because
really mean it.
I mean, because you come in here with this delicious ice cream, and you're just
Bribes start off right on for
Yeah, I mean,
well, we haven't seen you in a while, and we thought you might be mad at us. We wasn't
No,
sure.
I'm-
Because
well,
several
we-
people have come on the show and kind of regretted it, like Tommy Tuberville. But,
Right. Nah, that's funny.
The if you remember, and I don't know if it was your last trip here or second to last, your cow got a ticket. Do you remember
that? That's right.
And we thought
And
that you were
everybody
mad
in the
about
world
that.
Called you all.
Yeah, they did.
It
Yeah,
was
well,
great.
when you got a big cow on the side of the road getting a ticket.
and we stopped at the next stop and got more chain for the.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well, you got to have your cow, tied on, right?
That's
Good.
right.
Sure.
Well, there's so many wonderful things about the holiday season. It is the most wonderful time of year. I mean,
It
you
is
get Thanksgiving,
great.
Christmas,
Thanksgiving,
the New Year
Christmas.
coming up. And then you think about Mayfield Creamery, and you think, well, they don't need to do anything else. They've done enough. And then you tell us we have new flavors.
Well, these are seasonal, really, because we have them every year, but it's just around this time of year that we have peppermint stick.
Here we go.
Oh, the
and
holiday
we have
flavors.
eggnog, and we also have pumpkin pie, which is kind of new in the last year or two. And it'll run out probably around Thanksgiving, and we'll have the peppermint stick. And this is the time of year that people kind of like our snow cream. It's a year-round flavor, but it people are reminded of
lot
it
of hop
when
on
it
it.
gets
I
cold.
love that
Yeah,
snow
it's
cream.
good.
You
It's
may
a-
remember I ate a bunch of it.
Yeah,
when we
it's
were
great.
here.
So we got that, and of course, then there's moose tracks.
There he
and
goes.
Southern
Nothing
pecan.
wrong with that.
It's we're just I just feel very fortunate. We've gone back. You mentioned Mayfield Creamery. We've
Because
gone
I like to
back.
say that.
Yeah.
That was the original name that we used, that my grandfather used when he started Mayfield Creamery. And so we've gone back to do that. And in reality, we've looked at a bunch of old flavors. Lemon icebox pie was a summer flavor that we had. We hadn't had it probably in 40 years, but we started looking at what we used to have.
Why would we run it off like that?
We just, there's too many. You got banana pudding.
I know.
There's just too many flavors to have in a door or two in
I
a
know.
supermarket. But anyway,
It's like a playoff, isn't it?
Things
y'all,
are
y'all have an ice cream
That's
playoff.
right. Y'all got a playoff coming up in this state.
Well, yes, we do.
That's a war.
Yeah, but so how do you develop these flavors? I mean, did you and of course, how do you decide when it's on and when it's off? I mean, like you said, snow cream doesn't leave; it's just people like it. Peppermint comes and goes, and pumpkin pie comes and goes, and what was the other one? There was another one.
Well, banana pudding.
Yeah.
We got so many. What we've done, used to we had a lot of variety, and then
eggnog. That's one. Yes, 22 minutes past the hour, and you got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is out, a brand new one. Go grab that. Got some good feedback from the weekend, and our thanks to Barry Chesney for being so accommodating on such short notice in so many ways. So we had a cancellation due to something that was a family emergency. Then we had a cancellation for Bubba for a medical emergency involving his teeth. So old Barry got kind of put into the tough situation, but he came through.
Yeah, he did.
So thank you very much.
Attaboy, Barry.
And it was a great conversation, and he did a great job with that. And if you haven't listened to it, please do. It's important. It's a lot to you got to try to understand comprehensively, as we've said on the show for years, the state of our society. It's we tend to run out there and jump up and down and have a lot of marches about Band-Aids, but we're not talking about the root of the real problem. So anyway, we do have a lot to cover on the program today. Is there an update? I was looking. I know when we left over the weekend in the sports world, big time college football, we had pro wrestling going on between Saban and Fisher, and then everybody else, and then Deion Sanders being in there. Did that continue to roll through the weekend? I kind of flipped my sports switch off and quit. And, I saw the Clay Travis article. I sent that out to y'all that, you have really college football is just transitioning from communism to capitalism.
Y'all got that printed today.
Yeah,
that's a good one there.
Yeah, it is good.
The coaches have all pretty much been put on lockdown.
Yeah, they have.
Lane Kiffin, I think it was Friday, said for the first time ever he's speechless.
That was funny.
It didn't put on lockdown former coaches, and it wouldn't be long till we hear from Coach Superior.
Oh, yes.
And he delivered just like you thought he would.
Spurrier, who is always a hoot and always worth his weight in gold and quotes, he chimed in this weekend, and I think, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't have it in front of me, he said, what did Saban say that was a lie?
Mm-hmm.
That was his quote.
Yeah. He said, I don't think Nick Saban told any lies.
Yeah, I think what got Fisher upset is that thing that we didn't understand is that if what he's saying, the way he said it is accurate, then Fisher had broken Texas state laws. And I think that's what made upset Fisher, was that you're saying I'm breaking the law. So is Spurrier saying that Saban saying that a suggestion he broke the law was not right? Was not wrong?
Well, again, it all kind of goes back to the timing of this.
Mm-hmm.
If you decide that you're going to go to Texas A&M and you sign, and then you're offered a big NIL deal after that, that is the correct order.
Mm-hmm.
If you are offered a big NIL deal to go to Texas A&M, then you sign, that is the incorrect order of the way it's supposed to be happening. Now, the fact that that they are already giving NIL deals to certain positions if you make the team, but you haven't officially been offered or signed a piece of paper, I think we're just kind of doing a dance.
Yeah,
it's semantics of the whole situation.
Well, I'm also trying to figure out if that is what everybody should get mad about, has nothing to do with the state laws. And you're right, that was the original intent. I don't remember there being some uproar when, was it Miami that said every lineman here gets $50,000 just to come?
Right.
I mean, that's clearly telling you what you get before you get there.
Well,
Miami gave every player something.
Right. Okay, but again, I'll say
Texas had this deal.
See, ahead of time. But the point is,
whichever team, we had two teams telling you before you ever got here which
Miami said
deal in
it wasn't
place,
huge money, but every player was going to get something.
A deal in place ahead of time tells a player that I'm going to get money if I go to this school, and I think that's what they were trying to avoid. And again, it's just the order of it, but I don't know. I don't know how you ever.
But you would agree both Texas and Miami would have been violating that if those two stories were true, telling you we already tell you how much what you're going to get before you ever get here.
If you're telling that to recruits is one thing. If it's just in the media and you haven't reached out and told them, is that something else?
I don't know.
It's just crazy.
It's like
the order we've. And you've got to have some regulation in this, some rules.
Yeah.
The NCAA got their hand slapped so bad on this, they're afraid to really get in there and make rules again. So,
well, in the Clay Travis article, and you alluded to this too, what happens in communism is sooner or later the dictators overplay their hand and the people have had enough. And he said what happened here is college football, the players, when they won that lawsuit, they knocked down the Berlin Wall.
Well, yeah, I see what he's saying on some part, but keep in mind the NCAA is not a group that came out of nowhere. They're actually what the schools got together and said, hey, we need somebody to make the rules.
I totally get that. I do think that comparing nations in sports is a little bit apples and oranges, but I understand the larger point, and you had said it on the show, and I agree. Yeah. The NCAA is in this situation because they thought they were untouchable.
Yes.
And that the players' complaints about jersey sales that everybody knows is their jersey, even though they don't have their name on it, and all the money and TV deals and coaches' contracts. And I'll tell you this, one thing I've never liked. So you get on to me because I'm not loyal to you, coach, but then I come here and you take a job, you're not loyal to me.
Right. Yeah.
It's almost like the coaches say, you got to be loyal to me, but I don't have to be loyal to you. I understand all that. I mean, if you're a player, you're like, well, that didn't sound right.
And everybody wants that freedom, and I understand everybody wanting that. But what it's turned into is just a zoo now.
They thought that you could, like you're talking about, you like if I sign some memorabilia or something, I can get paid for it. Or if
Right.
I go work at camp, I can get paid for it. That's what everybody was thinking.
Or if I do a TV commercial for
Yeah.
a car lot or a hamburger place.
Yeah.
Right.
But oh my goodness, it's just turned into so much more.
Y'all Spurrier, I found his quote. You know how he does. He rambles, he throws a little backhanded stuff. He says, I don't think Saban told any lies, so I don't know what he's mad about, talking about Fisher. He goes, since Fisher beat him last year, I guess he can talk now. Of course, he hadn't beat much of anybody since he's been there. He goes, they hadn't won a division or anything like that.
Well, if they don't go 2-4, I know they beat Alabama, and that's big. But if they don't go 2-4 in their own division, you know,
Guys, listen, they beat Alabama, but again, had a lot of expectations coming. They lost 4 games last year.
Right.
Yeah, 4.
they-
I mean, that's compared to what people were expecting, especially after you beat Alabama. I mean, I tell you what, now you got the number 1 recruiting class. You better win more this year.
Well, and I've heard others who are critical of this situation. I understand why you'd be critical of it too. They're saying the problem is you take somebody like a Clemson that's been able to win 3 national championships in their existence, 2 recently under Sweeney. He says, do you really think that Trevor Lawrence is going to a Clemson? I mean, he could have got deals from these bigger schools. Clemson's only got 14,000 students. I mean, how is Clemson going to compete if the bigger schools can offer these deals to the Trevor Lawrences of the world? They'll never get them again.
Yeah.
So,
or you know, that's that thing. It's completely 180 degrees different. You had some people saying, "Well, this might be a chance for a small school to get a good player or two."
But you got to have the money,
kind of like Dion did at Jackson.
Right. But you got to have the money. It's got to be.
Have the alumni.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's right. The UPC codes came into being, and the store started setting the sets by UPC code. And about 3 years ago, we went to them and said, okay, we're going to have a UPC code for vanilla and chocolate and butter pecan and so on. But we have these 2 UPC codes, and during the year, if you approve these items, we're going to have 4 different flavors in this. So we've got about 8 flavors that we rotate in all through the year. And it just allows us to have more variety, makes people happy, makes people upset when it goes away.
Not a big limited time guy because there's a little frustration that comes
There's
with
still,
that. But I understand.
But the moose can run over you any time of the year and leave tracks, right?
10% of everything we do. Vanilla's about 30.
It does more than the moose, huh?
Yeah, but
Wow.
I don't believe we eat it as vanilla. At home, I doctor mine up.
Oh, I'll find a little Hershey syrup.
Well, yeah, because I would call that your foundation.
Right.
ice cream.
Right.
Your base.
How does chocolate fare?
It's right there. It's the same as Moose Tracks. And it's funny you say that because I believe if you know how to make vanilla and you know how to make chocolate, you're kind of done. Because after that, you're just adding
Now
stuff
we're adding a
to
little stuff to it. Your all-time favorite? I know we ask you this every time. Does it change?
You know, I've been eating a lot of mint chocolate chip lately.
That's not bad.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I don't know. You know, the chips in our mint chocolate chip is actually a liquid. And when it hits the ice cream, it shatters into the chips. So they have a lower melting point, so you taste the chocolate really early. A lot of times when you eat chocolate, you got to chew it and chew it and chew it and warm it up before you taste it. But ours, you taste the mint and the chocolate.
We sprayed it in.
Scotty, you know a lot of ice cream.
Yeah, you do.
You all know a lot about radio.
well, that's debatable.
Well, that is debatable.
Yeah, it is.
But so you went back to Paw Paw's name.
Yeah, it's just been great.
So what was the choice? I love it. I'm glad you did. But I mean, you just felt like that. Hey, we got to go back. We got to go back to who we are.
Of course, we're a part of Dean Foods. It's our parent company. And I think they looked at their ice cream portfolio. They have about 16 ice cream companies. And after doing the analysis, they decided to take our brand and try to grow it. And as they did that, they started doing research, and some of their people interviewed me about our history and stories and everything. And if you look at our carton, it's got the picture and the flavor on one side, and then on the back side, it actually has a little bit of our story. So they picked us, and we've expanding really, really hard. And we just went into all the Publix in Florida. We've been in Publix around here, but we haven't been in Florida.
Oh, hello. So now there's a
Scotty, you're just a nice guy.
Is this,
you know what?
When you say
you want to be a senator?
Yeah.
No. You know, I actually ran in 2012 for the House of Representatives.
Did you really?
Yeah, I retired, and they rearranged our district where I was going to be running against a one-term incumbent, and half of the district was new to him.
Right.
And I can tell you some stories that I'm really thankful that I came in second.
Yeah,
there was three
Scotty,
of us
how
running.
could you not win? All you had to do is pass out ice cream
was it-
to everybody.
was-
I'd have voted for you twice.
Was that against the law? You can hand out ice cream. What
No,
happened?
you
There was a reporter that 2 years later, or a year and a half after the election, the chairman of my opponents got him a job with somebody, or maybe even not that long.
Right.
Anyway,
Yeah.
When he interviewed me early in the campaign, he asked me if I differed from my candidate on any issues. And I said, well, I really haven't studied his record well enough to answer that question. He asked that question, I don't know, a dozen more times. And the next day in the paper, it said, when asked if he differed of any issues, he said, not really. He reprinted that quote, which was not a true quote.
Oh, I see.
13 times.
Are you saying people did not treat Scotty Mayfield right? I'm just shocked.
Somebody going to hell over this.
I would have thought you could have been president of Tennessee.
It's a different. There's different rules.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they have ethics tied to them.
No,
Scotty, you can ask the interns when we found out you were coming and we were talking about. I said Scotty Mayfield has to be the nicest guy you'll ever meet.
Well, I was telling somebody the other day, one of the biggest shocks, because I'm used to talking to news people about ice cream.
I don't know what is going on
All
over
of the
there.
questions are friendly and everything. When you talk to the news people as a politician, all they want is dirt.
Right, yeah. They don't want to talk about ice cream anymore, do they?
They don't want to talk about anything nice. They want to talk about dirt.
I know. It's just getting worse. All right, we'll come back. Scotty, I know you.
Thank goodness you're in the moose track business.
When you look when you look over and try the holiday flavors are out, you can go to MayfieldCreamery.com. It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I know when you're out there and everything in the whole wide world is going up on price, everything. And let's face it, some of the prescriptions that you need that have been prescribed to you by your doctor, they can get a little pricey. So we're looking for a break wherever we can get one. And so goodrx.com/Bubba would be a great idea for you, because I didn't know this till we started talking about this product. I had no idea that the prescriptions that I need now for, cholesterol or whatever, I had no idea that I could go from, one drugstore in my town and then go to the other and there'd be $100 difference. Had no idea, but with goodrx.com/Bubba, you'll know, you'll be informed, and you can save on the prescription cost, because what it's going to do is going to pull up all the different pharmacies in your neighborhood and near. CVS, Walgreens, and more will all be included. And then they'll say, hey, look, here's the price on that prescription. It's better over here. And we're talking about savings up to 80%. It's free and it's easy to use. Sometimes the price is so good, it's better than even your copay. So go to goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Okay, so I think we realize that this college football thing will be ongoing. Somebody's got to come in there and call everybody up and say, hey, we got to all quit spouting off like this. We're really turning everything upside down. I do want to say congratulations to all who host sports shows. Y'all had a very easy end of the week and weekend. It didn't matter where I turned. If sports was on, that's all they were talking about. And and a lot of pontificating about this and that and the state of that. And but I kind of agree with what Greg said in the break. College football has changed so many times, so many things, rules, regulations, this, that, Jimmy Jam, as we say here. And here's what will happen. The great coaches will adjust to it and keep winning, and those that are not as gifted will fall away and not do well. Because at some point you finally go, all right, is it? And I think
Is this how it works?
And I do think the problem is they don't really know yet. But once everybody finds out, all right, is this the deal? Then you'll see the elite rise to the top, and you'll see the mediocre fade away. If you're mediocre at what's in front of you right now, you'll be mediocre on anything that comes up for you next. It seems that no matter how much we try to get to parity in big-time college football, these same programs just seem to stay at the top.
Yeah.
They do.
So true.
They know what it takes.
Well, they adjust and they find a way to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe trying to emulate what they do would be a good idea. But sometimes but when you got somebody who's gifted as a leader or as a coach, I mean, you can't like in Saban's case, you're not going to out Saban.
No.
Until Saban, is too old to do it anymore or whatever. But you can emulate the things that they do that you can do. That doesn't matter who's there. You see Georgia doing that.
Yeah.
And you're gonna see people build football teams that look like the teams that win.
Well, look at what Georgia has done, or even before them, look what A&M has done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they've got assistants that work with Nick and know his setup and know how he did it, and they've gone and they've improved their facilities, and they've hired a lot of assistant coaches out of the same the same family of coaching, and they're having great recruiting classes.
Right.
And then mysteriously, teams that are in the top of the recruiting classes seem to end up doing better overall.
Now, I will say,
it's not a lot, but overall.
Well, I will say this, and it's changing. It is changing. And Greg, you can speak to this, having a son that's coaching, and Speedy, you have a son that coaches high school baseball. I'm sure it's similar in baseball too. I don't know. I think it's going to get to the point on the bigger classifications where that's not really the you're looking. I used to say this is the point. When you get now, you're really only to high school where you can still have the thing of this great coach. He wins no matter what the mamas bring him. And he beats people that have better players because he's got a better program and all
better
that
system.
But I think in big time high school that's changing too, because there's some of these schools are turning into, they've just got so many players, that no matter what a good coach you are, if your players don't match up with them to some level. And the point I'm getting to, I heard somebody talking about, well, at the end of it all, you'll still have great coaching, can beat great players. No. Great coaching with great players beats average coaches with great players.
Yeah.
Everybody's got to have players. I don't care how good a coach you are. If you don't have players, you ain't going to win. If you're going against teams that are athletically superior to you, I'm not talking about like a little bit, but this thing of, I'll tell you one thing, we'll take our great coach and our average players and we'll beat those great players with the average coach. Yeah. No, a great coach with great players will beat an average coach with great players. But everybody's got to have great players. If you ain't got players, you ain't going to win.
Yeah,
true. And that's the key of the recruiting process.
Right.
And you can slip up and upset somebody every now and then, but consistently. No.
Yeah, and there's some levels of football that's still true, but not in the not up in the highest level.
Do you think with the transfer portal, we've talked about this, and the NIL and all this, you're going to see a transformation of college coaches where we grew up, and like your dad and whatever, were more of the iron fist kind of guys, my way, the highway. They really were very strong-willed type coaches. But with all of this, you don't see those strong-willed coaches as much in the NFL anymore. It's more of the players coach. Do you think you're going to see a transformation to more of the players coach at the college level, because these kids will leave if they're not happy?
I think players are still drawn to winning and are drawn to championships and are drawn to the NFL. Yeah. As long as you can keep giving them that, I think they can. I think Saban is still, he's adjusted some, but he's still what you'd say an old school coach. I think Kirby's smart. He certainly can be intense, but I still think winning and getting people in the NFL changes everything. You're willing to tolerate maybe some things that hurt your little feelings if you can win. Now, if you're not playing, playing,
right.
Now the problem where I think those coaches may have is that they're not going to be their depth won't be as strong as it once was because people might not be willing.
They want to wait around.
Willing to wait their turn if you're hard and mean to me. But the problem is if you start getting into the point to where it's just chaos and you don't have any strong discipline or fear of authority, can you ever win because your players are constantly being put in jail? I mean, what are you going to do if it's completely out of control and everybody's doing what they want to do and the coach keeps catering to the players? We saw that happen in Missouri. And finally, the coach said, "I can't live that way. I'm out. That's just not who I am."
Yeah. Right.
And so they went to we want this to be a place where you can have fun, but I don't see them winning championships.
Well, I don't think it'll change overnight, but I think you're going to see a drift more that way, as opposed to where everybody used to be more of the hard line, iron fist that you're going to see. And even where would you put Dabo on that?
I would think he's. I don't know him well enough, his coaching style, but I think that he's probably a good mix of the two.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm talking about.
Balance.
You're going to see more of that as opposed to, and I don't think it's going to undermine, the Nick Sabans of the world right away. Because of the tradition and what you pointed out. But I just wonder if overall the coaching profession will not have to adjust to this new. I can go where I want to anytime format.
Yeah.
I don't. I'm concerned about. I know that the fans at the end of it all, if everybody's just honest, they just want to win championships and they really don't care how it gets done.
Right.
I mean, you pretend you do, but you you really don't. Mm-hmm. But I do think that. I do think that there's a chance though that it could turn into, if you don't have order and you don't have fear of authority, at some point that's going to come back.
That's the thing.
That's going to come back to burn you.
Sure.
I don't think that can sustain itself.
Yeah, because even on the high school level, you see some of these dominant programs that have over the last few years they've established consistency in winning championships. Well, now that breeds people wanting to be a part of it.
Sure.
So you have people moving in. I want a piece of that. You've got something. Alabama and others, it feeds itself because people want to be a part of that program. They want to be a part of that winning tradition. And so, I think you can pretty much have standards and stability as far as discipline and others because you're like, well, if you don't want to be a part of this, go on because this is how we do things here.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, but you can get to the point with the spoiled player, to Bubba's point, where that player just say, "Well, I'm never going there."
And I think in the coaches' world, they go, "Well, then don't come."
Right. Well, yeah, but unless they stop winning, then suddenly their attitude changes.
And I'm not advocating I like his style necessarily, but I think more of the Pete Carroll, Dabo Swinney approach as opposed to the older coaches like we've seen that used to be at Florida and LSU and some of these guys more hard line, fat die for one too.
Well, they sure did win a lot.
They did. And they always had that good assistant coach that could be that reach out to the good cop, bad cop thing.
Right.
And that seemed to work pretty good.
Yeah. The good cop, bad cop is pretty effective. 14 minutes to the top. 866 We Be Big is the number. There's more to talk about, and we'll jump into it when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Find out, or just check the stores. They've got them there in the coolers. But the holiday flavors that you love every year, eggnog, pumpkin pie, peppermint, the snow ice cream's always there but it's out there again, snow cream. We're going to let Scotty Mayfield maybe check something off his bucket list when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, let's go to Chuck. Chuck, what do you say to Scotty Mayfield?
Hey, sorry, I had to put my Mayfield ice cream down. Wow, what a win.
See, everybody's eating that Mayfield now. Here we go. Scotty, that's a good spin.
That's a good spin.
Hey, I'll tell you what Greg's in. He's in ice cream.
A little snow cream on here.
He's looking at mine. I hadn't eaten yet.
Oh, look at here. Oh!
Pip it!
Oh, no.
Nothing
You
worse.
lose.
I mean, you,
Where's the theme
how about
music?
this?
You know what you win? Nothing.
You didn't win anything. You're eaten by Jaws, and it's just so sad. I'm so sorry.
That's okay, guys.
I'm so sorry. And you're a little dog on the beach, and and
Told you not to get in the water.
I know. Okay. All right, let's go to the great state of Texas. James is standing by in Texas. James, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel. I finally got through.
You did. Good for you, sir. All right, here we go.
Man.
And look at that wheel go.
Look at
She just seems so happy today, and she had him that ice cream.
Well, it's next to Scotty Mayfield. Scotty, my goodness.
Whoa.
Scotty,
have nothing.
Have nothing. I mean, Scotty. Gosh, this guy's.
Get Scotty about ice cream.
how you can't have nothing? No. And worst thing you do is think you can have something. All right, we continue. Let's go to Boaz, Alabama. Z93. Marshall is standing by. I got to tell you, Marshall, Scotty's he's spinning a variety of stuff, and some of it's not good.
It's tough.
All right, Marshall. What do you say, Marshall?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Mayfield. Okay. Spin us a winner. I tell you, I mean, we've had two pitfalls.
Scotty's got to loosen that bow tie.
That's what it is.
Huh?
You know what? You know bow ties are back in again. You're trendy. You're trendy.
He's a trendsetter. He's a leader.
No!
Scotty, what did you wear? Scotty Mayfield. You ain't have nothing again.
Goodness, speaking of moose tracks.
Speedy, help him out.
My goodness, I'm so sorry. Destin, Florida.
Oh,
Scott,
this is most unfortunate.
Scott, here's the good news. Scott, here's the good news for you. All right, here's the bad news. Scotty Mayfield is spinning a bunch of losers, okay? but here's the good news. No matter what happens on this wheel, you still live in Destin, Florida.
That's right.
Okay?
Even on a bad day.
All right, so what do you say to Scotty Mayfield?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Scotty.
I love that attack. Did you see how quick Scotty spun it?
He did. We got to reset that thing. It's got on a bad trend.
We got to unplug it, plug it back up.
All right, let's see where this one lands.
If that lands, I can't have nothing again. Adler!
Come on out here, Adler.
Where is he?
It's
Hank the Hound. We got to hurt Paul, Rick.
Oh, my God. What happened, Hank?
My hand is so hurt, man. I wore it out. I've been doing this new thing where I go around and just randomly sign people's yearbooks from the 70s.
No, man, no, Hank. Man, just make it, Bubba. Hey, get him out of there. It was horrible, but it was
Color lost, but we won.
Okay, so there we go. Let's go to Zach in Orange Beach.
Let me just say right now, Rick, we don't write the Hank segment.
No, we don't. Sunny 105. What do you say, Zach?
Wow, what a wheel.
Spin it, Scotty. Give us a winner. Come on, Scotty. Scotty Mayfield.
Scotty is talking to the wheel. He's trying to pull it out of the doldrums, Rick.
Mayfield.
Make it.
Let's see what happens here. He really put a spin on it that time.
I'm gonna call for reverse spin if we don't have something here.
Yeah!
Here we go!
Me! Oh, Scotty, you did it. Man, he finally spun up some meat off that wheel. Congratulations, Zach in Orange Beach from Stockyards.com. It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Weekend stories coming up. We've got some good ones. Your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so We were just discussing monkeypox. All right, are we here on monkeypox now? I mean,
I will tell you, I'm completely out of the monkeypox loop.
Monkeypox.
I can't bring a lot to the table here.
Monkeypox.
Can't we call it something else?
I don't know. Monkeypox gets your attention.
Well, I think it gets the name because the first time it was discovered was in a group of monkeys that were in captivity at some place.
Okay.
That's what I heard back in the 50s.
How about that?
Yeah, and President Biden has assured us that, and he's using the word outbreak. Now, how many cases we got?
It's more international than it is just here.
Right.
But
I heard a guy say 3 this morning on the way. Now I don't know if that's been updated since. 3.
Numerous outbreaks of monkeypox reported in Africa, followed by reported cases in Europe. And now this story says 2 confirmed cases in the U.S., but several others being tested.
Yeah,
better lock it down.
Maybe one of them came in.
All right, so
that may be where Greg got the
but anyway, the president has assured us, because they've done an outstanding job with COVID.
Yeah.
The president has assured us that we have enough vaccines to deal with monkeypox.
Do we have monkeypox vaccine?
Well, somebody told me over the weekend because I'm being very irresponsible because I'm just somebody said right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm somebody said. Somebody said the reason why that they think is effective that really you would treat it like you would shingles. That it's very similar. So
says symptoms appear 1 to 2 weeks after infection. Initially include mostly flu-like symptoms like fever, headache, shortness of breath. After about 5 days, a skin eruption phase begins where a rash appears and often spreads to different areas of the body.
You know what that means? It always means that.
Yeah. You know where that's headed.
May regret this. 8 billion people in the world. We got 145 cases. It's hard for me to get concerned.
The whole world's only got 145?
Well, that's what that says,
Yeah,
right?
sure does. We're talking about 145 in the whole world?
We got 8 billion people on the planet.
Well,
that's what that
I think
thing.
the concern is because we had none, and now we got a whole bunch all at one
Well, I'll tell you
time.
what, you don't want to go down there at number 2, whatever we're at number 2 is down there, boy. What is that?
It's,
West Africa there.
Why do we have that whole place in red and we only got a 2 by it?
A lot of monkeys there.
And 2.
By the way,
Australia.
the United
North America.
Great, the United States is sitting at a whopping 2 cases.
Yeah, that's Australia.
And I'm not, look, we may be overrun monkeypox before it's over with, but right now it's just
hard for me to be concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Australia. The big red
Well,
thing.
land down under.
Why's Canada got 22?
Australia's got 2.
Canada got 22.
It looks like
Too cold for monkeys up there.
Is that East Africa's got 50?
It's not.
It's not, Greg.
I think we need to say that the first case was some laboratory monkeys, I believe.
Oh.
That's why it's called monkeypox.
I thought you get bit by a monkey, get the pox.
Did I just say
Yeah.
Well, you got to be
Bubba,
listening.
you got to be listening to the conversation of what we were trying to tell him. We're reiterating what you had said.
Right. It was a group of monkeys in captivity or something.
Right.
Did they
back in the 50s?
Yeah. So anyway, monkeypox.
That rash looks bad.
Yeah. Well,
y'all
sure.
seen it? Y'all seen pictures?
I don't want to hit image.
It looks bad.
Does it?
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
like
awful.
like blisters.
It looks nasty.
Well, kind of need to see it.
I don't
just
want
in
anything
case.
named monkeypox.
Yeah.
No.
I don't want anything with
It looks
pox
like it's
on the end of it.
I mean, I don't know if it looks like it's painful and it looks nasty.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Looks
So
like
you're
it hurt.
saying-
It looks like it hurt to lay in the bed.
Yes,
So
it
rash comes towards the end.
blister looking thing.
5 days into it.
It's ugly looking.
Gosh. Oh, I'm gonna show it.
Wait till he finds it.
We got to know,
Yeah.
y'all,
Here
in
it
case
is.
Greg
Right,
comes in
5,
with one.
4, 3, 2.
Rick, don't miss this.
1.
Oh my gosh!
That's it.
gosh!
It's gone. It's gone.
Oh, those are big.
I don't want monkeypox.
Those are big whiteheads. Oh,
Boy, that was tough there. I bet they hurt.
Tough ride.
that looks so painful.
It does.
They say
Oh, I
could
hope
be
I don't get
could
that.
be
Nasty
fatal for 1 in 10 people.
Yeah, we have right now. The whole world, we got 0 deaths.
Okay, that's good.
Doesn't look good.
The other thing I'm noticing here, that what I can't figure out, they said the virus originates in wild animals, but occasionally it's transferred to humans. Can humans then give it to humans?
It
Yes.
says you can.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, everybody.
makes the
I
jump.
love everybody say that with confidence. Like, hey, we got a bunch of
When
doctors.
it says monkeypox virus is transmitted from one person to another, close contact, body fluids, Greg,
Easy.
respiratory droplets, contaminated materials such as bedding.
Hey, y'all know what this means, don't you?
Such as.
Hey, you know what this means, don't you? We're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to vote by mail.
That's
Yeah.
Did y'all see 2,000 Mules yet?
I haven't. I was going to see it this weekend. I never
I've
got
been
around
wanting
to
to watch it, but I know it's just going to really depress me.
Greg, this movie is so much you. I can't believe you haven't seen it.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not easy to see
right
it.
up
or I
your
would have
alley.
seen it. You know, if I got to do a lot of work to find it,
Greg, it may be in Calhoun County now over to theater.
it may be.
Yeah. Pull up on in there.
We had it over in Alabaster.
Y'all have it?
Yeah.
You didn't get there?
I almost took Dad and Reese, my nephew, to
Yeah, I
see
bet
it, but then
they'd
I
have
thought
loved
better of it.
Yeah, that'd have been good. Good setup there.
Yeah. The reason why I didn't is by the time I'd spent all day with them, I was completely exhausted.
Yeah, I bet.
You were.
Yeah, right. That's I had
A little bit of blood on you.
Let me tell you, if you take your 81-year-old dad and your brand new teenager 13-year-old nephew to the farm all day in the blazing Alabama May heat, it's a long day. Especially when you hit that point where everybody needs some help. There's only one you.
It's only one you.
Involves a hook. I'm cut and I'm bleeding over here. I got a fish on. I can't get off over here.
Just throw it out there and keep
one
riding.
point, I was trying to teach my nephew how to properly cast, and he threw his whole rod in the pond.
That happens. That's
good. Hang on to it, buddy.
Yeah, I said that. Now that right there, that's the reason why I was against you wearing those receiver gloves, which is what he showed up in. He wanted to fish in those gloves.
Why?
Well, he just thought it was sharp. We'd been throwing the football because he has to have his gloves on.
Yeah.
And he said, I want to fish in these too. I said, I don't know about fishing in those. And when that rod hit the water and sunk, I said, and that's kind of what I was worried about.
Those gloves can't get wet.
See those
buddy.
bubbles? That's what I was worried about.
There it is. Right there. We'll see if I can hook it.
Right there.
I'm not
another
not as attached to a Zebco 33 as I would have been if it had been one of the others. Zebcos come and go down here, so I'm okay with that. But I am dreading the time I think I have a fish and I reel that in.
Yeah, that's going to happen. That will happen.
And all the fishing line gets all tangled up as I'm trying to bring it in because that's coming.
Yes, it
You know
is.
what I mean? Hey, I got one on. What is this? There's that rod. There it is. That's what I was worried about. I mean, why it's in there. And that is what I was worried about. And here it goes. That was my issue with the glove.
Flying through the air.
Give me the glove. Okay, let me have the glove.
Gloves off. Gloves off.
All right, top of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One. Hey, thank you so much for being part of the Rick and Bubba show today. I was just thinking about the fact that it's now happening in our family. And that is, we got a new college graduate. He's been out doing job interviews, has a job offer. Looks like he's going to take it. So that means that for us, that our son will now move from Starkville, Mississippi to somewhere on the other side of Atlanta, Georgia. And I have no idea who to deal with on this move. But now I know what I can do. Because if he's wanting to get settled and talk about maybe, hey, let's try to see if we can't look for a house situation this time. I just simply will go to realestateagentsitrust.com and I'll look and see who we got over in that area. I know that real estate agent has been vetted out, and that's who I'll deal with. And you could have that same peace of mind. If you are someone who catches this show every day, with very few exceptions, we have vetted out real estate agents in your area or wherever you're going. And you can find out, who we would recommend by going to realestateagentsitrust.com. First of all, if you're part-time, we don't even consider that because this is too big a deal. This is if not the biggest investment that you'll ever make, it is one of the biggest. And there's a lot of responsibility that goes with that. So you want to have an agent that knows what they're doing, and you'd love to have peace of mind that somebody's done the homework, vetting them out, making sure that there's somebody you can trust. And we've done that. So go to realestateagentsitrust.com. The agents almost every time are part of this audience. They share your values. There'll be a lot you can talk about. You can talk about the show together, and they're almost anywhere you want to go. So why don't you go to realestateagentsitrust.com, provide some basic information. Our team will contact you, make an introduction to our preferred agent in your town. Once again, let's get this done. Take away the anxiety of this move. realestateagentsitrust.com. Let's go to Tuscaloosa, 104.7 WZZK. Brooke is standing by. Brooke, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. I just wanted to tell y'all everything going on with Judge Roy Moore. When I was 13, I'm 30 now, but our school went to a luncheon that he was hosting. Our class officers did, and he came up behind me and was massaging my shoulders and said, "Well, aren't you a beautiful young lady?" Did that to me and a couple of my other classmates. This made us feel extremely uncomfortable. We were only 13. And so there's no doubt in my mind that he could have done, all this.
Well, you've been given a timeout. You've been given a timeout, obviously. I think there is a narrative that you are continuing. Again, we don't know if these other things where he went, but I just on observation. Number one, I've been around these kind of men before, and they try not to go all, but they get some kind of little charge of being flirtatious with women and walk that little line, and they want to give you a really uncomfortable hug, and like you said, massage your shoulders, and they love to try to get into an innuendo conversation. They get some kind of little jolly out of that. Now, it's bad enough when a man does that with grown women. When that goes on involving somebody at 13, that is just it's not good. And again, he may have meant nothing by it, but you're saying it made you feel very uncomfortable.
It did, and it was so much so that our teacher was there, and she was even she even had to step in and say, "Okay, it's time for us to go sit down. He needs to go start his speech he was going to give." But it didn't last long. It just, at the moment, I was just like, okay, that's really weird and creepy. I'm just a little kid, like you're an adult, you're a grown man.
Yeah.
So that's just my 2 cents on everything.
Well, understood, and I appreciate you sharing that, because I think, and what's going on right now, those kinds of experiences that people may or may not have had, I think, are important to. Since it doesn't look like either side's ever going to admit that they're not telling the truth, then we're going to have to build some sort of body of circumstantial evidence that people can go, well, maybe this is what we need to do. So I appreciate you sharing that.
All right, yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That was Brooke, or some people's now calling number 6.
Right. Well, again, she was more speaking to this thing that has always in the middle of this, and is what got Hannity's little speech going last night.
Of God. How great that we believe by faith, and we should be called the children of God.
There it is. From the CD Glory Revealed 2, the little all-star bunch there, giving us how great is the Father.
Just when Glory Reveal 1 was not enough.
That's right. Well,
Back at you.
People begged for 2, and they got
right.
it. We do have a lot to do. I'm sorry, Bubba and I are gathering ourselves in the office. As like most people should, we're big fans of the kickoff hour. When we all discovered today that Speedy's family ran a music store.
Rick,
we uncovered a world-renowned ballet dancer in your family, and we missed music store. I mean,
hey, Rick, and he just casually brought it up this morning.
You brought it up.
We used to own a music store.
That's how long we've been doing this show.
Yeah,
I know, but it just never has come up.
There's very few details that we don't know about each other. But I had no idea your family ran a music store.
Yeah,
Speedy,
Wilburn's Music
in
City.
23 years. Never.
Has it never come up?
And just walking, somebody says something that made you think about how much we talk about music. We talk about music a lot.
That's the key. That's the thing that threw me off this morning. We dedicate segment after segment to music on this show.
I will say that at least with zero hesitation, I'll say 15 of the years I've known you, you've commented on you wish you'd learned to play an instrument.
Yeah.
Never one. It is 7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another day. And join me in welcoming back to mic number 2. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the Rick and Bubba experience.
Active week. I know Greg and I, for our family, May is the month of birthdays.
It is.
Man.
We got 'em.
So today, the 21st birthday for James Broderick Burgess.
21.
Brody, there he is, young Broderick. Tasmo. Turning 21 today.
How about
look,
that?
Look at little Tasmo right there, huh?
He's a long way from 21 there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Now, you talk about a kid that was active. I mean, and buddy, and you remember all the stories about, he dressed as a superhero.
Yeah.
He dressed as a superhero every day for probably 2 years of his life.
Oh, yeah, had a good wardrobe.
I'm talking about every single day.
And the attention to detail.
Yeah. How about he
That's good.
How about he brought up now he's telling his friends about the one of the greatest parenting moves ever. I played on him about him wanting to dress as a superhero to go to church. You remember that story? Yeah. We even did that one, I think, on the 20-year tour. But he's now telling people about it. It's funny to hear him talk about it. He said, I didn't even realize, he goes, it was brilliant. Because, I had to, first of all, get him out of Spider-Man because there was no way to make that work for church.
Right.
And I said, no, we can't be. I want to be. I want to be the amazing Jesus-loving Spider-Man. I said, no, we're not. You can't. You cannot be Spider-Man and go to church. There's no way. Okay. Then I'll be the Hulk. And I said, no, Hulk out.
Yeah.
Okay?
You got a better shot at Spider-Man.
Yeah. And then he said, Superman. And then it hit me. I said, you know what? Don't tell your mom this. I said, you can be Superman, but you know what? For church, you kind of need to be Clark Kent.
Okay.
He goes, oh, Clark Kent.
I like it.
He told his friends that, he goes, I don't know how many cheap sunglasses my daddy knocked the lens out of so I could have my Clark Kent black rim glasses on. And he goes, so he had him in a button down, a little tie, and some dress pants and some shoes. Now Sherry didn't know underneath was Superman.
Superman's
you know what I mean? And look, long before Cam Newton, Brody Burgess would go to his kids at Sunday school. But I just thought that was brilliant. And
is good.
So every Sunday it was Clark Kent. But anyway,
keep it on the down low, Clark.
Hey, don't let anybody know you are. And so anyway, and he is
back on.
So he's 21.
That's
How about
amazing.
that?
21.
And 21 today.
Wow.
So we'll have a big birthday celebration today. And here's what's weird about they're all different. Man, they're all so different. And he has been a joy and a blessing, and just so proud of how he's lived his life. But here's the thing, and it's very, and we've always discussed it. It's very non-Burgess. He is the only Burgess that he has zero desire to be the center of attention. He don't like to be the center. He wants to be on the camera. He wants to be shooting. He wants to be behind the scenes. He does not like birthdays.
Don't like big parties.
He does not like big parties. Had to tell his mom and hurt Sherry's feelings. Every time you did that, I hated it. She goes, because ours are the biggest of the biggest of the biggest of the big.
Oh, yeah.
And so right now this is what's hilarious. All right. So we're not doing anything big because he won't do anything big. He hates that.
Yeah.
So anyway, Sherry puts out just the tiniest of group texts, because it's a weeknight and all that, and Mom and Dad live 7 minutes from us, and they live 5 minutes from him, that tonight his girlfriend, Camtastic, Mom and Dad, and just me and Sherry. And he sends out things, and Sherry going, hey, we're going to cook burgers tonight. We're going to do this, Brody's birthday. And it's like you could tell he didn't know about it. Guess what his reply to the group text was? Interesting. Here we go again. I'm like, could it be any smaller? Can we not just have
He thinks you're setting him up for a big crowd.
Can we just have and he hates the one time that Sherry on his birthday, they decided to have all the little girls from his class and all the boys.
Boy.
All the mamas thought that was just going to be so much fun, and Brody said it was one of the most miserable days of his life.
That's funny.
It's so
He couldn't wait for it to end.
He don't like none of that.
Well, let's just be glad you're doing that, and he's not going out with Uncle Greg tonight.
Isn't that true?
Well, that's later.
Yeah. Matter of fact, we have a little something, and I have copies of it where every child is handed on their 21st birthday, do not take Uncle Greg's call.
Right.
So anyway,
Welcome to adulthood.
So we got that going, and then we got Reese Wilburn graduating tonight.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey,
Tonight.
graduation.
Weather was
That's
good.
not- yeah, it looks good. Well, it's inside.
Hey, got a crowd. He got a crowd in there.
hey, hey, boy, we got them coming. And
What's the max they let you have? Is it unlimited?
I think it's 10.
Oh,
we're not
that's too big.
We're not getting to 10. But what
You're
you
close.
experienced at Mississippi State,
Oh gosh.
at the hump,
No.
that's kind of going to be my life. It's at Sanford.
Hope everybody's reasonable.
Hey, we're like, it's bad when you got to split up and you got first wave, and that's getting line people before doors open. And the times I'm hearing, it's like, doors open at 5:30, graduation starts at 6. People getting in line at 3:45.
Oh, sure.
4
Sure,
o'clock.
that's not true.
That's
Because
come
again,
on,
like I
man.
asked earlier, is there not enough room for everybody?
Right.
Why you got to get there that early?
Right. So
Well,
I
with
did
the
ask.
best seats, Greg.
I did ask Reese, did he
can
even care
see.
if we come?
Right.
And he's like, no, please don't come. Can I just get this and come home?
Right,
And I respected that, but we're going to go. Now, Terry did come up with an idea. Let's wait till it started. Just get in the lobby and just text him, hey, man, you did a great job. We're out here for pictures.
That's a good idea.
And just act like we saw him, because all we're going to do is see him walk off stage.
Yeah, it's
That's
real
it,
quick. You saw what I told you.
But
real
none of that's
fast.
probably going to, now we got grandparents coming in and all that. So.
Grandparents.
And unfortunately
we
for
want them to be
JC,
there.
the middle one, I've told him he's my running buddy today, and we've got to be the guys that go in and find a row. But now it's like, do you go row? Because if you go full row, the person at the other end, it's like you can't even really, hey, how you doing? So do you go three, in a row in front and 3 behind? Or
Let me tell you
4 in
why.
front,
Let me tell you
4
why I
behind?
like that better. Because
I like the half row, front and back.
the twins,
Yeah.
my sister's kids, and of course, the boy who was with me on Saturday with Dad while the women were doing at a dance recital. But we'll take that all day long over dance recital.
Right.
I didn't like how long dance recital was? 6 hours. So anyway, so at the
6 hours.
farm, I got zero complaints. We had a ball.
Right.
So anyway, but I went to. She tried to have a big lunch for them, and where you sit on those size crowds, I don't understand this. Everybody calling fellowship when you have these big crowds. You only fellowship with the people you're sitting by.
Yeah,
I remember the part of my family I didn't sit by. I had no interaction with them
Yeah,
whatsoever.
that's why you go.
during the lunch. So
Yeah.
so put them. You need
That's
to
what
do
I'm
that. You
thinking.
need to do that grouping, or you'll never even have any time with him.
Now, Terry did call out something last night. She said, we do have a handicap sticker. And I'm like,
I'm gonna tell you, that's a game changer.
Hey, that is a game
That's a
changer.
game
but
changer.
they sent out limited handicap parking, very limited.
No,
So-
if there's a handicap spot and I got a sticker, I'm going.
Yeah, so there's, I think, huh?
Yeah.
They're catching on.
Oh, yeah,
The
they are.
system.
They're right.
Yep.
So I think Terry
who
might.
is that, your dad, or how are you
No,
following
no,
under that?
it's like her parents and Paul. Everybody's
all
kind
the
of coming in
elderly folks,
together.
yeah.
So I think she's going to say, I got grandparents. If you'll go get in line and you'll stand out.
You take that deal.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
and
good
you'll
deal.
stand out there and you go in and you fight for seats.
Take that deal.
And you
be
save,
thankful
and
you
then you
did.
text me and go, "Hey, it's open, and here we are. I'm coming." And then she said, "Then we're going to come that
You
way."
take that deal.
I think that's what we're going to do. Because JC, I looked at him and go, "You want to be with me?"
Take that deal.
Yeah,
if
he
not,
does.
you'll get
Yeah.
like,
He
"Well, you going
certainly
off
does.
and leaving us?"
Right.
Wait up.
Right.
We're back here, and you probably forgot about us.
And there was even if handicap is taken, I go in, find seats, leave it with JC. She texts me, "Hey, we're here." They just get out of the car and walk in, and I go park their car.
I like that. Any of that works. We come back, another big event for the Wilburns this weekend, and something happened over the weekend involved. Gosh, that's funny. We'll tell you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
We talked about my mom.
Rick, we've had
teaching
song
lessons.
We've had
yeah,
song
look
playoffs.
how close we've gotten to is what I'm saying. We'd veer all around it,
Right.
and never once she went. And of course,
Back
my
when we
parents,
had a store.
yeah, of course, my parents owned a music store for a little while in Pascagoula,
Wilburn's Music City.
right there on Marketplace.
Yeah.
Never came up. That's just weird.
He admitted he was giving away free merchandise, probably cost him
Yeah, a little bit.
to his buddies.
Yeah, like the guitar strings. I forget
Well,
how
you
much they
realize
cost.
that's where
I think I'd give
that's
my
where a
buddies-
music store makes its living.
Yeah.
Just give me
Yeah,
$5.
the little stuff.
You realize the little stuff's where they make their living.
He
Because
said the red mullet didn't care back then.
Hey,
It's reoccurring strings. I mean, that's your lifeblood.
just give me $5. You're good.
That's recurring revenue,
That's probably
Speed.
what they had in it. You were killing them.
Cost.
Well, it didn't work. I mean, as my dad said, I probably should have helped more.
Yeah. That's zero interest in it, apparently.
Well, yeah, I didn't. And, after school, I just never came home.
And what was it
I
called?
mean, because it's Wilburn's Music City.
Rick?
And
it's amazing.
And I mean, because after you get home from like practice and stuff, it's like dinner time and they're closing. So, I mean, I just wasn't there a lot.
It would be like Helms telling us, and we finding out that he'd served in the military.
I know.
You're right.
Okay,
that's a great
as much as we talk about
a great example.
We probably talk about music as much as we do military.
That's right.
Never once you decided today's the day that I bring this little tidbit in.
Well, I mean, I just brought it up because I don't know.
I was listening when he said it, and I said, music store?
Yeah, I know.
Where'd this come from?
And the story behind it. Did you hear his dad explaining how
No,
he
I didn't hear
purchased
that.
it? He was just riding down the road in the middle of the night one time and saw that it was for sale and thought, man, I'd like to own that, and he ended up buying it.
Yeah.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
Of course, I wanted to ask him why he was out in the middle of the night, but I didn't.
Yeah.
All right. Well, his middle of the night's like Bubba's.
I know.
It's like 7.
It was just dark.
Yeah. And that's when.
Well, we learned. We were not
Yeah.
Anybody got anything else I haven't known?
We live and learn. We live and learn.
Anybody else got
Rick,
anything?
I've been thinking all morning what I could tell y'all that y'all didn't know.
Well, sadly, I think I have emptied it all.
Yeah, I was like you. I thought, I've known, and you've known him way longer than me or worked with him. And I thought, this has never come up in any of our conversations.
I think it might have.
What gets me, all right, here's what gets me. And look, we're all guilty as an ensemble, as an individuals, and I even know when I'm doing it. Let's admit, if a topic comes up, there's certain things we will always say because it reminds you of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, you know what that reminds me of.
Yeah, and we may have heard it 50 times.
Oh,
You're still going to say it.
Yeah, but because if that topic comes up, that's always a good little additive. You know, I tell you, and plus people here, some people started listening to the show this week. Now they're in total shock right now, but you know what I mean. So sometimes
let me just say welcome.
I just can't believe how many times we've been in conversations that should have spawned that tidbit. We've
talked about us going to Record Park when we were kids, and Dale there, and selling records, and the hits being up there. You know, they have the top 20.
Greg and I talked about going
to the one in the mall.
Well, Greg,
this is an instrument.
This is instruments, Bubba.
It's not music. Yeah, these are instruments. That's
but it was still a music place.
Still should have spawned. Well, and we've even talked about going into the music store.
You didn't say you owned a record store, right?
No, I did not.
Well,
no.
But even record stores should have made you think of that. I mean, how many
Well,
times?
I mean, it's not that I didn't remember. It's just I just never brought it up because
That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, but it's not like I was hiding it. You know, I just
why were you hiding
never,
it?
But you've referred to your mom going, yeah, I should have played the instrument. My mother, taught piano
she was-
lessons. That would have went. Oh, and by the way, we owned a music.
Well, yeah, because in
you talked
Pascagoula,
about
she
your
was the
mom.
one you went to. I mean, she was known. Hey,
I know, but you talked about.
And his dad said they had a blues guitarist from Greenville that taught lessons.
Yeah, in the back.
Listen,
How about that?
Speedy, the point I'm making, if you're drawing a graph, you go, okay, over here's how it starts. Hey, they're talking about music again. And then Speedy makes the comment that he's made 15, 16 years. I wish I'd learned to play an instrument. And then that I would always bump over to your mom teaching piano.
Yeah.
We never went to the next step.
Never.
All right, so Adler,
by the way, we had a music store. I mean, how did that never
now
happen?
Adler just texted me. He said, I actually knew that. You told me. I can't remember when we talked about
Adler,
it.
he worked at the Harley store, and he thinks that's sharp. He don't.
I did.
We were standing right there.
Where?
Huh?
Where were you standing?
We were standing right there.
So you like Adler better than everybody else?
This was like 4 months ago.
Okay, so it's still brand new.
Yeah. I thought y'all all knew that, and I was like, what?
So you told Adler, but you don't want to tell anybody else.
He trusted Adler with it.
You know what? In my mind,
I tell
Rick,
you, who don't trust with it's right there.
that's right. Rick, I have so many questions. I wanted to ask his dad. I want to know what brand guitars they had.
What Speedy was.
What kind of
knew
amps
nothing
they
about.
had.
Yeah.
I heard you bring up what type of guitars I had, Speedy. You might as well have asked him to tell you.
I couldn't remember that.
To draw up some chemical formula.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
In
couldn't
my
remember
mind,
that. I
I'm
knew we
picturing-
sold, the.
You don't remember seeing him whether they were electric guitars hanging
Yeah,
up
we
or
sold
not?
all varieties.
Okay, well, your dad just told you that. You didn't know that. Your dad just got interviewed.
No, I
see you
before
look
the
at your
inter-
notes.
No, that's JC who missed 6 a.m.s this morning. Texting me.
What you worried about?
Yeah, which I hope he runs till he throws up. But anyway,
21 today. Reese Wilburn graduating high school tonight. And then coming up this Memorial Day weekend, Tyler Wilburn is getting married.
Yeah.
And so So let me see how this is affecting everybody here on the program. First of all, we got a Rick and Bubba kid getting married, so that's big. Tyler and his wife were kind enough to ask me if I would officiate, which I appreciate that opportunity and that honor, and will be more than excited to do that. So that means, and where they're getting married is not far from our family farm where I was fishing and riding four-wheelers and doing all the fun stuff Saturday with my dad and my nephew. So we spent all day down there. So, I mean, the wedding's coming up. So, you know, with Speedy and his sons and his wife having to go down. So those you don't know the geography of it all, it's about 30 minutes from where I live south toward Montgomery is where the farm is. And I guess for you, Speedy, what, about 40 minutes maybe?
Yeah, about that.
About 40 minutes. And, you know, and of course now the problem, you know, and I saw Terry's face. I said, look, you better check Waze and you better check Google Maps before you leave, because this is vacation time of year, and this is going to be a vacation weekend where people take long weekends, and I-65 will bog down. Good gracious, what a nightmare. And so we were fortunate Saturday.
Yeah.
I thought Saturday was going to be bad, but it really turned out not to be, probably because everybody's waiting on this weekend. But anyway, so I told Terry, I said, look, and this will help, because once y'all get down there now, you don't have to do any more of that.
Yeah.
Because if you were trying to get to a wedding, get to a rehearsal all weekend long, you kept going home, coming back. So Speedy and I talked about, look, now it's Camp House, okay?
Right.
That he and his boys and his wife can just stay at Camp House, and then we kind of adjusted, which I think Terry's glad now more than ever, that you and your wife can stay over. I know it's my house too, but let's just be honest. We call it Sherry's house,
right?
And that's the little white house that she's got all cute and all that, and it's where she wrote the book and where we lived together for about 3 months back in 2008. So Camp House is just basically everything that Sherry says she doesn't want anymore, and we find a way to make it work at Camp House. And it's guys, and I told Terry on Saturday when y'all came down to look at it, I said, no, there's no woman ever been allowed here. and so I said, while I'm down there Saturday, you need keys. You need to, Terry, I shouldn't say you.
Yeah.
Terry needs to see what y'all working with. You know, the bedrooms, the setup. Right. And it ain't going to be used much, but it'll be designed for rehearsal dinner, spend the night, then get up and everybody stay there till time for the wedding going over. That's basically what it's going to be used for. But but that's good. That'll help. And so anyway, so I'm down there with Dad, and I'm down there with my nephew, and Speedy lets me know what time they're coming, and so he and Terry and JC, his middle son, show up, and so I realize that now Terry, we want to show her. Where everything, and I start out, which I thought was good, by showing her the little White House.
Yeah, I think that was brilliant.
Yeah, and she was like, oh, this is so cute. Now, two things are happening here. One that we don't expect. Two things are happening here. I don't realize what I'm doing. Number one, Terry is looking at what she's doing for the wedding. But number two, she has been, pressuring Speedy for years that they need to move to the country. And I didn't realize that this was not helping.
Not at all.
And she was really getting fired up, and then JC for some reason wasn't helping. He was really piling on. Dad, we need to go ahead and do it. And she was like, I tell you what, I would move down here. I'd move down here tomorrow.
Yeah.
And all this, and I'm just like, and then look at this little porch, and she's just going, and she's talking about how Sherry's decorated and all this kind of stuff. Of course, now she hadn't been to Camp House. And
right, and it started out, and she got, when we got there and the doors closed to the truck, she said, "Do you hear that? Do you hear that?" I was like, what? JC and I are looking around. She goes, nothing.
Yeah, man.
She said, it is so nice out here. Anytime she's in that area, boy, I hear it.
I've told.
She's like, do you think Rick would sell us 1 acre?
Yeah, I told the doctor. I said, why can't you just meet me at the farm for my physical?
Right.
You'll love my numbers.
Yeah, I mean, a whole lot better.
You'll love my numbers down here. And when my foot touches the soil, just touches it, then my health gets better.
Yeah.
So anyway, so we're rolling over, and I said, "Now Terry, I just want to show you that there's bedrooms here, and inside this place is actually relatively clean." I said, "I'm going to have it deep cleaned again before next weekend." "Oh, y'all don't have to do that."
No.
"Yeah, you're going to want me to do that." And no, you don't have to do that. Please don't go to that trouble. Of course, that's before the what happened.
Yeah.
And so I bet she's in for it now.
Yeah.
So we go in and she's looking at all the different hunting stuff, and of course it's gonna have a smell of men.
Yeah,
in
we got
there
deer heads everywhere. We got all that. And you
Yeah.
get to the kitchen and you start showing us around.
Yeah.
And all I'm thinking in the back of my head is Gary,
Yeah.
prank.
And I told
prank.
Gary to leave y'all alone.
Right. And so anytime you're telling me opening a cabinet, I'm like, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
Y'all be careful.
Yeah, he comes with a deal.
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
does.
No telling what's going to bounce out of here.
So
True.
we go through the different bedrooms, and I'm showing her stuff. And there's Greg, family heirlooms in there. There's old rods that Dad had, and so
many stories.
Dad's original membership into bass, and all that back in the '60s, and we've got that up on the wall. And so we're looking around, pictures of all of us doing stuff.
Yeah.
We got the great, if God didn't want us to eat animals, he wouldn't have made them out of meat.
Yeah, wouldn't make them taste so
Yeah,
good.
yeah, and everybody loves that.
Yeah.
And so we're going back here, and I'm showing this bedroom. I said, that's a fully functioning bathroom here, and the bathrooms are fine. They're clean. That was one of the advantages of the fire that broke out. That insurance came and built all that back, and so we go back to this one bedroom, and I say, now this one, it is, and I'm showing that this is the thing on the wall. We call this the young Broderick room because this is when we told Brody that we thought it was time for him to get glasses. He'd been denied he needed glasses, and she goes, "Why is that for Brody's?" I said, "Because it's a 7-point," and I said, "Because that was the doe that Brody shot." and I said, he told me, "Hey, Dad, got one big doe down." All right, do you? Walked over and said, that looks awful like the 7-point.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't know how I didn't see those antlers. And I'm like, it's not the biggest buck, but it's not a spike.
Yeah, right.
It's not a nub.
Yeah.
I mean, you shot a 7-point.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's time to go to the doctor at that point.
Right.
So as a
Just
dig
for,
to him,
yeah.
you put centerpiece above the bed.
Yes, I want him to
so
remember
it's
it.
hanging there.
Yeah.
Every time you walk in his room, that's the first thing you see.
It's just an antler rack. All you see is a 7-point right above the bed, and a picture of him as a baby on the wall. 'Cause I want it all. I want this to always be remembered.
The Brody room.
Yeah. So we come back. Is she all right?
Oh, she's fine.
Is she?
Yeah.
All right. So when we come back, it's Camp House, Bubba. I mean, it's Camp House, and so I'm telling Terry about how this room could be functional, how it could work, and if something happened, we'll come back and tell you what happened.
I thought she handled it well.
I did too. When she said, "What is that?" I thought she was talking about the pictures on the wall.
I did too.
Didn't you?
Never saw it.
I didn't either. Probably would have never seen it. Would have been a tough go for whoever got that room.
Yeah.
But so we'll.
I don't want to lay down with that.
we'll come back.
Rick and Bubba.
Back to this, I knew we sold the instruments, but the name brands I couldn't remember. is all.
Just the fact you didn't tell us about it.
I know.
I can't get past that. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us, and welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba.
Yeah, there he is.
How are you?
What about that?
How about it, buddy?
How about him?
Well, we do want to bring this to you. Bubba, I almost want to put this under Wacky World, but I mean that seems a little insensitive. Should I not?
I mean,
Rick,
let's just.
Well, look, God loved the person, but I mean, it is and they are alive, so that always helps a little bit here. Now, you'd like to see us show a little more restraint, even when that's not the case. But in this case, this person is alive, which I think gives us a little more freedom, and it is something that I think that person, in their recovery bed, might be chuckling about a little bit.
John Warner, a cardiologist. He's also the 52-year-old president of the American Heart Association, is recovering this week after suffering what is being described as a minor heart attack.
So the president of the American Heart Association has had a heart attack.
Mm-hmm. See, nobody's immune to it, Rick.
Greg, he's already put out a presser. All it says is C.
See?
No,
he's
okay.
just ironic.
It is, but he's okay, right? I mean, he's gonna be all right.
Yeah, I think he's going to be fine. But he, I think, this will probably,
put some stents
I would say, help.
Thank you, Greg.
His job. I don't see this as like, aha, it got you and you should have known better. I mean,
right.
You really can't tell. He even goes on and he had put out on social media He said after his son was born and they were introducing him to his extended family, I realized something very disturbing. There were no old men on either side of my family. None. All branches of our family tree was cut short by cardiovascular disease. He said in a speech, apparently, that was reported in the Dallas Morning News. That's part of his passion for this job, apparently.
Okay, well,
Bad genetics.
Here again, God love him, and I appreciate the work he's doing. And we've got heart disease in our family. You know, I've been through it with my dad, and it is very important. And I want all the research that can be done, and love to support the American Heart Association. With that being said, is this though showing us there's nothing that you can do about genetics except survive the heart attacks?
Well,
so
I think
that's part of the research too. When you have one, you can survive.
I think the Heart Association, attacks this problem in several ways: prevention, also looking for the signs, knowing your history, knowing you're at high risk, and then when you start to see these issues that sometimes are forerunners of a coming heart attack, to be aware of that.
Yeah, because I've had these conversations, obviously, with doctors, and they always kind of give you the. I mean, we've seen your genetics, and let's just see if you can just survive your genetics. Really, that's really what you're looking at. Now, that doesn't mean you just let yourself go because you got bad genetics, but because you want to minimize. But there's not there. How about this? This is the best way to put it. Deal with the things that you can deal with, and then be ready to try to survive the part of it you can't deal with.
Exactly.
Give yourself the best shot, because we do know this. If you have genetic disposition to heart disease when you have your heart attack, to Bubba's point, listen to the research they've done on what to look for, how to survive it, and keep yourself in the kind of condition that they're not sitting there going, well, we can't open Chubbalicious up because you can't survive the surgery.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be able to also also want to be able to survive the rehab. To be able to come back from it.
Yeah, and luckily we live at a time where, and we've benefited from going and having these procedures done, where now there's screenings and stuff. So if you have a history of this at a young age, you can start the process of getting screenings on a regular basis to where if there is something there, they can find it.
I know you and my wife do not like when I openly discuss that I will have a heart attack, but because of genetics. But I just like my dad. I want to survive it and then be fine on the other side of it. But saying I probably will never have one is probably
well. I mean, you try to exercise, try to do a little better, try to eat right, keep your eye open for that, get regular checkups. Have you a defib somewhere close by? That always helps
because
increase your chance.
Because the doctor, maybe two of those.
Yeah,
do what? Two of those things.
No, I'm just saying that overall. I'm not saying we do them all well.
No. Yeah, right. We don't.
Well, I was about to say
not at all.
Yeah, one of those. What?
Yeah. But anyway, I just now didn't do one well.
Right. But what I'm saying is this: one of the reasons that our dad did survive 5 bypasses was, they said, because of his physical condition. Right. I mean, he came through something because physically he was able to come through it too. 35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, reviewing the weekend. We've wished Brody a birthday today, Reese, Speedy's son, graduation night, and then this weekend, Tyler Wilburn will be wed to his fiancée. And so it's down there near the farm, so Speedy and his wife and one of his sons, I'm just showing them what all's down here, getting some keys to Speedy, all that kind of stuff.
And, this is all for Terry. I've been at Camp House a lot. JC was when he was younger. It was bringing back memories for him.
Sure.
So this is all for Terry.
Want her to feel good about it.
Yes.
Want her to feel good about it.
Hey, groomsmen, after rehearsal dinner, they want to come back here. They can stay in Camp House.
Good about it.
Here's what they got.
Yeah.
Here's what's available.
Fish a little if you want to. If not, just hang till the wedding starts.
That's it.
And then we're in this one of the bedrooms, and Terry points toward the bed and says, "What's that?" And I didn't know what she was talking about.
I
I thought, well,
No.
she wants me to explain this rod over here that was given to Dad and customized for him and has his name on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, that's a rod. No, over there. What is that?
And I noticed she was pointing at the bed, like at the pillows, and I was thinking, well, yeah,
What is that?
what's she talking about?
And I look and I see what she's pointing out, and I don't know what it is.
I don't either. A little concerning at one time.
And who was it that identified it?
I think it was JC.
Yeah. And so I was looking, and
That's
you were
those young eyes.
You were looking, and all of a sudden JC says, "That's a bird," and I was like, "A bird." And
Wow.
so we look up and look. Thank the Lord.
Hey, it could be worse.
Yeah. Thank the Lord above.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are just two pillows that lay on the bed.
Right.
They're not the pillows you actually snuggle up on.
No.
The My Pillows are underneath because we only have My Pillows.
Yeah, these are those decorative pillows.
Decorative pillows.
We all of our beds have 25.
Yeah, which hid his kind of gray blue color really well.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, I'm talking about wings open.
Yeah, and laying on top of one of the decorative pillows is a dead bird. I mean,
now if you could,
I mean, just laying up there, just as dead as a wedge up on top of the pillow.
Think about what's going through my mind, though. Okay, so with Terry, it never even enters her mind that has Gary done something,
right?
Because I go back to Gary. I'm sorry.
You're right.
All right, so
I got a Gary update for
has
you.
Gary laid some fake bird, on the pillow?
He normally doesn't go to birds.
And the second you go to pick it up or something like shocks you or zaps you,
Yeah.
or something comes out from under the bed.
Yep.
I just didn't know. So I hit the other pillow.
Right.
I just tapped it.
Right.
To move the bed to see, is the bird alive?
Right.
Is it going to fly off? What's the deal?
Right.
And buddy, it didn't move.
Stiff as a board, really almost like a decorative bird. It was laying up there.
Yeah, almost like a stuffed little bird.
Yeah. Well, what happens at Camp House is twofold, and this is something. Sadly, it wasn't as shocking to me as it probably was to Terry. But
no extra charge for dead bird.
No, is that
it's a cute little thing
underneath the carport. There's a light fixture, and then there's these corners of the carports, and the birds nest there every year.
Oh yeah,
And,
you gotta have
and because this is not where we live full time, we're not there enough to bother them.
Right.
I mean, they fly out whenever you show up to fish,
but you're not there every day, so they kind of take it up.
And then we have a bunch that tries to nest in the chimney of the controversial fireplace at Camp House.
Right.
And so you got two different the birds. They love to come around there and nest. And I guarantee you what happened is Gary was down there, doing something, left the door open, and the bird flew in from one of the nests out there, or whatever, and went back in there and said, "I can't get out," and died a miserable death.
Yeah, I thought, I wonder how many times it flew around just trying to get out.
That does explain the bird droppings on the floor when I noticed that, and that kind of gave me alarm, but I didn't. I understand it.
It couldn't have been laying.
It's probably when it was freaking out, saying I can't.
Probably
get
when
out.
it was banging into the walls, right? Trying to get out.
It was just laying so pretty on that little pillow.
It was almost like it found a good place to die.
Yeah.
It was.
Now it
was a beautiful little bird.
A few
too.
things that concern me out of all that, for the fact that there was one in there.
Yeah.
The others that I didn't ever see it.
Yeah, I didn't. If it hadn't been for Terry, we'd just walk there and cut the light
Y'all,
off.
let us count our blessings. It was not something else.
No, you're right.
Yeah,
100%. 100%.
Nobody's scared of that.
Yeah, and I just had a cook's
No fear of a bird.
I didn't.
None.
I even got a cook's update from down
Just
there.
don't want it on me.
They missed the bird, but they said that everything's all clear. We don't have any problems with rodents or anything.
that's good.
And you see how we keep our food put up and all that.
yeah. You
Had
got to
talk-
have them in
I had to
Tupperware.
talk to JC about that. Real crucial.
Yeah.
Real
I said,
crucial to
hey,
keep
let's
you-
go back to the Lenore farm.
Yeah.
Remember how we would have to put them in Rubbermaids and seal them up?
Is Terry okay?
She's fine.
She found a dead bird on one of the
She's
beds?
fine. Now, she did say.
Who's sleeping there?
The groomsman. She did say, hey, now we'll be in the White House.
Right. Over there where like a woman actually keeps things clean.
Back at that just immaculate little White House.
We're going to go over there where things are real clean. Animals don't live. That's
Now, boys, y'all got the
Right.
camp house.
right. That's right.
But I think she was okay.
yeah, might want to move that pillow.
There's the country girl.
There's been a thought process that may be a better way to be married. Have her house and your house. Just live next door to each other. Go visit.
Yeah, but yes, so happy. Because they can get rid of you when they need to.
Yeah.
Sometimes
you can go back and do your stuff.
Yeah, well, it's just like this. It happened to me Saturday morning. So, Saturday morning for me, they had the dance recital in the afternoon with my niece and my mom and my sister. That was a 6-hour ordeal. The men go to the farm, but the recital thing wasn't till they weren't leaving till like 3. So I get up, think I've got my normal Saturday morning, get my cup of coffee, ease around, and I'm being rushed. And I'm looking around, and she goes, I've got that brunch. And I'm like, a brunch? What kind of brunch? And it was, for somebody else getting married. Everybody's getting married.
A lot of married.
And I said, and I thought to myself, oh no, it's the hostess with the mostest. and she's like, oh, you got to go. I said, where am I going? You know what I mean? Back to that again.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get out of here. Well, I don't. Where am I going? And well, you got to find something to do. Outside? No, away from here, like in another place.
Yeah.
So now because
you couldn't even go to the basement and hide?
No, well, no, because everything with the whole house has to be involved.
It was early, too,
So
wasn't it?
I just So I'm usually not interacting with you that early.
No, you're not.
And,
Caught me off guard.
So I just basically good news for Mom, because she too was probably ready for a break, and so I just said, well, looks like Dad and I are going to start out early, and
Heading down.
So I went over and hung out with them a little bit, then took Dad and we left, went and picked up my nephew and went on to the farm. Now, this is where I'm concerned about you and Terry and your family and the wedding party.
Okay.
Bubba, we've talked about this for years. We don't know how he does it, but Gary knows when we're at the property. I don't know how. I don't know. It's weird, really. I don't know how he knows.
Mm-hmm.
It's really strange.
Yeah, he comes with this deal. I don't know if there's any way around it.
So I go down there, to discover pretty quick that I was going to blow the carport off, and discovered the blower's gone. And of course, I called Gary, and hey, what y'all over at the farm? I said, yeah. I said, where's the blower? Oh, I got it down there at the lake. I said, well, that's going to be hard for me to use it when it's at the lake. And well, I mean, I got that blower for there. And I said, well, did I pay for it? No, you never did. You never did pay for it. I said, okay, well, I guess it's not mine then. But anyway, so
Gary took your blower for lack of payment.
Well, he claimed he claimed we needed one, and what he normally does is just on the invoice or something. Of course, I'd like to go back and revisit that. But anyway, because I find it odd that he wouldn't put that on the expense report, and that I didn't pay for it. Now, of course, I can't remember it.
Right.
But anyway, so and then he says, "Oh, what are you doing down there?" And I'm so sorry, Speedy. I am so sorry. I said, well, Dad, I'm down here with my nephew, my dad. You gonna be down there this weekend?
No.
And I said, no. I said, well, kinda. I said, actually,
Rick,
and
what have you done?
Look,
what have you done?
And all of a sudden, I went, speak. And he said, huh? I speak. And I tried to catch myself. I mean,
well, you're gonna tell him because he'll be calling you, telling you there's trespassers.
And I said, Gary, Speedy and his wife and the wedding party, some of the wedding party is going to be at the farm this weekend. You talking about they're going to be down at the farm this weekend? I said, well, definitely Friday night. Friday night. He said, I'd hate for something to scare him. And I was like, well, Gary, please.
Yeah, I'd hate it too.
Will you please commit to me you'll leave Speedy?
I feel like
it's
the night
somebody's
before
wedding.
that wedding is going to be horrific.
It's somebody's wedding, Gary.
Right.
At some point, you have to say no.
Right. What
time do you think they're going to be here? I don't know, Gary. I have no idea. So I just want to.
What's his?
And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have told him. But he knows y'all going to be there.
What's his kryptonite? Is it the wives?
Yeah,
is he scared of them?
Now I tell you, if you want to stop him, okay. I'd like to say that he's afraid of Terry, but he doesn't know Terry that well.
Yeah.
Well, now I know whether y'all been down there or whatever. But he's terrified of Sherry.
Okay. Could I fake a phone call with Sherry like she's on the phone with me?
Well, you could, yeah.
And
because
I'm good at that.
Or Al Rhea.
Yeah. So if he's anything going on, so we down here. It's really nice. Sherry's kind of cooking for us. Something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like Sherry's there.
Yeah. He's terrified of Sherry.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's good.
That's.
I saw the tree that he trimmed
right,
without her
easy,
permission.
Easy. Oop up.
Okay, sorry.
That is the no topic. We do not bring that up. So really, I thought other than a dead bird,
I thought it went well.
I thought Camp House.
She loved riding around, looking at the property and all that.
Bubba, Speedy's in a bind. She was like, "This is what I've been talking about." And then I started talking about what fun we have down there.
I know.
And all that.
Thanks, buddy.
Took her up there. Said, "Now if we build a house, we'll put it right up here."
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
though he still had, 5 blocked arteries. I'd be 5.
Yeah.
But and of course, when he has his checkups now, they're like, hey, he's doing great. So, but
Rick, did I make this
But I
up?
saw what he had to go through to get there, and I'd rather not have that.
No. Rick, did I make this up? It seems
I can't
like
breathe.
when we were kids, did Mother used to volunteer for us to go around and collect money for the Heart Fund? Do you remember that? She gave us that envelope. We'd had to go to people's doors.
I do not.
You don't remember? I remember doing that because I dread.
Wait a minute, because I remember I went to.
Wait a minute.
It was some business in Pascagoula, Wilburn Music City.
Yes.
and I went by and they.
Y'all
never
I had a
brought that
weird
up.
dream, but I think around summertime because we hated doing it. Mother always
Sure wasn't
volunteered.
cancer.
It may have been. It was one of them.
I
I think one of my buddies was trying to be cute, and we were knocking on the door. And he said, "Won't we say have a heart, don't fart?"
Okay, well,
Ryan,
then,
remember
remember that may be.
That's a true story, by the way.
Okay, well then you know what? Then it may be hard
because I'd recruit with my buddies to go with me, and we'd knock on people's door, and they'd look at us and give us like 50 cents or something.
Can I tell you why I don't recall?
I'm gonna ask Mother.
Hey, can I tell you why I don't recall it? Because obviously, whenever I was given the envelope,
you pawned it off on me.
I think so.
Yeah.
Hey,
Maybe
Mom,
that's why I
Hey,
remember.
Mom says she wants you to do this. She got something else she wants me to do.
Yeah, maybe that's why I remember.
I think that probably happened.
Yeah,
hey,
Greg, you're doing this
Hey, you got to
again.
hit Chi Hall 1. I'm supposed to stay here and rake leaves.
That's probably it. There was one envelope, and I ended up with it.
Of course, Greg should have realized that we never rake leaves, but it always worked.
Yeah, I wasn't
Sure.
smart. Yeah.
How about this? My dad, and I'm not saying it's the right thing, and I've told you this before, our dad did not, and think about what a hard-nosed dude he was. He did not adhere to making your kids be involved in yard and slave work. He never did it.
You know why? Because he wanted it done right.
Right. He wanted it done right. And you know what else? You know what I hear him tell my mom? There's going to come a day when they're going to have to deal with all this crap. This is one of the great things about being a kid. That day's coming. They're going to have to deal with it when they're men, have families, have to do all that. How about this? I'll bring the thing home from the high school, and I'll do a riding lawnmower. All they're going to do is tear up the lawnmower anyway.
Yeah, and he was right.
Well, my dad had a slightly different take on that, Rick. He felt that way about working.
Right.
And I was discouraged from getting a job that, like a job you go to work.
Yeah, right.
But now he did believe firmly on you cutting the grass and
Right.
weed eating and possibly 2 or 3 neighbors.
Right.
If you wanted to make extra money.
Well, let me tell you what's funny and this is classic Bill Burgess, classic, and I'll be very sensitive about this. He would always point out to a family in our neighborhood that the sons were constantly doing that, and they turned out to be terrible people.
They did.
I don't think it necessarily makes you morally well
No,
to do
that's what I'm
that.
talking about. But no, you got to understand how he works. In his mind, he's like, you see that right there? He said, my gosh, every time I turn around after doing something, ain't neither one worth a crap. You know what I mean? But that didn't mean that we weren't told to do things. You still lived under his dictatorship. I'm going back to this, Greg. I'm not sure it was that big a deal. I think he liked and was riding lawnmower and thinking about stuff. Yeah.
And he's that guy, though.
Can I
If
tell
he
you
wants
that?
it done right, he wants to do it himself.
He does.
Cutting
He's
grass-
not big on asking for other people's opinion.
Cutting grass is a great time to think about
Oh,
things.
isn't it?
If it doesn't tear your allergies up too bad.
But I think the real thing was, see, my dad in a brilliant
Riding
move,
on a tractor is much better than pushing a lawn boy. I will tell you.
well, in a
that.
brilliant move, and we had a gigantic yard. We had a
we
speedy.
did too.
We had a speedy type yard. Is that he would just bring home the John Deere from the high school. You know, that they used
Ours
to cut,
was on a hill too.
that he used to cut the football field with. So he would just simply take it, go out there and knock it out, and then take it back up to the school.
And he also wouldn't trust us with it.
Well, you can do that if you win a lot. He did. You know what I mean? I mean,
take it, coach.
If you're a 500 coach, you don't carry property home.
Now
from
you
the
drop a 3 and 7 on there, and you get your own line. That is so true. Yeah, no. At one time at the high school he coached, he could do whatever he wanted. He deer hunt a little bit before school.
Didn't have a class.
He didn't have a class. All he did was coach. We'll be back. And we thank you for being with us today. All right, we were talking about this, and I heard the kickoff hour mention this, and I'm with Bubba. I thought it was apropos that it was mentioned by Speedy, and that is that there are hosts that have been called to host Thanksgiving dinner, and they're charging their family a fee to come there because of the cost that they consume. And we are back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Today is another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. And today at our participating Buffalo Wild Wings, eat delicious food, 10% will benefit Mercy Deliverance Ministries. Find out more about them by going to mercydm.org, and you'll be raising money for another great ministry. I do want to point you to keeps.com/Bubba. That word keeps, why they name it that? Because keep your hair. There's look, you've got treatments out there now that can help, and keeps.com/Bubba may be exactly what you're looking for. And the key is, go ahead and start working. If you start seeing that you are having some tough spots or whatever, you're seeing that in the mirror, go ahead and jump on it and start working with Keeps and keep your hair. It can help. So go to keeps.com/Bubba. And you can find your answers. I know that hey, we're some of us are checking on it. We're getting it. We're looking at it. Just because the key is to get out in front of it. And keeps.com/Bubba will get you 50% off your first order. They have also a full product line. They've got some thickening shampoos, conditioner, and all kinds of hair products. But the prescriptions that they use the generic form, so that they cost about half. You've got a physician that's going to deal with you. It's all discreetly done from your own home. They can ship it all right to you. They just need you to answer a few questions. And then the doctor is available to you 24/7, tracking your progress. You can track it too. It's got some tracking tools that's part of their package. So go to keeps.com/Bubba now, or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Don't feel like that you're hopeless. There is hope for you to keep the hair that you got. Hair today, hair tomorrow. All right, so now I know the kickoff hour touched on this a little bit. I heard that coming in, but this weekend there was a golf tournament.
Yeah, the PGA Championship. Held in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm. One of the big four, right?
Yeah, this was wasn't this the one that got moved from Trump's venue? And there was some dust up about all of that. But as far as on the golf course, Justin Thomas won a playoff to take that championship. One of the stories everybody was watching, though, even as exciting as that was, we had a guy who basically had the tournament won on 18 and blew it to open this up for a playoff. And but Tiger was in it, and I saw a highlight, I guess it was Friday night, and I was telling my son Hunter, I said, look, he is grimacing in pain. It just didn't look good. And then Saturday, I didn't get to see any of that round because we were off doing wedding stuff, and I'm practicing up for Tyler.
Good.
So,
I saw some footage from the reception.
Yeah, we're having a little fun there. And I heard that like Tiger shot a 12 over or something.
He shot 79, I think. Yeah, and ended up withdrawing because of the pain that he was enduring over the last few days.
When you watch somebody walk or do something, you're like, man, that looks like that hurts. Every time he would swing
y'all see
or
that
walk,
with me walking through here to the bathroom.
He just seemed like he was in so much pain. It was just so uncomfortable.
What was it hurting him the most?
Bubba, have you not heard?
Right back or?
Monkeypox.
Oh, really?
From the wreck, it's his right leg.
Tiger Woods has monkeypox.
He only made the cut by one stroke. It wasn't like we were going to watch Tiger win a tournament. And I think
but it was good for TV viewing and general tournament that he made the cut. I mean, everybody.
Well, when he was
playing there.
when he was playing on Saturday, wasn't a whole lot of people getting to watch because it was so early.
And it was weird because the temperature Thursday, Friday was so nice. It was in the 90s, a little warm. And then all of a sudden the front came through and it turned into it's in the 50s with 14-mile-per-hour wind out of the north. So everybody's now bundled up and cold. And so it was a totally different experience over the weekend.
And if you got joints hurting, that's not the weather for you.
No, that's
right
not
there.
going to be. That's not going to work.
Yeah, no.
That's not going to work.
But you did. Now, I will say this about Justin Thomas and the tournament in general. He was 7 down when they started on Sunday.
Yeah.
And he came back and nearly won it outright just because guys kept messing up. But the Zalatoris kid made a nice putt at the end on 18 to force a playoff. And then this poor kid, I don't know how to say his last name, Mito Pereira.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious, Rick. You're talking about a choke job.
Really?
I mean, he gets on 18, and he's one shot lead. All he's got to do is par, and he hits it in the creek.
Yeah.
And it's like, goodness gracious. Then he has an opportunity to at least get in the playoff and hits a bad second shot
after he's already dropped out of the creek. It was horrible to watch unfold.
So you're saying
this is going to be a
he
life
was playing
changer.
like me, basically.
This guy never won a tournament, I don't believe, and this is going to be a life changer for him. And all he's got to do is what he has done a million times before, and that pressure just got to him.
Well,
goodness gracious,
it's so hard to win a
heartbreaking.
major with both hands around your throat.
Yeah, hard to swing a club, Rick. It really is.
It really is. And then the thing I heard you guys talking about too was, and this is that thing like, when we had John Fogerty being sued because he sounded too much like himself.
Yeah. Right.
So Jack Nicklaus is being sued by Nicklaus companies for breach of contract?
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
So was this, I heard you guys talk about it, and I've read the story, is it Nicklaus companies said, hey, Jack, we're going to pay you, this amount of money, nice amount, but we got to have some appearances and we got to have you doing certain things.
Rick, $145 million
in
2007.
And they're saying that Jack, even though he's older, but this is what he committed to, he's not, they allege, because I don't know the truth, they're alleging that he's not upholding his end of the deal.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah, and the deal was...
You're not letting us use you enough.
And they said in one occasion directly working against the company.
See, that's not good.
No.
So his company, of course, has... they have clubs, they have eyewear, they have golf course design, licensed apparel, artwork, other goods and services. Is this a company he started and then sold?
I don't know if he sold it or not. I don't know.
In 2007, they paid him $145 million to provide exclusive services for them, which was a conglomerate of his Golden Bear.
Are they just not getting mad about it?
International, whatever. Well, apparently over the years he has not held up to his end of the bargain, and so that's why they're suing him.
Can I tell you? And I hate to do this. Is
They
this
allege.
like we know Dan Moultrie?
Yeah,
and we know that
That's a great example, by the way.
Yeah, we know that
I think that's exactly what this is.
That Moultrie's company has been bought and sold several times, and a lot of times when it's bought, they will retain Dan, even though he's sold the company, and with his name on it. Now you got to do some gripping and grinning for us and do some marketing, and we'll pay you this fee
on top of buying
the company. Is that what they did here?
I think that's what's going on.
I think that's a fair assumption, Rick, not knowing the details for sure.
And they're saying Jack's not doing what he said he would do.
Pulling,
right.
The Golden Bear?
Yeah.
And we've had several of these. Scotty Mayfield, I think, was involved in the same deal. They sell their company.
Did he not get out and do enough tastings?
Well, he's been out. Doing their deal.
He had that bow tie.
Oh, the sweetest deal you can get is to get the profit from selling the company that you built, and then for them to pay you to stay and
be a consultant
and do some marketing and consulting, and that's a sweet deal. Of course, now you got to hold up your end of the bargain.
Yeah, you do have to show up.
And maybe he is, maybe he isn't, but that's what they're alleging, right?
He's the only one I think of the legends that we never got to meet at the Regents tradition. All the rest of them made it at least once.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Or take on, I should say, for the ingredients in the meal. But here's a bizarre concept, because at our family, what we do is you do the turkey, I'll do the dressing.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's ours too. And here's the menu list.
It's volunteer socialism, Rick, which is okay.
Yeah, right.
As long as it's not mandated.
I kind of looked down on this concept when we first started talking about it. But the more we got into it, I thought, what a great deal. Because you don't have the baked beans and crock pot of mac and cheese in the floor on the way to Gadsden. You ain't got to worry about that. I just go in and pay. Somebody's already knocked it out.
I was amazed that Greg said he had a crock pot with a lock and lid. I've never seen that.
Oh, yeah.
Not that I play with a lot of crock pots.
Yeah, you kind of.
It's a great invention.
Oh, it's the greatest. I bought it just for holidays.
You used to have to put tape over it.
Right. Yeah.
No.
We put them in a box and put towels over.
Laundry
it.
basket. We'd use our laundry basket.
Yeah. They just snap on that one with towels in it.
See, this really ought to be right up your alley.
I'm getting excited because this is a turnkey deal. Let me tell you something. If we had a family member that says you don't have to bring anything, you don't have to host it, you don't have to do anything. If you'll give me $25, it's handled. That's the best $25 I could ever spend.
Well,
we have
on.
We've done a few catering.
Speedy's mad he's not hosting this year.
I love catering. People.
We used to do that with our buddy Luther, not the one that ran, but the other Luther.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. So I don't look. I've never had a problem with catered. Yeah. Matter of fact, I thought I had a.
He did a great deal too.
I thought I had a turnkey on the turkey this time, but everybody has their own thing, and of course you love the fried turkey is good and all that. But we always, every year, have along with it, we always have one traditional turkey, meaning it's brined, it's roasted, and you always have that in the mix, and that's always our assignment. Well, this year, since I'll be leaving the show early today, and it's nothing serious, we hope, nothing like that, but it still will take some recovery. My wife is having surgery today, so I won't be here for the last hour today. So we weren't sure about her recovery, and she's usually the hostess with the mostest. In modern times, we host Thanksgiving almost every year. Mm-hmm. So this time we're kicking back up to Mama's because didn't want to put that on Sherry in case the recovery takes longer than we thought or whatever. So we still have been assigned the turkey. Well, I thought, I'll knock that out with no problem. And so you know how I love New York Butcher Shop. It's my favorite place on the planet to get meats. Where we live, and so I'm doing a commercial for them about hey, they prepare turkeys, right? And I said, well, this is done. Yeah, this is done. I talked to Sherry. Hey, we got options. They can brine a turkey that we just have to cook, but you don't have to do the brining process, so that'll knock all that out. We just got to put it in the oven and cook it. I said they'll cook one for us, but it's going to be smoked. Oh no, I don't want to smoke turkey. But I mean, it could be already cooked. You know what I mean? And we just take it up. No, nobody wants smoked turkey. We always have a brined roasted turkey to go with. That's what we always bring. Okay. So I'm still going to have to deal with cooking it a little bit, but at least all the preparation will be done.
Well, we started.
I really want to take that next step though, and it already be cooked.
When we got our master built fryer, it changed everything because I can do that, goofy as I am.
Yeah.
And boy, it's good. Yeah. Oh, man, it's good.
Yeah. So
it's almost as easy as having it catered.
No, it's fantastic, but there are certain traditions
I know.
That my wife is not going to move on. You know what I mean?
You know this story.
And a brined roasted turkey apparently is one of them.
Now, it is kind of funny to think about.
It is good.
You show up at Nana's house, and it's $10 to get in, $30 to eat. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a
cover charge.
But it's the figures in here, and I don't know. Again, I don't cook a lot, so I don't shop a lot, so I don't know. But they said the average cost of Thanksgiving dinner for 10 people is $49.
No, they're out of their mind.
Crazy.
Who came up with that's a low number?
About everything.
That's what it says. And it's down 75 cents from last year, according to the American Farm Bureau Federation.
Somebody give me an average cost
in the USA Today.
Hey, they must not go back for seconds. We go for seconds and thirds.
Guys,
we eat a week off.
If you're getting turkey for that 10 people, you're at $50.
Yeah. How in the world did they come up with that?
I mean, that's that
bogus.
What is this? What is this? A bunch of grasshoppers? What is this?
Must be.
Yeah,
this must be a California Thanksgiving.
And there's
bunch
so
of
much
weeds.
There's so much more that goes into hosting than just the food too.
Oh,
my goodness gracious!
And your wife's got to have the house perfect.
Oh my goodness! Now we're doing it
all.
Hey,
look, the prepping the house for company to me is I hate everything.
Oh yeah.
Because your wife just goes into some kind of bizarre mode. I'm like, honey, your house is fine. Nobody cares about these things you think everybody cares about.
I know.
Yeah.
You're cleaning rooms. Nobody's going in.
Right. Nobody cares about this. Shut that door.
Right.
Yeah.
It's.
And that's what I said. I said,
you
who's
move,
going to walk in here?
And I know y'all's wives do like mine. They move everything that you normally have in a place.
Thank you.
So the next time you try to go to work or something that ain't there, it's been stuck in a drawer somewhere and you can't find it. And then you have to go buy another one, and then you find it 3 months later.
Yeah, while productive, if Terry ever cleans out a drawer or something that we have just miscellaneous stuff in that I knew where it was, I'm like, oh no.
It's like
it's gone forever. Where is it?
I do like cleaning out drawers where Betty has stacked things because it's like going to a yard sale and I don't have to buy anything.
That's exactly right.
It's
somebody run the
kind
number.
of a grab bag.
20 times $1.60.
You got it.
20 times $1.60. $1 would be 20, and then it'd be 26.
Wish I was smart enough to do it in my head.
I know.
God, so guys, we're already at $30 on the turkey.
$32.
Yeah, we're at $32 if you just get a 20-pound turkey. Guys, you're not feeding everybody for $49.
No.
Where do they get that number at? That cannot. I mean,
again, nobody's going back for seconds.
Is there no turkey?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's what they said.
You know what else? When you're the host family, and y'all all know this, the dreaded extra tables. Because you know what you do? You have those put up somewhere because you don't like them being in the middle of everything. Yeah. Okay. It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get the phone calls coming up this hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. as we start a brand new hour. A new edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is out. If you didn't catch it this weekend, we interviewed Brian Chesney, pastor of discipleship out of Valleydale Church in Birmingham, Alabama, my home church. The fastest growing religion, and quotes are around that, in our country is secularism. That is there's nothing after this, so this is the only life you got. And we unpack some of the other impacts and the looks at our society. Important to note because it's helpful when dealing. Also, charity charge going on today at Buffalo Wild Wings, all the participating locations. Go by and grab yourself some food and help another great ministry. And you can do all that at the participating locations. And we added a new one to the participating list, Chelsea, Alabama on Highway 280. So that ought to help. And welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, as we continue to look at the state of our country, this story right here is not this is not going to help.
Well, this is one of these tightrope deals. You don't know how this thing's going to play out. Colorado Springs over the weekend, the U.S. Air Force had their graduation ceremony. There were 4 cadets who had refused to get vaccinated, and they really didn't know what they were going to do with them. One of them ended up getting the vaccine at the last minute, went right into the ceremony, no problem. What they decided on the other 3 cadets, and according to sources inside, this was not even decided until Friday, they were allowed to graduate with a Bachelor of Science degree, but they will not be commissioned in the United States Air Force as long as they remain unvaccinated. A decision on if they will have to reimburse the United States for their education cost in lieu of service will be made by the Secretary of the Air Force. Earlier this week, U.S. Representative Doug Lamborn, he, I guess is from that area, represents that area, sent a letter to the Air Force superintendent asking him to change his mind about the cadets' ability to graduate. You know, at one point they said they weren't even going to let them graduate. So there was some type of compromise, I guess, worked out there. So they graduated but won't be commissioned until they get vaccinated because gosh knows we need more of that.
Well, I'm a little confused by that because, again, the vaccine doesn't keep you from catching it or passing it. And we have treatments, antivirals, available now that if you do get it and you're given those early, they seem to be having great success. I'm assuming these people are relatively young and healthy, or they wouldn't be serving, would they?
Yeah, and we've got the second generation of the infusion that they give, ready for variants now past Omicron. And but I think this is one of those things where they set a rule early, and now the Air Force is kind of like, what are we going to do? Are we going to, if we don't hold the line on this, we look like we've caved, and
Now, did you see the? Now, keep in mind, now these are the people that we're training to fight war against people who would wage war against us, or to go and protect our interests around the world.
Yes,
is that accurate?
That is correct. Very correct.
Yeah. Did you see the other one that in the Army, if you're trans? Now, first of all, should that even be allowed in the Army? Okay, if you want to do that in your private life, fine. And your feelings are hurt, or you're upset about where we have you stationed and the state laws about their bathrooms and everything make you feel bad, we will now transfer you to serve us to a state that accommodates you better. Does that make everybody sleep peaceful tonight? Now, I want you to think about that.
Wow.
First of all,
I want to ask you, how accommodating do you think the Russians will be in the Gulag?
Not very.
Ask the guy that just got out what his stay there was like. Do you see that?
Boy,
he opened up about it this weekend.
Oh, I didn't see it, but
not
I can
accommodating at all, Rick.
Not
at all.
Yeah.
No.
Now, I'm going to say that again. We are trying, and this has been more than long ago, and I didn't come up with this statement. I remember the first time I heard it. We are trying some of these bizarre social experiments, and it's bad for it to be tried just out here where everybody lives, but it's real bad if you take this and try to go inside the military setup and continue this lunacy. Again, if you say, I'm confused about my gender and I want to live a different gender than I am biologically in your private life, you know what? If you think you need some help, we're here to help you. But if you don't, you think that's all right and you can function, go for it. Yep. But there's certain things in the military. First of all, why are we even allowing this at all in the military? of the confusion that it causes. And now we're saying, well, now if we've got you stationed, I assume we have you stationed where we think we need you stationed, right?
Yeah, you would think so. That's why you assign somebody there, because of your job and your skill
Right.
and what you're doing.
If you don't think it's a trans-friendly state, the military says, well, just let us know if you're bothered, and we'll transfer you somewhere else to make you more comfortable. Wow. In the Army. Is this even
fighting the Chinese defending Taiwan? How will that be? Will you be uncomfortable there? You think?
And if you won't take this vax, then you can't serve our country either. Even though there doesn't really seem to be anything grave that is going to affect other people if you don't get vaxxed. Now that we know what we know.
How about this? Maybe that was an issue when we were having an outbreak. It's not an issue now.
No.
So what's the big whoop?
Do you think now?
And let me ask you this: just as far as if I'm commanding a force, any type of military force, and we have a vaccine come out, and there are some issues with it. Overall, it appears to be safe, but some, wouldn't I just to cover myself in all aspects, because we don't know down the line what's going to happen from vaccine. We don't know what's going to happen down the line from people who had COVID, okay?
No.
We don't know what's going to happen 10, 20 years from now.
And that's the only thing that's really true.
If I'm in charge of a fighting force, would I not prefer that some be vaccinated, some not? In case it goes south and go, well,
either one
everybody should have got vaccinated, but the good news is we have people that were, or, the vaccine took a turn. I'm glad some people didn't get it. They'll be able to continue fighting. I mean, just play the odds is what I'm saying. Play the numbers on it.
Well, and I told y'all
Wouldn't
this.
you?
Yeah, I told y'all this over the weekend. And look, it's rare, and I'm glad it's rare, and I hope it stays rare. But I'm we have a situation that we know personally right now that a perfectly healthy person got pressure to take a vaccine, even though they were perfectly healthy, wanted to go that way in order to go to a place they wanted to go and felt called to go to, and they took the vaccine and adhered to it and had a terrible reaction to it. I mean, life-altering reaction, okay, like I don't have my life anymore,
right?
Okay, and there's no one denying that it was the vaccine and the reaction that caused it, and it is very rare, and everybody should make their decisions based on what you think is right. So all I'm saying is, when you start forcing people to do something that may be due to their health situation, now it's becoming an unnecessary risk.
Right.
And you said it right. We've said this from the beginning. The one thing that we can all say, and if you don't say this, you're just not telling the truth, we don't know the long-term effects of any of this.
No.
The virus or the treatments.
Or either one. Either one.
And now we're seeing that there are some long-term effects from the virus that we are seeing that we're finding out that are bad.
Yeah.
And then hope, but again, that's rare too, and I hope that stays rare. And we see in some cases that people who, what I don't like is when we act like that if you are forced to take a vaccine, there's zero chance that it could be bad for you. There's zero.
Yeah.
And
well, Rick, here's the thing.
Let's be honest, so everybody can make wise decisions. You could look at that and go, well, there's a chance, but it's not much of one. Okay. Or here's the real deal. Here's the numbers.
On a much smaller, less important scale.
Yeah.
Let me completely set this up.
Right.
When we used to have our tennis teams going to state, I really never wanted everybody to eat at one place or eat the same thing, because what if somebody gets sick?
See there?
It happens.
Look at Bussy, always thinking.
Yep, you got. I like that diversity a little bit.
He would, by the way.
Yeah, he would.
Well, you got to think these things through. That's how you become a champion. Right?
Yeah, you talking about actually thinking things through as opposed to let me react to everyone's.
You play for every scenario, because it just takes you one time that your whole team's sick, and you go, well, that was we don't need that to happen again.
Now back to the serious, and and I understand the strategy and I understand the comparison, but back to the serious. The rest of the world is laughing at us. Yeah. We are a laughing stock.
Yes, we are.
It's crazy.
An absolute laughing stock. And the fact that we're now saying, are your feelings getting hurt, trans person in the Army? Well, let us know where you want to go. I can't even. I mean, it's what are we doing? I mean, so we'll come back and we'll do our first phone segment of the week. At 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Make us proud.
Make us proud, phone.
We know Mondays are tough.
I know. And you it's like pulling teeth, Bubba.
Yeah, no pun intended.
Yeah.
Or falling teeth out.
So we'll do this next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All lines are available. We'll chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
So what happens? The time you put it up, I try to remember this next year, Rick. Don't put this here. Because you're gonna hate yourself when you have to go get it.
Yeah,
you screw the legs back on, drag it in here. Are the worst? It's at another location.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, go to some storage building, or you got to go to that's down at the farm. You got to go get that and bring that back, and we got to clean it. We got to have an extra table. We got to move this couch, and we got to do. I hate all that.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick,
well, you go to your dining room table first. That's where the elders of the family sit.
I enjoy that table.
Your overflow is the kitchen table, and then kids get the card table, fold out, and you have to wait for someone to die to move up the chain.
No question.
Everybody knows that.
And you go to that main table and you pull it apart and you got to find where you put the leaf at to make it look bigger. And you don't remember where you stored it.
Yeah. Oh, and don't forget this: when your wife tries to figure out if you do both families, which is what we normally do, we're not this year, but we do both families. She wants it set up so everybody gets to visit with everybody. Well, honey, that's impossible since people are going to be in 3 different places.
Yeah.
You know, no.
But do you remember when you used to eat at the card table and the first time, like Uncle Thomas died, and you got to move up to the kitchen table, and you knew you were only a wedding or funeral two away from getting to the main table?
Well, you know what it was, Bubba? I hate to say this. It was that little glimmer that made you feel a little bit better at the funeral.
Yeah.
Thinking at least I move up.
Yeah, you thought to yourself, I'll miss Uncle Joe, but I do get his spot.
Or at least I get to move up.
Right. I don't have to look at cartoons on the table anymore.
They put you
my
with
gosh,
and the little
I'm 31.
The little kids with the sippy cups.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God.
And they making a mess.
Sippy cup
They're making
table.
a mess of that
Stuff floating in them sippy cups. To clarify the story, because some of you, I know you can't believe the numbers either. You keep calling saying that the story was read wrong, that it's actually $49 a person.
I know you think we're a moron for that. I got you,
But it's not. That's
we
not-
did too. That's why we kept saying it doesn't make sense.
But that's not what the story says. And now somebody just said,
I think somebody who wrote this story got their information wrong and misunderstood it, and they have written the story incorrectly. That's what I think.
well,
There's no way you cook a dinner for 10 for $49. It's hard to have a hot dog cooked.
Yeah,
out for
and
that.
I'm rounding off here, getting close. It would break it down to about $4.95 per person
for a Thanksgiving meal with turkey dressing and the rolls.
Because the scenario
a Happy Meal for that.
Because the scenario in that was that grandma or whoever it was charging $30 a plate, $10 for the kids or whatever. So if she had dinner for 10 at $30, then she's making $300. So it's a profit of about $250.
But it's not.
This particular story comes from Fox News, and they quote, what's the group here? The American Farm Bureau Federation.
Now, what does that got to do with it?
Well,
they're the ones that did the study on it, or keep the numbers.
Let me quote the Rick and Bubba.
And then they're quoting the USA Today. So there's several groups.
Well, they can all have a Coke and a smile because any of us that have hosted Thanksgiving, you can't host 10 people and your cost be $49.95. I mean, you
negative.
Negative. Somebody says I cook for 10 people every year. It costs a little over $200.
I would say that's
we have another person says, well, wait a minute. I got a 14-pound turkey from Publix for $8. 14-pound turkey is not going to feed 10 people. So anyway, matter of fact, you're going to have a lot of frustrated Burgess as you try that move.
Yeah.
We'll take a 14-pound bird and laugh at it.
How about this? Even with a 14-pound bird and all the fixings, you're going to go over $49 for 10 people.
Even at $8. We're starting on
Got
turkey.
that right.
So there.
And plus,
I didn't like turkey for the longest time.
I love it
because it was
much as chicken.
No, but
I think it was overcooked, or frying them is a game changer for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really good now.
That's good.
All right, in order.
I like them smoked.
In order, I need you to rate chicken, turkey, and ham.
Ham's last.
Okay.
I'm not a big.
Are we
ham
talking
guy.
about on Thanksgiving or any given day?
Well,
I will say this.
I mean,
this bunch across the street, that's a good ham.
It is.
Have you seen the traffic jam when everybody
Yes.
goes?
Oh,
to fix
yeah.
it?
It's a good ham.
They got the police out there.
It's a good ham.
Well,
That's a good ham.
That crispy edge on
Golly. And I don't like ham, but I like that one.
So you're going to go chicken, turkey, ham.
You talking about for the holidays or just life?
Just, I guess, in general.
Because for the holiday, I got to move
What were
turkey
my
up.
choices
All right,
again? Turkey, ham, and
how
what?
about this? You got
Chicken.
sandwich meat, and you're making a sandwich.
Oh.
Are you going to go
Turkey.
Okay.
I like turkey better as a sandwich, but I like chicken better if it's my meal.
Is
You
it
see what I'm
fried or
saying?
the other way? The turkey.
Yeah,
However you want it.
Yeah, however you want it.
So if you could eliminate one, you're eliminating ham.
Ham out.
Ham,
I am
would
too.
agree. I don't
I'm
like
the
the
same
little
way.
fat in the ham.
Be careful.
What am I, a kid?
Yeah,
I know.
How about this?
Now, you talking about sandwich meat, or you talking about that stuff over here across the road?
I'm talking about there's a
Yeah,
big, there's
even
a
if I'm going to eat ham, it's that one. But if I've got to eliminate one, ham's out.
Bubba,
Speedy, you know what I would do? Eat all three.
right. Well, let's say hey, Greg, let me put it to you this way: you walk into a room.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
21 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Your phone calls are coming in, and so we'll chat with you. Let's start with Doc out of the great state of Florida. Doc, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. If you want to join us, you can get into it 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got room for you. Doc, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just want to say this is a very common story in the military, and I experience it. A lot of people do also. We have been to the point where when, like, wives are giving birth to their children and stuff like that, soldiers have not been able to been there because military has a mission and everything. But yet they're going to accommodate some person because they're offended by the bathroom laws.
Oh, my goodness.
That they're going to go ahead and transfer them somewhere else. You know, if they have so much a problem with where they had to go to the bathroom, why don't they just hit the wood line where they can squat or stand? It don't matter.
There was a time when we committed to the military, whether we were drafted or we volunteered. We kind of knew that we were entering into a society that has a different goal than the general society, and it would require some sacrifice on our part. And if we couldn't quite do that, if they don't draft you, then I wouldn't volunteer to begin with.
Yeah, I hate to go back and quote the great late Rush Limbaugh, but the military's job is to kill people and break things.
Correct.
Okay, and we need to let them do that with the greatest efficiency possible and not be doing social experiments on it.
These games that we're playing out here in the main society, man, you can't take those into something that's important. People are going to get killed unnecessarily, and it makes us less safe. Let's go to Randy and Calera. Randy, go ahead. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, good morning. Green Acres to you.
Hey, thanks for the call, buddy.
Hey, look, I just called for the heck of it. I just wanted you to congratulate me for leaving Miami, Florida after 61 years and moving to a beautiful Alabama, Alabama.
Let's give it up for Randy for leaving Miami. Moving to Bama.
Now, Randy, tell us why you wanted to get out of Miami.
Oh, man, my whole family's up here ever since Hurricane Andrew.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I'm happier than a sissy in boot camp.
That's good. I didn't see that coming. There was a time that analogy wouldn't have worked,
right,
but now it does. We continue. Cam, Trustful, ZZK. Go ahead, Cam.
Hey, what's up, guys? How are y'all?
Fired up.
Fired up. No, so I actually wanted just to comment on the cadet portion of the military. So I ended up having to take the vaccine myself, and it's not something that I wanted to do. But I think the biggest thing that you have to look at is the bigger picture behind it. So like North Korea having their own vaccine, it's a part of a warfare that we can assume that it was created in a lab. So I think the biggest reason a lot of the military is being forced to take it is because we have to prepare that that's our fighting force, and we have to make sure that everybody's protected in the military. I'm pro-choice on the vaccine, but I think that's the reason, the perspective behind it.
What did you think about Bubba's point, though, where there is a chance that people can have a negative reaction to the vaccine, though? Would you really go all in on something that...
I think my portion on that would be it's less than 1% is made up of the military. So, yes, we could have negative reactions to it, but I think the mindset behind it is why risk the only fighting force that we have over something that can potentially do it when it's a studied portion. Like I said, I didn't want to get the vaccine.
Yeah, well, my example on that wasn't necessarily the 1%, but it was for unknown future.
Down the road, yeah.
And we don't know. We don't know. We just don't know. And anybody that says they know what's going to happen, absolutely, I would not trust their opinion because nobody can know.
Well, and also, Cam, you do see as the American taxpayer, we are out here kind of going, boy, they're playing hardball on the vaccine for the reasons that you mentioned, which I do understand. But yet I can tell you I'm not comfortable with the bathroom situation. I can be transferred to where I'm more comfortable. I mean, it seems like it seems heavy-handed on one side.
Yeah, and then too light on the other.
Right. It seems like that's a little out of balance.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. So thanks, Cam. Appreciate you serving our country.
Yep, thank you very much.
Chris in Fort Rucker. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, I'm a retired Army lieutenant colonel, flew aviation, Desert Shield, Desert Storm, and they pumped us full of anthrax and gamma globulin and other things that were all experimental. I couldn't give blood for 30 years, okay? And I've been retired since 2001. So I understand that when you sign up and you're going to go do things, the Army and the military are going to do things that they think are going to keep the greater good safe. I'm not going to comment on the transgender stuff. I just won't do that.
Yeah, because that seems to violate your statement.
I'm not well, you know, I'm talking about, you know, the vaccines and those types of things. I'm not a vax guy. I got vaxxed because I still work for the government and I, you know, contractor, but I had to. So, you know, I'll let it go with that. But there's reasons why we sign up to do things, and you know, and we're going to sacrifice our bodies for the greater good of America. Literally, I mean, that's kind of
unless
a veteran. We write a blank check.
Unless you're transgender, then you don't have to sacrifice anything.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
That's you're putting words in my mouth because I was just really talking.
No,
about
those are words. Those are words coming out of my mouth because that's how, as a taxpayer, that's how I see it. I'm watching inconsistency here.
I agree with you. I just didn't really want to get into this.
It just seems like they're telling people who are concerned with vax,
Right.
get over it, and people who are concerned with the bathroom will work it out.
Seems inconsistent, which I think leads to chaos. I don't have a problem with a military person going, we're going to vaccinate them because that's our call, and they know that they sacrificed, to your point, getting in the military. Got it. And I'll tell you one thing, you leave your transgender preferences at the door when you sign up too. Oh, wow, so you're consistent. But what we don't like is, by golly, you'll get this vaccine and you'll like it and you'll quit complaining about it. I don't like my bathroom situation and I identify as a woman. Okay, well, let us know how we can accommodate you. See, it seems inconsistent to me.
Yeah.
Seems like two different militaries.
And you're right to a large degree. They're going to. I know people when they go overseas in the military, they get all kind of shots and things. But most of that stuff has been around for decades, and they know it.
Yeah.
The other is still new.
Yeah.
They just don't have the data.
And that's
on it
just
long term, and it may be fine, maybe absolutely fine.
But we certainly don't know.
Yeah.
Anonymous, go ahead. Anonymous caller.
Hi, Anonymous.
Oh, that's me probably.
Yes, it is.
Hey, yeah, so I actually serve active duty.
Thank you.
And it's kind of interesting to see all the politics being shoved into the military at the moment. And it's kind of disheartening because you kind of see where people fall on lines. And you really don't know who to defend, like who's actually both foreign and domestic enemies.
Boy.
So that's actually kind of making me nervous in the actual service nowadays because we're so divided, you really don't know who's going to turn on you in the military.
Yeah, that's sadly true. It's a good point, too. Sadly true. All right, we'll come back. Bill Maher on this topic has got himself in trouble again.
Oh, boy.
Bill Maher's actually becoming a free thinker.
Ron DeSantis, also a good clip from him coming up.
Yep. Well, we got that, so stay close. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There on the elders' table is a turkey, however you want it prepared.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a whole chicken, however you want it prepared, and there's a ham, however you want it.
I'm going with the turkey.
Is this Thanksgiving?
I'm going with the turkey.
Yeah,
Thanksgiving?
Our Christmas, either one.
You hear me?
But
I'm
it's an
going with
event.
yes. I'm
I
going
go
with the turkey.
I go turkey.
Me too. Yeah. Now I like
fried.
a honey crisp ham now.
Rick, the honey.
But now the second time around, I might get ham.
Now that's a good point.
If there's a crispy edge on it.
Sure.
It's not
if a
having
crispy edge is available, I'll do ham on round 2.
How about this?
Absolutely.
Is there anybody in your family that if the turkey the Thanksgiving presentation does not include a ham, it's a game changer?
Not me.
Oh, it is for us.
Got to have a ham?
We normally go
one
ham
that picks
as well.
ham first.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Big ham guy. And the Bodines are big on ham.
I'm not a big ham.
No, we talking about across the street ham, right?
Yeah.
That's a good ham.
That's the one to be sure.
That's a good ham. Hey, that's a good ham.
Yes,
but I just consider that ham a bonus. It's not a staple to me. I don't have to have him, but if he's there, I'm glad he came.
How about this? I got one when you did the going out for the week and everybody's getting everything ready. You know, and you have the various sandwiches you get from Boar's Head and all that. Always got to get a half pound of ham. He's going to have his ham.
Okay.
I'll say I never eat ham sliced ham sandwich meat. Never.
Oh,
never.
Boar's Head Honeycrisp ham. Watch
No,
it.
you're
I just
talking
don't. I
about
go
two
turkey
different
or
things.
chicken.
You're talking about the real
That's two
stuff
different
or this stuff you can see through in the pack.
No. If you go get Boar's Head,
That's almost like two different meats.
If you get Moore's Head honey maple ham, they take that big old ham that we
Right.
love with the
And
maple
put it on there.
and take it over there. We ain't talking about going to get the packs hanging up over there with Oscar Mayer on it. We're
But
talking
that's
about,
almost like two different meats.
It is.
It's like ham A, ham
no
B.
question.
You get it shaved or you get sandwich cut?
Sandwich cut. Don't like it shaved.
Shaved? Yeah, I got to be in the mood.
You know what I like at the Boar's Head
Well,
counter?
I dropped too much out of it.
Can I tell you what I like at the Boar's Head counter? I like when they ask me if I want a sample.
I do too.
Okay.
Do you think when they see me, they know the answer?
Oh yeah, here you go, buddy. Here's your two.
Have you ever just walked back and forth through a food court at a mall to have lunch on samples?
You can. But what here? I don't know what.
You want a sample? It's real
It's new because we have
I learned that from Speedy.
We have a Publix near our house, where shopping is a pleasure, and so I always
they'll have a little snack in
every week either Sherry or me will make our round to the Boar's Head Deli. So it hasn't always been that way, but I want to say this publicly. I don't know who it was who came up with the idea when you say I'll take a pound of sandwich slice oven roasted turkey.
Yeah, we do the Cajun chicken a lot.
Yeah, we do that, and we also do the honey and then a half a pound of honey maple ham.
Yep.
I don't know who you were, but you need to be heralded by everyone who said it started relatively in the last probably year when they would say they cut the first slice. Say, is this about how you want it? Yes.
Yeah.
Would you like to have this? I don't know who started that.
They give you the end piece.
Yeah, I don't know who started it, but on behalf of all of us, thank you.
Yeah,
that was well done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you get all that skin on that one, all the outside
So
part.
good. So thank you.
Crispy stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to have a sample? Yes, I would.
Now that
Yeah.
you
All
mention
right,
it.
so we're
Like
talking
bread,
about.
I like
Look, I'm the
end
guy.
piece.
I'm the guy that drinks the chocolate milk before I get to the counter. Of course I do.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right, so growing up, none of my food on the plate could touch.
That's
All
weird.
I'm
Absolutely
talking about
right.
It
I was
had
that
all-
way as a kid.
It
Put
had
it
to
all
be.
together.
It had to be.
Bubba, you're
now-
still like that.
Now
No,
I've noticed.
I'll let it run together.
Now I've noticed as an adult, I just pile it on,
Yeah,
and
you
I got
missed it.
stuff everywhere.
You missed it.
Yeah, and
You
I've
missed-
really tried to tan that down to my kids at a young age. If hey, look, like mix it all in. Hey,
I'm the
try
same
this
way.
and this, and they'll do it. And they're like, hey,
I couldn't have it touched. Though,
When I was a kid, I would have separate plates for different pieces.
Oh, you see?
Yeah. You know, my wife's one
But
of those.
now I just
Now I wish
it
I had
It looks like a-
sideboards on.
Yeah, it looks
My
like
wife-
an ant bed on my plate.
My wife and ham guy, that one of my sons. They're these people that you have a plate and they eat everything separate. And I mean, like in an
I used
order.
to do that, too.
They don't go bite of this, bite of that. They finish their meat, then they
No,
go.
I
eat this
do that
vegetable.
now. I think.
I hate that.
I used to do that.
You got to have it all together. It's all the flavors that make it happen.
Right.
Rick, I changed.
Oh, I got one of my three boys that they'll eat a hamburger first, and then they'll eat the fries.
The
I used
only
to do the
time
same
I'm like,
way.
get it all
My wife
together.
does
The
here. What are
only
we
time
doing?
where
do
I
that
do
too.
it in order is the hibachi because I eat it as they bring it out.
'Cause
I
you
don't
can't
wait
wait.
on everything.
Oh, you got to wait. You got to be disciplined.
But I'm not.
You ready for me on hibachi?
I started.
That's the only. That's the only time.
If my fork's long enough, I'll eat it off the grill.
Listen, you ready for me on? You ready for me
Alex
on?
ready.
And I'm a big hibachi guy. We've been to the hibachi so much because my kids love it. I don't
still
even
say.
go to the presentation.
Yeah.
Give me a table.
We do the
Bring
same.
it all out together.
We do the same.
I don't want to see. I know. I don't want to see the routine.
It depends
Just bring
what kind
food
of
out.
mood I'm in.
Brought that up to Terry the last time we were there. I said, you know what the Burgesses do? They just go
I
to
go
the
right-
table.
Yeah, oh, I prefer that. I've seen
Well,
the presentation.
hey, here's
And
why.
plus, I don't like having dinner with people I don't know.
Thank you. That's my biggest thing.
Right.
That's my biggest thing right there.
That's a good
If I can
point.
convince the kids that we've seen the volcano onion enough,
Yeah.
we're tabling it.
Yeah, because there's always that uncomfortable moment. That
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866. We Be Big is our number. We'll get back to talking with you later in the program. Still some topics we haven't touched on. You can bring up some if you'd like, and we'll get to those, but we're just working through them as we have them. All right, so this is Bill Maher. You know, Bill Maher he's gonna find himself in the Elon Musk world if he's not careful. Bill Maher is starting to actually look at these topics, and
He's asking some questions.
he's asking
Rick.
some questions. Now, certainly, he hasn't changed his view on God, and he and I would and you, Bubba, I'm sure we would disagree with Bill on a lot of things. But what Bill Maher, I will credit with him now. At least he's at least he doesn't. He's coming across less and less as a member of a tribe, and more as an individual who just has, points of views and observations that change based on the facts. And so he's about to take on one of those topics you can't touch. I mean, you can't go here, right now. And I've got a little bit of a warning for parents out there, and it's just going to be quick, but just a little reminder, as parent to parent, we're approaching the month of June, and so, but remember, the LGBTQ you plus, you cannot, you better be careful here. That's on the do not speak negatively about or ask any questions. You get in line, and you better be accepting. You better be celebrating, and you better get in line, and you better get your rainbows out. And if not, then you got trouble coming. So, speaking from experience, but Bill Maher is about to ask some questions about some of the claims and the things about, we got a whole month devoted to this coming up in June as a country, by the way. So here he goes making his comments. About the why is LGBTQ, why is that community doubling every generation? So here we go.
And finally, new rule: if something about the human race is changing at a previously unprecedented rate, we have to at least discuss it. Broken down over time, the LGBT population of America seems to be roughly doubling every generation. According to a recent Gallup poll, less than 1% of Americans born before 1946, that's Joe Biden's generation, identify that way. 2.6% of boomers do, 4.2% of Gen X, 10.5% of millennials, and 20.8% of Gen Z, which means if we follow this trajectory, we will all be gay in 2053. And then who's going to buy this chair? I'm just saying that when things change this much, this fast, people are allowed to ask, what's up with that? All the babies are in the wrong bodies? Was there a mix-up at the plant, like with Captain Crunch's Oops, All Berries? It wasn't that long ago when adults asked a kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? They meant, what profession?
Right. And so he's going to go to another part of it, and you see where he's headed with this. Is he's gonna uncomfortably say, is some of this just because it's become trendy, or because there really is? Anyway, so I'll let him finish.
Henderson is a prominent 71-year-old clinical psychologist who is herself transgender and who now says, I think it's gone too far. The LA Times summarizes, she's come to believe that some children identifying as trans are falling under the influence of their peers and social media. If you attend a small dinner party of typically very liberal, upper-income Angelenos, it is not uncommon to hear parents who each have a trans kid having a conversation about that. What are the odds of that happening in Youngstown, Ohio? If this spike in trans children is all natural, why is it regional? Either Ohio is shaming them or California is creating them.
Yeah. So you see what he's saying. These numbers may be more indicative of, I mean, guys, y'all know this. It's almost become mod and cool to claim that you're transgender, or to claim that you're one of these words, pansexual and whatever the plus thing means, and this has become something that is mod. And if you don't think young people and even parents who want to be sharp don't start thinking, I know it seems odd to us at our age and how we grew up, but this is actually very real. And Bill Maher has the audacity to
he'll
ask
be in
this
trouble
question.
for that, won't he?
And all right, so I want to, and that leads me to my warning. Okay. So over the weekend, I started seeing it, and these things started being sent to me, and all this. For instance, you have Disney. They've released getting ready for Pride Month. the LGBTQ clothing line for children. It's even got a Mickey Mouse ears with rainbows on each ear. That's coming in June. Walmart's got a brand of their ice cream, that Good Value ice cream, celebrating. It's all rainbowed up and ready to go in the freezers. And my caution to you is because of what Bill Maher's talking about and how our country has said we're all in to help with this, because we're terrified that somebody's going to think that we are not LGBTQ affirming enough. Mm-hmm. So we're going to fall all over ourselves in the month of June, not to be protested and not to be considered mean. But here's the problem. They have not thought this out. They don't care about your children. All they care about is that politically everybody will think that they are embracing and affirming, and nobody's going to say don't come to this place and buy products, that the LGBTQ is not going to do a march at their place,
right,
or put them on some hit list. But now they don't care about the influence of all this, but they should. What you got to do as a parent, listen to me loud and clear. What you've got to do as a parent is you got to be awake and you got to be alert and you've got to be ready to protect your children from this influence. And you got to be ready to explain. You got to be able to say, well, let me tell you what this is about and who we are. Because if not, your kids are on these phones and they're going these places. I mean, when you're a little kid and Mickey Mouse is talking about how awesome it is to be gay, okay? And look, if you're somebody struggling with that, this is not me being insensitive. I'm talking about children being influenced on something they're not even struggling with, okay? And when Mickey Mouse is saying be gay, it's awesome. We'll do a whole month. I want you to think about the influence. Do you remember what it was like to be young and to want to be accepted and feel like your friends, you didn't have any friends, nobody liked you, you weren't popular? As silly as that may sound to us, even though it seems like a lot of parents never get over this, but you know that's a real feeling. It's hurtful. But when you look and there's a whole month and celebrities and Walmart and Disney and everybody's saying we celebrate this lifestyle for an entire month. We're only going to give people who died in the line of duty a 3-day weekend. Okay, this weekend. An entire month. And everybody's going to fall all over themselves in rainbow, rainbow, rainbow. Couldn't you see if you were you were easily influenced, you go, I think I want to be part of that. That sounds like a cool camp to be in. Not that I really feel that way, but I think I may want to be like that. Maybe I am confused about my gender. That looks kind of cool. It's cool to be confused about your gender. It's cool to not have any true sexuality and say, I just go for the buffet. I don't really have a true gender, and there really is no standard for couples and relationships and intimacy. That all looks really cool to me because I'm in a country that's really making a fuss about it. Now, that doesn't mean that on the other end that we should be hateful. I'm simply saying be on alert and do some parenting. You're going to need to because this is going to be everywhere you turn. And it seems like every year we do this, it gets more and more, in your face and you start feeling that you're not part of the norm if you're not celebrating this too. Okay? And certainly we want to be kind. We want to be gentle, and we don't want to be hateful. We don't want people getting mistreated because they truly may have this going on in their life. I'm simply talking about being influenced by it in a way that maybe you as a parent need to police. And that's a warning from me. It's real, and you need to pay attention to it because once we come out of this Memorial Day weekend, we are full speed into Gay Pride Month. And when Disney is telling the kids, then you better be on alert because it's everywhere. It's going to be on the toy aisle. It's going to be at the Little League field. It's going to be on the Disney programming. It's going to be on Nickelodeon programming. It's going to be in every movie they watch, every show they see. Their phones, if you let them have phones, going to be covered up with it, and you better police it. We'll be back 15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They're trying to make it work for them. They want to give you a big party and put you all around the chef and give him a good show. Yes. I got it. But there's that weird thing. You never know how many times you need to, do we not speak? Or do I go, hey, how y'all doing? Good to see y'all. Thank you. And then you go, okay, do we now go where you from?
I think that's enough.
Then there's the uncomfortable couple that's trying to have a date, and they don't know what to do, and we've ruined their whole situation.
Try being an overgreeter and sit there.
Oh, no.
That's hard.
So, how about this? Hey,
I watched you struggle through lunch bunch.
Yeah.
I love dressing, though.
Felt like I had to carry it because you just sat
Thanksgiving.
there.
Oh,
That's
man.
right. I'm eating, bro.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I don't know why it's so good. Maybe because we don't have it most of the year. That and a little giblet gravy. Oh my god.
Well, you remember the controvery we had, and I didn't know that. Probably in the dating process, I should have worked. I should have worked this out.
What'd you say?
Man, that's what I tell you.
Listen, is my wife's a big cranberry sauce person, and I'm not. It makes a big deal out of it.
I don't want it anywhere near it.
Does a homemade cranberry sauce, and I don't even like it.
I want it.
And every year I'm uncomfortable. It was last night talking to Nana. Oh, I'm gonna make my cranberry sauce, and we're going.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's take some time off that cranberry sauce and let's devote it to giblet gravy.
I don't see where it fits. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is it Jello? What is it?
No, Greg. Guess what? The way Sherry makes it's different. She doesn't do that. It comes in a can. She has real.
I love it when it's still shaped like the can.
Right. She makes cranberries and makes the sauce. And this is what you're not going to believe. You're not going to believe what I'm about to say. And then she puts that on her dressing.
See, I don't. With the gravy?
No gravy. Cranberry sauce, no gravy.
Oh, okay. I'm just not that big into cranberries.
I'm not either.
I don't either.
Especially on my turkey.
It's
a fruit. I got turkey, I got dressing, I got gravy, and all of a sudden here comes some, like I say, fruity
You know
Jell-O.
what I'm saying, Greg? It's Thanksgiving. I don't have a urinary tract infection. You know what I mean? Where did all this come from? Why are you putting cranberries on me?
It's kind of gross to look at.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To say the least, the cat was cold. He said, don't call us, child, we'll call you.
All right, as we make our way back, we'll start with Richard in Milton. But lines are available. You can get in. The old buzzer sounds after 30 seconds. And we'll get another caller on after that. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Hello, Richard. Welcome to the program. How are you?
Ah, shoot. How in the wide world of gluttony are you fellas doing?
Rick.
We're dandy.
Awesome, Richard.
That's good. Look, I will try that boar's head. I love ham. I love ham. I'm that fella. But what about eggnog?
You remember we had that run?
Learn how to shift gears, huh?
We had that run on the show when we brought it up, and I'd never tried it, and I actually liked it.
Yeah,
Will I buy it? No, but I actually liked it.
It tasted to me like what I think that waffle batter would taste like.
You put a little Granddaddy's cough syrup in it, and you got yourself something.
Put a little bite on it.
A little holiday spirit.
I was.
But why don't people drink it other times of the year?
I lived in opposition to eggnog for most of my life, and then actually tried it really.
It's not good.
But and tried it like really cold and I actually liked it.
I love it. We have it's a huge hit at Helm's house every year. We get it by the half a gallon and we go through it. I mean, we really do.
What's it?
It's a little fattening, isn't it?
Oh, it is very fattening.
It's a lot of fat.
It's not a little
I
fattening.
probably need to cut back from that.
Yeah.
Here on this show, Helms talked me into it one
Yeah.
year. Remember, we sent an intern over there to get some, and I liked it. It was good.
It was good after you worked on it.
Yeah.
Mark,
you did right.
Mark and Hoover. Mark, go ahead. Listen to ZZK.
Splash here, splash there.
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Too far.
Hey, buddy.
Monkey grass, green acres.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Bring it in.
Just wanted to let you guys know the Jimmy Harold mission says it can feed 10 people for $19.50.
Well, they can.
Yeah, they do an outstanding job managing that. I just don't know that we could do that at our house.
Yeah, but you got to remember what they're buying, the food, it kind of cost they're getting, and the bulk they're getting. That wouldn't work at the house.
That we don't get the deals they get.
Right, and plus, I mean, I don't want to be insensitive here, but throw that plate in front of your family, and you may not get the response you're looking for. You know, if you're homeless, that's a fantastic Thanksgiving meal. Yeah. If you're not, 866 we be big is the number. Well, I'm just being real.
Rick, look,
are we going to be real? Are we going to be real?
Before the people start typing, thank you for being honest. Okay, that's all.
Are we going to be real?
That was an
about it?
honest statement, and I appreciate
Rick,
it.
I was thinking it the whole time, but I was holding it back.
I just want to be real about it. All right,
have you doubled up on your medication?
I was just trying to stay back. I almost screamed out, "You get what you pay for."
Is it your holiday gift?
It is to everyone.
Rick, Tony Cooper will be in here in a couple of weeks.
Tony say the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, you throw that down there in front of Jen. It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. By the way, we didn't get Maher went on to say that what we just said, and we've said this on the air, and it upsets people sometimes, but we don't mean it like they don't have any intelligence. It means they just don't know much yet. And Maher said the reason why this is important is kids are impressionable and incredibly stupid. And that's, I remember being a stupid little kid. I've said this before. It just meant I didn't know anything. So
well, they say your brain's not fully formed at 25 anyway.
Yeah. So it's our job to
the males.
Also want to remind you.
Girls form a little earlier.
Yes, but if you don't believe that peer pressure leads to some of this versus an actual, decision or something that is naturally being drawn, some of this is just peer pressure. And that's the point I'm making. And he's trying to make, and, God forbid we're allowed to say that. LearBubba.com, runaway inflation, Bubba. Highest gas prices in history. We got war in Europe, supply chain, labor shortages, surging hot spots again with here come pandemic rolling back around. Now monkeypox.
Monkeypox.
Yeah. So every day there seems to be something that is coming out. That keeps saying, and we even had the CEO of Wells Fargo. Did you see this comment? He said the worst is yet to come.
Oh boy,
talking about the economy. This administration doesn't seem to have a clue. It's kind of uncomfortable to watch on how recessions happen, but here it comes. And Federal Reserve survey already told us, dating back to the 50s, whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's level, history suggests a recession may be near. So if you want to remember what the last recession did to your retirement, probably not a fun memory, maybe you want to go to LearBubba.com right now and start thinking about diversifying. Gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So why don't you not let your retirement take a hit this time, like back in 2008. This is almost like a hurricane's coming. It's not like a tornado. They don't just drop. Everybody tells you it's coming. So go ahead and start preparing. And one of the things you might want to consider is owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And to make it extra important, right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. So go to LearBubba.com for more information, or you can call them. 1-800-707-4575. LearBubba.com, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, under the category, what in the world is wrong with society?
Oh, my goodness.
I read this, and I had to ponder on this for a minute. You remember the case, it was like 2 weeks ago, where the Lauderdale County corrections officer, Vicky White, ran off with inmate Casey White.
Oh, yeah.
No relation. You have to say that.
No, every time we have to say that.
Unfortunately, that ended very bad for her. He is back in custody now. There is now a waiting list for Motel 41 in Evansville, Indiana, room 150, where the couple stayed at.
Who in the world?
Rick, the motel says they have 60 people currently on a waiting list to stay in that room. What are you doing?
What is wrong?
Why? Who would?
I would be like, if I had to stay there, I'd be like, what room was the convicts in? 150. Well, I want something other than that.
Yeah, I like a name. Yeah.
I don't need 140.
I'm about to say, I don't even want in the 50s. I don't
even
want
to stop at the place.
No, look, get me on another floor. You got anything to
So 60 people says, ooh, we want to spend the night in that room.
Who would want to do that? Doesn't that explain a lot, though, guys?
It does.
Yeah. Who would want to do that? There's something really wrong with you.
There's a lot of weird folks out there. They'll want to stay in haunted hotels. And, I want to be on that floor. Let me stay in that room and all that.
Well,
I just don't get it.
Listen, this was a very brief thing. It was, it was a news story for a day or two.
Place.
We're not talking about where Bonnie and Clyde stayed.
No.
Okay, it's not even that to that level.
Right.
It's just kind of weird. I don't know. That's just hit me as very odd and disturbing.
Well,
today.
but does it surprise
Put
you?
it on the list of disturbing things,
Hey,
Bubba. Well, it's getting longer.
Yeah, does it really surprise you? Hey, I want to stay there. What's that lace with him? Now he's still alive.
He's back in
prison.
Back in there.
He's back in Stony Lonesome.
Yep.
Governor Ron DeSantis out of the free state of Florida. He said when it comes to these high gas prices we see, and boy, they're
going up.
And remember, we're all being punished because of our carbon use.
Yes. Did you see where I think we even talked about this briefly? They're, sending out firmware updates to the pumps so they can go to $10 a gallon if needed.
Well, you need to.
Yeah, they never anticipated that, so they wasn't programmed to do that. But anyway, go ahead.
So here is Ron DeSantis saying Biden has done everything wrong, and we need to remember this because we got midterms coming up. Everything wrong when involving oil prices. Here we go.
If you think about what's happened since he became president, he's indulged in a series of policy errors that have hurt our economy and made life more difficult for the average American and the average Floridian. They have an energy policy that is deliberately trying to suppress production here in the United States, even though they inherited a country that was energy independent for the first time in an awful long time. And so you're working to reduce supply, you're canceling leases, you're making it more difficult for folks to produce domestically. Now you will go and want to buy from Maduro because I guess you'll say that only American oil and gas is global warming, but Maduro's is somehow not. I don't know how that makes any sense, but that's the mindset. And so it's a deliberate attempt to make prices higher. And you actually have people testifying in front of Congress saying, is this a problem with the high prices? And they garble their words. And the reason is they want higher prices because their view is you need to be punished for using this carbon and you need to just go out and buy an electric car. So, I mean, think about it. You have people now, gas is going to hit $5 a gallon very soon. And their message from the Biden administration to Americans who are chafing under dramatic increase in fuel costs is to go spend $65,000 on an electric car. That is totally out of touch, I think, with the realities that people are dealing with. But it's not just the pain at the pump. When you have energy prices going up the way they are, that permeates the entire economy, permeates all the logistics, all the production, and so that fuels the general inflation rate. And what we're seeing with overall inflation, huge spikes, yes, in energy, but also in food, also in utilities, also in things that are just important staples of day-to-day lives.
Yeah, you got to remember when it comes to the pump and it comes to your overall higher cost of living, which isn't it weird how it didn't just affect the rich, is it affects everybody, and this administration has caused it, and you need to remember that when your opportunity is presented for change. Unless you love all this, I mean, you may love it. I mean, it may be you may be all about it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that California will hit $10 a gallon because they love that kind of stuff. So good luck.
Yeah, and with those gas prices, now I'm chafing for two reasons.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You see how it goes.
You tell me when never mind.
Do you remember our grandfather, God rest his soul?
Ooh,
how much he could put on that plate? It's unbelievable.
His Thanksgiving plate.
It's unbelievable.
But my favorite story about him, and I hope this is the right one, is that he would always say the Thanksgiving prayer, and he would be moving to the food while he's praying.
He knew that the patriarch was speaking, and you would get in trouble if you looked up.
Yeah.
He would mumble the prayer that you didn't know when it was over, so he could be first in line.
And then you would unbow your head when you heard his spoon hit the plate.
Right.
He was throwing some.
And amen.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
Y'all love corn? Good cream corn?
Yeah, buddy.
I'm thinking about that line.
I never eat that at Thanksgiving.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Look, anytime we get together, corn is involved.
Can I tell you what? Of all,
turnips?
Can I tell you this is you'll hate this. I do enjoy corn, but cream corn's probably my least favorite.
Really?
In the corn family.
If you,
I don't like cream corn.
It has to be
disappointed in you on
if
that.
you got a good cook that can do it. It's amazing.
I like a little corn casserole.
Tell you what may throw you way off, and I'm gonna be out on my own here. Love skillet corn.
No, I love skillet corn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love skillet corn.
That's right.
We
Isn't that
continue.
just cornbread?
No. Skillet corn's when you actually take the corn off the cob, put it in a skillet, and fry it up.
I don't know if I've had that.
Yeah,
I ain't tried that.
You know why? I saw you had no enthusiasm. I thought, God love him, he's never had it.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah,
I have.
yeah.
Since you brought up corn, I saw coming out of a skillet was cornbread.
Considering he thought it was cornbread, no, he hadn't.
Now, that's when it was confirmed. I said, God, but that's sad.
I'm gonna ask about it.
Someone who loves corn that much, you've missed.
You know, I love corn in all its facets. I like to eat it. I like to feed it to deer, and I like to burn it in my gas tank.
That's right.
I love corn. It's magic, Rick. It's the magic food. There ain't a thing on the planet won't eat corn.
And if you weren't Baptist, you'd drink it.
Corn liquor.
Let's go.
You're getting close to my gasoline there now.
White lightning.
Deborah in Alabama. Deborah, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Good morning.
Hey.
Love you guys. Since all of our politicians seem to be donkeys, could you guys, since you have the platform, just go ahead and run who was going to be our future governor and make him a senator?
Bubba, you mean?
We could do a write-in.
I think she's talking about Scott.
About Scott Dawson. You know,
yes, I am.
Well, Scott is going to, hopefully going to be our next governor if we have any sense. But he had a very specific call. I don't know whether he feels like he's been directed to go up to Washington and get in that mess. But so I think we write Bubba.
Let me ask you this:
when Dawson becomes governor, Bubba becomes senator.
Let me ask you this: Our current governor has she officially declared? I know she is running and she's been gathering up, but has she said I'm okay? Yeah. Could she appoint herself in the Senate seat and step down from governor? Because terms about
are you talking?
Anyway.
But how does she get to appoint somebody again? Luther have to step down, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Because you got to have that step first.
And then who's going to serve as governor?
Scott Dawson.
It'd be the lieutenant governor, right?
Right now,
that's how she got the job.
Yeah.
That's
how. I feel like we're sitting around the fire.
Does anybody know who?
That's why I asked.
Y'all, we're playing Hail Mary scenarios here because we're in the back of the book on this thing now. Everything normal is out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something though. I understand that scenario is one of them, but I don't know if you want this current governor to appoint somebody because she's gonna try to overdo it, not go toward Luther, not go towards somebody that we thinking I'm not going down that road. And she may come up with something out of nowhere. So I'd be real.
Well, what about somebody that our state
careful.
generally seem to be in agreement with and good with?
Yeah, if she would do that.
I'm just playing scenarios here.
But I'm talking about if
we're playing, we'll play money.
I'm just telling you. The more I look into it, you hand her that kind of power again, you might want to. I mean, maybe okay, maybe fine. But I don't know.
What if she put Bob Riley in?
She's got the potential to be a wild card. I'm just telling you.
What about Bob Riley?
That'd be fine. Sure, he'd want to give up what he's doing now.
Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Rick has stepped away. Sherry had a little minor surgery today. Remember her and the family in your prayers today.
Oh, Bubba, the O'Reilly Auto Parts golden ticket seats are full today. And Helmsy, who we got?
Are you a little early on that?
Yeah.
Oh, I am.
Let's
go ahead and do it.
How about I love this? We got Tony and Tony Lupton.
I love it.
Tony with a Y and Tony with an I.
Yeah.
Tony.
Steve and Summer Chandler.
That's right.
And the Appletons are here.
That's right.
Chris, Jake, Rhonda, and Maggie.
And I believe Summer was turning 40 today. I know you're not supposed to say a lady's age, but she said
when I turned 40.
I was scared of it, I'll be honest.
It's the new 50.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
Yes, O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices.
I've got to ask you a question, Tony. When somebody calls the house and they want us, how do you differentiate which Tony?
I love it.
Do you say I need Tony with an I or Tony with a Y?
We've had Tony with a Y, Tony with an I. The most common one is the good-looking Tony and the other Tony.
There you go.
There you go.
Well, I know which one that is. So.
Yeah, we figured that out. Thanks.
I bet that just looks funny on your tax return, doesn't it? Golly.
There was a typo on the golden ticket seats when he was typing it in. He accidentally put an F instead of a T. And so I thought I said phone, like in the break. I'm like, okay, we got Tony and phony. I was like, no. So anyway, thank y'all for being here today. Even though we did that a little bit early, I just want to get on it.
Buddy.
I was like, I looked down. I thought, is it
how
me?
something gets on your mind? You're like, all right, let's knock it out.
Get it over with.
Kind of forget what time it is.
Study out today. Listen to this. Tell me if you think this is true or not. Okay.
No.
Severe
false.
Severe emotional stress
V-neck
can prompt a sudden heart condition that poses the same sort of long-term damage as a heart attack. This is new research. These are the Brits that did.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here in the mix and ready to go for a brand new hour. And we thank you for being with us. Got a Best of Rick and Bubba Show coming up on Friday and a Rick and Bubba replay coming up on Memorial Day. So, long weekend coming up. But there's still work to be done this week as we push through. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, the Southern Baptists, they released over the weekend a little bit of a bombshell. The Southern Baptist Convention, there was a lot of accusations being made that the Southern Baptist denomination needed to come clean and be more transparent in the area of allegations of sexual abuse and harassment. And the allegations had been made that there were many cover-ups and that they were protecting some of the predator-type pastors that were moving from flock to flock. And if they'd been more transparent, maybe some of this could have been avoided and voices were not being heard. And pastors were being told by the legal team, keep it down home, cuz you're opening us up for lawsuits and protect. And so the Southern Baptist Convention, to their credit, over the weekend, they had the guidepost come in for an inquiry, and they released all the information.
Yeah,
and so they let it out over the weekend, so everybody can go. And I've read some of it. It is troubling. The thing that I would say, and we say this every time, is there needs to be transparency. But there needs to be transparency in all of it, meaning be sure that we understand exactly what took place, and those that are found guilty of really whether it comes out to be, that they did something that was illegal. Well, that's pretty easy. But also, if the fact they were just violating their marital purity and were in sexual sin. So any of that is important, but there'll be much discussion about it, and it is a troubling read. But again, everybody has their chance to give their side of the story. The voices of the accusers should be heard, and the voices of the accused should be heard.
Yeah.
But there needs to be transparency.
Well,
bottom line.
I will say this: at least the leadership there said, look, we've got some issues here, and they brought in a third party to investigate this and published it, and it's all out there, the good, bad, the ugly to see, and you can, hopefully make changes and move forward from that. So, and every group deals with this. It's not just church or a denomination. We have it in business and, everything else, every kind of group. And these things are so hard too, Rick, to really get a handle on sometimes. And I know there's some extremely bad behavior and at times illegal activity. But when you have some of these things, you investigate it or it's brought to your attention in a position of authority, no matter what organization you're in.
Right.
Sometimes you have a he said, she said, and then what do you do with that? I mean,
Right.
you can't move forward without evidence, and if you don't have evidence, what do you do? Because if you do, you can ruin a reputation that is of somebody innocent. And the other side of that, if you don't move forward, they say that you're protecting people, and all of that. So I don't, you're talking about between a rock and a hard place on a lot of these. It's incredible where what the position we get into on these things.
Well, here's the big thing for the Southern Baptist Convention and from the Southern Baptist denomination, and it can go one or two ways, and then a word of I think clarity that is undeniable. But either this will be a purging and a healthy thing for the denomination, and some cleaning of air and removal of people maybe that need to be removed, and some step downs and a new era of transparency. But as you said, we need to be real careful when you're talking about, you need to really be careful when people's voices aren't being heard, but you also need to be equally, and these are pillars that stand side by side with equal importance, that the accused are also given their day because the truth is what we're all after, not just a certain truth.
Right.
Either on either side. Right. You know, we shouldn't say always assume that the accused is a victim, and we shouldn't always assume that the person who's accusing is telling the truth.
Right.
I think that we should literally take them case by case, like we've talked about with everything dealing with this.
It's called due process.
Right. So this will either be a cleansing that needed to take place, or it will be the downfall of a very popular denomination and people leaving it and going more independent or going other ways. And, I don't know which one of those will take place, but I will say this. But one thing I can say with zero reservation is this is just another example of how we need to stop elevating human beings to a place they don't belong. Because you look out through Scripture, like I say, we have a 3 different curriculum that we do at themanchurch.com, and our second one is called Real Men. And sometimes when people see that, they go, "Oh, you're trying to do something edgy." No, we're saying they're real flawed men. And what you do is you go through 40 weeks and you see 8 men of the Bible that God used in incredible ways, but man, they were incredibly flawed people. And it's a reminder that, if you're looking for perfection in order to be used, then you're never going to be used. Because at the foot of the cross, we all fail to meet the test.
Yep.
And but that doesn't mean that you justify sin and bad behavior as if it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that either. But we've got to stop elevating human beings to where they don't belong. And when you start that kind of idol worship, when they fall, it causes a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And I know some of the men that are mentioned in here. I've heard them preach. I've heard them teach. Some of them I have actually had the honor to be there and teach at the same time, and they're not perfect people. But the things that they were saying from the pulpit, regardless of their flaws, and they need to be held accountable for that, don't misunderstand me, what they said about Scripture and what they said about redemption was not only correct, it was effective. Now, that's one of the things that I think always makes us tilt our head, but that's not a new thing, that God has used some incredibly flawed human beings, because it's not them that he's calling us to. He's calling us to himself.
Yeah.
So what they're pointing to is still correct, unless they're, I don't see any accusations of heresy, apostasy. Right. I don't, even though it is blasphemous to go and damage what God calls holy, that means holy matrimony between a man and a woman, and for you to violate that in any way, Scripture says God frowns upon, because he deems it holy. But so yes, I don't mean that. But what I'm talking about, they're not up there preaching another redemption message.
You're saying the message is solid, as we know it is, but by a faulty messenger.
Right. So what I'm saying is these human beings will always underwhelm you, because we're all so terribly flawed. So to look to them is problematic. What God is saying is they're going to let you down, but I won't. And if they pointed you to me, then you come to me. You're not their follower. You're not their disciple. You're my disciple. And I've used a bunch of messed up people throughout all of time since the fall. I mean, some really bad people.
Yeah.
I mean,
murderers, adulterers, everything else.
So, but that doesn't mean it's okay. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But I don't want this to be used by the adversary to turn you away from the faith in God, because God's not on trial here. Flawed human beings who were put in places of leadership that they may or may not have failed, and they should be held accountable for that. And some of them shouldn't be allowed to get back in that place of leadership again. But the bigger problem was the process that the Southern Baptist Convention was using when these allegations were made. Was that process flawed and needs to be changed?
Yeah,
and that's really at the end of it all. And so that's out there today. I didn't want you to think we were dodging it, because we're not. But I've looked at as much of it as I could. It didn't come out to this weekend. Some of it I've read in great detail. Some of it I haven't read at all. So I haven't read the whole thing to comment on all of it. But I've read some of it. And what you can see already is obviously concerning. 15 minutes past the hour. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show will continue.
And, Rick, we have a story about some technology coming out that is going to trouble a lot of people.
Oh, boy. It's a big troubling day today.
It is. Troubling Monday.
More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Study on it. I'm not going to try to say the name of this. You told me we have a lady that works with hearts here. What, how'd you say it? Takasubo.
Takasubo. Sounds like a soup.
Sounds like a workout take to me.
Now, would you like the Takasubo?
Takasubo cardiomyopathy, right?
Oh, very good.
Or
Bubba.
better known as broken heart syndrome.
Come on.
Affects at least 3,000 people in the UK and is typically triggered by a traumatic life event such as bereavement or breaking up with a loved one or something. During the attack, the heart muscle weakens to the point where it can no longer function effectively. Previous research had suggested that the damage caused was temporary. Scientists at the University of Aberdeen have now found that the effects can be permanent, like that of a heart attack. You buying that?
Broken heart, huh?
Have you ever had your heart broken? I mean, I'm talking about like straight up.
Oh, yeah, when you was a kid.
Absolutely.
No, I'm talking about like if it's as a kid. I'm talking about past freshman in high school.
Past
like
freshman.
I'm kind of semi grown up a little bit here. I think I'm kind of becoming a man.
I think everybody probably did at some point.
Speedy, that bus ride you took at
That's awful.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when I went to Greenwood, Mississippi, from Pascagoula, Mississippi. Anybody knows anything about geography knows that's a long way on a Greyhound bus. And she broke up with me when I was there.
Dang. Yeah, long-term.
Well, she had a pretty sister.
Long-term relationships are tough when you're that young because you can't. You can't see them without riding a bus, which you try to avoid a lot of times.
Right.
Speedy, what about that when Wilburn's Music Factory closed down?
Music City.
Oh, Music
Dang
City.
If we don't get T-shirts that say Wilburn Music City, we have failed at our job.
Yeah.
You know. So, do you think that's true? Do you think you can really have?
I think
is your
that's
heart
low.
scarred right now from something that
so
happened?
physically,
Oh, wow.
your heart is physically damaged.
That's
from
what it says.
Could be.
That's a bunch of hooey.
What about it? We have a lady that works in a cardiologist office.
Is that true,
Is
ma'am?
that possible?
Yeah.
Oh, how do you
It
know?
happens.
How do you know?
Come up
here.
forward.
How do you know
Nah,
it's not just
don't do
because
Come
of
over
something
here.
else?
Come up.
Greg's
Come on.
screaming at this lady.
Let's go right over here.
Your,
to this
your
mic.
heart, she just came to watch a show.
Look, let
Y'all
me
are
ask you a
screaming
Well,
at
no,
her.
she's
How would you know
She's
it's
an
from
expert.
that?
I asked her to come up.
Yeah, Greg thinks you're lying, but go ahead.
Well, you
ma'am.
have
The
expertise
patient's line.
in this area.
It happens
Prove
a lot
it.
with older women when their husbands die.
Oh, well, I've heard of
It
that.
does happen.
yeah.
Didn't it happen
Because
to
their whole
Princess?
heart was kind of down anyway.
Didn't it happen to Princess Leia's mom or something when she died? Didn't all that?
Yeah, she died right
Yeah.
after.
That was part of it.
Even though her name's
But
not
most
Princess
people
Well,
Leia.
that's the only way I know her.
Most people, what, ma'am?
Most people do recover from
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
Most
You feel
people
bad,
do.
Greg? Now, a
Well,
little
I
bit?
get because that heart's old anyway. So
I
and
felt
then it
pretty.
has stress added to it.
You know, when you have a
I'm talking
girlfriend
about- I'm
break
talking
up
about
with
regular
you,
hearts.
you feel pretty bad though. You know.
It's not only old women.
Oh, is it
Right, right. And,
But
and by the way,
most-
elderly people have a regular heart, just so you know that.
Buddy, I'm pretty old myself. My heart's older than a lot of people's.
What does that even mean?
I don't know.
Well, thank you.
Compared to a
I'm
20-year-old.
glad you walked over here for them to holler at you.
So it can scar your heart like a heart attack. Yeah, go ahead and take a picture. Everybody pose.
Okay.
So y'all don't ever remember like just boohooing as a
We've
as a
all
dude?
said yes.
I mean, but you didn't give me an example.
Well, I don't want to give you my example.
Why?
Do you remember how bad?
I don't need to give you my example.
Do you remember how bad you
When my
felt?
dog
though?
got killed, I
You
did.
thought you thought well. I'll never make it to be a grown up.
Let me tell you something.
You know,
You talking about some dog kill? I mean,
when
some
my-
dogs got hit.
when
My
my old-
heart is done just for that.
Guys, don't make me
We'd
bring
go
up-
through dog every 3 months.
You don't want me to bring up on the school bus and run over my dog while I'm on the bus. Don't make me
Oh,
bring that
my
up again. I've
goodness.
told that story 50 times.
Yeah, when
Greg,
I
I had to
lost,
go to school all day.
that is awful.
Yeah.
I mean, was it a bump type thing?
Right over it.
oh no.
And I told you I was trying to pretend I didn't have that old fat girl. I said, "Hey, you can have your dog."
Guys, I can name Benji the Chihuahua,
I was like, "Hey, shut it, Mark."
Abby the Basset Hound, Spot the Dalmatian,
Yeah.
Muffin, my beagle.
Sam the Dalmatian. Goodness gracious. You talking about just heartbreak.
Y'all wait just a minute. Hold up. We need to focus here for just a second. Who told you what, Greg?
Old fat Martha on the bus ran over your dog.
And you already knew it.
Yeah, but I was trying to pretend like it didn't happen.
How old were you?
I was in like the 3rd grade.
Oh, that's
Greg.
brutal.
I was petting the dog before I got on the bus.
Greg,
I've told this on.
That is a
you
horrible
have,
story.
but you.
Thanks for making me relive it, Bubba.
So you
Greg,
think you're
that is-
scarred for that?
Old fat
No
Martha.
wonder.
You're 3rd grade?
Yeah.
What grade was she in?
She was probably a couple years older than me.
What'd you do? Did you cry?
No, I toughed it out.
Did you? Picture.
I had that old knot in my throat, but I was all right.
You wanted to cry.
Yeah.
I probably had to do this one time.
Yeah.
You didn't look back, did you?
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Thank you for being with us on today's program. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up bottom of the hour, but a bit of a concerning tech update here. Well, you want to set the video up?
Well, you know, this type of technology is not totally new. We've had pills that people swallowed for various diagnostic things, little cameras, little sensors, this kind of thing. But
said everybody in Terminator.
I think people are more sensitive to it now.
Yeah.
More on edge, more looking for it. And none other than Pfizer, who is, in the top of the headlines every day dealing with drug issues.
Oh, sure.
Here is the CEO explaining some new technology that they're using. See how this grabs you.
Here we go.
It is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet. And once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them. It is fascinating what happens in this field.
Okay, a couple of things here. I'm gonna address the pink elephants in the room right out of the gate. I know Pfizer creates a lot of medicine, helped a lot of people. Okay, that aside, that guy has a creepy voice. He weirds me out.
Yep. Yeah, they got the wrong spokesperson.
He's the CEO, and he kept saying, what was the word he used? It was. What was it?
Compliance?
Compliance.
Oh,
Thank you.
Baby.
Compliance.
I want you to be compliant.
That accent, obviously coming out of the old Roman Empire, compliance. That's gonna set the.
We want you to be
compliant. That's gonna set the mark of the beast people on fire. I'm just telling you. I'm not agreeing. I'm just saying it's gonna happen.
You will take the mark of the beast.
Let's hear it again, Adler.
You will not be allowed to sell goods.
Why do you want to hear it again?
They make sure the pill has been taken properly.
Yeah, and they want to make sure you're doing everything else.
Listen to the creepy voice.
Nice hair.
Wow, his pants are up high.
Yeah.
It is basically biological chip that it is in the tablet.
That's chip.
And once you take the tablet and dissolves into your stomach, sends a signal that you took the tablet. So imagine the applications of that, compliance. The insurance companies to know that the medicines that patients should take, they do take them. It is fascinating what happens in this field.
Fascinating what happens. Well, you got to get somebody else. You need to get somebody like Larry the Cable Guy and tell us about it.
Yeah.
I mean, that creepy voice.
That's a Spaniard voice. He sounds like Rafael Nadal.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know where he's from, but it's just creepy. When you're hearing him talk about take a pill with it, and he can't quite get chip. He says it kind of quick. It's chip, like a computer chip that tells you and radios back to them to let them know you took your medicine and you are in compliance. Huh? That's just weird. Pfizer's big enough and makes enough money. Don't you run that through your marketing bunch? And to me, your marketing bunch really does need some diversity in it.
Right, yeah.
So that everybody can go, well, that's sort of offensive to my group, and that's going to weird them out.
Yeah.
So let's use something different.
Let's
use some different lingo here.
I wish they showed me a video of him, and I'm sitting at the table. I said, so we want this guy with this accent telling the whole wide world we got a pill with a chip in it.
Yeah.
So they'll be in compliance.
Yeah.
Does anybody here think that's a bad idea?
See, what they should have had is like a mom.
Yeah.
And she's talking about her dad who's got, he's beginning early phases of Alzheimer's and he forgets to take his blood pressure medicine.
Yes, right.
And now we know he's taking it every day, so it's peace of mind for all of us.
Yeah.
Not a guy with a creepy accent talking about us being in compliance.
Somebody's mama.
You know what I mean? Sure.
Somebody's mama.
You're Pfizer. You got like gazillions of dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get somebody likable.
Yeah. Yeah. My mama comes in and goes,
it's a chill up your back.
No, it does. And like you said, it is going.
Hey, the mark of the beast, people. They'll be sending this around bookmarks a quick today. Good
my goodness.
Look out.
Hold on.
Look out, Nelly.
Hold on.
Speaking of science, video 2, Adler. Speaking of science, here's our president once again leading by example in South Korea. Now he's going to come out outdoors with the mask on, of course, showing us all. But then he's going to take it off and start shaking everybody's hands. This mask thing's awful hard to follow, folks. And when you got this kind of leadership, it makes it even more difficult. Now, look, Bubba, I'm all covered up. I'm in South Korea. I got my mask on.
Look, cameras are following me.
Yeah, I'm struggling to come down the steps a little bit. Be careful.
Look, just glad he made them down.
So I wore a mask to come down the stairs outside, and now I'm going to take it off and start shaking everybody's hand.
Now, when you actually get up next to a person, you take it off. Now, what sense does that make? He protected the stairs with a mask,
right,
and then took it off when he got to the delegation, who, by the way, nobody else down there is wearing a mask.
No. That's exactly.
Come on, Uncle Joe.
I mean,
he's a moving kind of slow at the junction.
I think you said it right.
South Korean junction.
Is he just saying like you just did? The rails are not in danger.
Yeah, I mean we protected the steps and the handrails, but to heck with the South Korean delegation.
He walks down to the first human being, takes his
face
mask
to
off
face,
and gets face to face with him.
Yeah, please somebody explain that to me.
Well, I think he thought the camera's going to stop rolling as soon as he hit that last step.
That's what somebody should have let. Hey, Joe, at least wait till they yell cut.
Yeah, and cut,
and you're clear. So back to looking for truth. Do we believe that anybody really believes that mask is going to make any difference in the spreading of the coronavirus outdoors talking to somebody?
No.
Well, you can't think he really thinks so.
Well, Rick, nobody at the bottom thinks so because there wasn't a mask to be found.
No.
So they send him out with one.
Right. It's all just and this is the kind of stuff that makes everybody go, well, we don't know when to believe it and when not to believe it.
Yeah.
You know,
that's just been a constant say one thing, do another since day one.
Right. And hey, we've only just begun.
Then you got the creepy Pfizer guy telling you to swallow the pill and be on compliance.
Swallow the pill so we can be in compliance.
That's so good.
They can come up with some of the craziest stuff.
I mean, but what you just said, Bubba, and what we've been saying, and both of these videos tell you this. It's like they haven't been to the don't creep people out school.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Pfizer, as big as they are, they certainly have a marketing department, and if I'm a creepy CEO, maybe I need to run my things through that I'm going to say, You
had the best idea. I think that's better than even, Larry the Cable Guy doing it. Somebody's mom comes out and said, well, my daddy's gotten older, and we want to make sure he takes his medicine, and she's talking just like that.
Yeah.
And she's got, and maybe
we got peace of mind now that he's taking his medicine. Right. He wants to live alone. Right. He doesn't want to live in some kind of service or something, and this is a great innovation for us. Well, people will be going, I'll take it.
That's right.
Some of that.
Yeah. Not the guy thinks they're going to load us all up.
Yeah, now you got the bunch looking for 666 all over this thing,
All right, we'll take your phone calls next. All 10 lines are available. Phone calls when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, Martha was trying to make me look back, and I would refuse to do it. Shut her right out.
Yeah. You went to your happy place.
You
said I'd get home and everything will be fine.
Yeah. Between that and what your
Dad
brother...
done scooped it up by the time I got home.
Mm-hmm. Between that and what your brother put you through, it's a wonder that you're here at all. Really.
What can you do?
I don't blame you for some of that. I know that one over there.
Yeah. I remember one time...
Your brother.
I was DJing, and I went by to see my girlfriend, and I left. I had a DJ.
A little different story than mine.
I had a DJ. I had a DJing gig. And I forgot something, so I went back and found her ex-boyfriend in the closet.
Are you serious?
Yeah, and broke my heart.
Yeah, I bet.
I broke his nose, but I mean, that's really...
At least you didn't have Fat Martha go, their boyfriend's in the closet.
Right.
Yeah.
This explains your anger with the overweight crowd a little bit.
No, I just
you
that's
see
just
every
she
one
happened
of them,
to be.
You feel like every
She
overweight
just happened to be
female
large. She
ran
just
over your
was.
dog.
No, she was just large. I mean, that was just trying to describe her. Something about her being large made me madder. Her telling me that my dog got run over. And I was real little when I was a kid. And I'm fat as everything, but when I was little, I was tiny guy. Giant Martha yelling at me.
Did she yell it, or she
Well,
just
she wanted
like
to make sure I
inform it?
knew.
Oh.
I think she took a little pleasure in it.
So you're saying before your foot hit the step, you were petting it?
Yes. When the doors open.
And then, why was it running around? Didn't it know to get away?
Everybody had yard dogs then.
Yeah.
Just a puppy, Bubba. It was a puppy.
Did you tell it bye-bye? Did you say bye?
I probably did. I'm blocking it out, Speedy. I don't know. The only thing I remember is Martha.
Oh, man.
Greg, it wasn't my dog, and I'm kind of feeling like heart pain over it.
That's horrible.
So y'all take that and laugh at it.
I'm picturing all of my dogs when I hear that.
But then later I lost so many I kind of got numb to it. But yeah.
So maybe your heart is scarred.
Nah.
May explain a lot.
Maybe it's damaged.
Right.
I'm over it now, guys. I was in 3rd grade.
You seem like
you
you're
sound like it. Yeah, you sound like you don't even think
you
about
still
it.
remember her
Y'all
name,
brought
up
up
times when you were young that broke your heart, and that would be
What was the
one
name of the dog?
I can't remember that one.
Here at work, we had a lunch we were going to yesterday. When I got into my Hendrick Jeep, first word I heard on the radio was Roy Moore.
Right.
When I was getting out to go to lunch, the last word I heard was Roy Moore. When I got back in, it was Roy Moore. It was Roy Moore live interviews, Roy Moore live press conferences. I understand how some of you feel. I really do.
I was in the waiting room, should have been back in the room with my wife, but I was in the waiting room. A TV was above my head that I could not see, facing away above my head. Mm-hmm. It was a talk show on the middle of the day that I'd never even heard of, and I listened, and they're talking about Roy Moore.
I will say this: if the people vote for a No More Friday, I want you to come back and make a point every time you billboard the segment. It's a No More Friday.
I got a question on the poll. Is there a certain percentage of the votes that has to say we're not talking about it at all? Like if we get 80% of the vote, we're not talking at all.
Right.
If it's 50%, we do it in 2 segments.
Right.
Yeah. How are we doing this?
No More Friday or Hem It Up.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And what is the percentage of votes that we need for those 2 categories?
I would say anything that's not overwhelming, I'm still going to do it.
Okay.
Okay. It has to be an overwhelming
95%.
Yeah, I'm talking about where people just say, "Look, you're ruining the show with this."
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Right.
If it's anything that's just kind of
iffy, 50-50.
Now, are they voting, or are you going to allow them to comment like what you just said? This is ruining the show. I can't stand it. Let's do it.
No, if you want to know more Friday, I'm going to take that as that's what you mean. Okay, because you're saying you don't want to hear it all.
You're right.
You know, so
should it be a No More Friday or a Some More Friday?
or no rehashing more Friday. So if it's not new,
right.
Don't
I'm all for that.
Let's not make the same points in the same argument.
Thing.
Yeah, if it's nothing new.
Now look, I'll hand that down as a dictator. I'm not going to revisit things we've already talked about.
Exactly.
You know,
we all get about why it took so long. We got it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's some new stuff today that I'm itching to talk about, but I'm not going to if the audience don't want to hear it.
Yeah. There's a bad story about Sassy. I don't want to bring it up.
But I got to tell you, I got to see an overwhelming vote. I mean,
it's got to be a landslide.
Voice your opinion
on the Rick and Bubba official. Somebody say it.
Quick poll.
Because if all we do is take these half-half votes, there's a lot of things on the show we got to stop doing. Because I get bad email and everything.
Oh yeah, if it's half-half, that
I
just
got,
means do what we want.
I got two emails last week saying I don't like the Wheel of Media anymore. I tune out.
I think that.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. All lines are available. And you can join us at 866 We Be Big. We'd love to chat with you. And lines are available right now. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Love it, love it, love it. Get you a code here, Bubba125. All right, and why is that? Because you're going to save $125. You can eat great and save $125. Now, you can enjoy more time in the sunshine this summer, less time in the checkout line with HelloFresh.com. Notice the new code here, /Bubba125. Chef-crafted recipes, farm-fresh produce, directly to the door. So you can skip the trips to the grocery store. There's always something new you can try. More than 55 delicious options every week. Never get bored. You ever get tired of just eating the same old thing over and over again? You know what? One of the things I get burned out on? I get burned out on salmon. I can eat too much salmon.
I love salmon.
Yeah, but say you get burned out, you get tired of something, then you
I got a little bear to me.
Yeah, you always have new stuff coming in, so you can enjoy their barbecue season. They got some great barbecue recipes. They've got some. I love flatbreads. Bubba, here's one: barbecue pineapple flatbread.
Oh, I got to try.
You'd be all over that. And the power bowls, balsamic chicken. And the list just goes on and on. Now, you're trying to do a little better? I'm trying to do just a little bit better. Then they can help you with that, too, because then you just order the recipes with the right calorie count and the right food options that you want. And sure, they'll send it right to you. You can save $125 right now and eat well by going to the Memorial Day flash sale, $125 off with the code BUBBA125. So go to HelloFresh.com/BUBBA125. Put in the code BUBBA125. We'll save you $125 with this great company. HelloFresh.com. All right, so to the phones we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG to Mike in Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, I really wanted to hear Rick do the Prince's comments in the true South Korean type slant when the POTUS came down the steps, what they thought.
That unfortunately in nowadays would lead to a mob attacking. So I can no longer have fun and cut up with our Asian friends. I have been told that that's not allowed anymore. So I apologize. John in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
All right, I just want to tell everybody that tomorrow they got to vote.
Is that Joe?
I don't thank Underwater Man for calling.
I don't know. Was that Joe? The car wash shutting down? I mean,
yeah, it is. It's a lot of states go to the polls tomorrow.
Yes.
I thought it was
for
Mr.
primary.
Wilbur at one point. When he first started talking, I thought, well, good news, Mr. Wilbur.
Let's go to Landon, Alabama. Landon, go ahead.
Hey, man, I was playing in a golf tournament this weekend, and on the first tee, I shanked one straight right. And the first thing I said was, "Come on, Bubba." And my buddy on the golf cart was like, "Yeah, you Bubba that one." When I shank one, it's a Bubba.
Oh, Bobby, you've become part of folklore at the golf.
Yeah,
I know it.
I think that's pretty unfair, Bo.
Let's go to.
I'll just look at my third place trophy and get
That's
over
it. Just get over it.
Team sport.
Look at the hardware.
Pleasant Valley, anonymous caller. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was calling about just talking about the people in the military. If they're not happy with where they're at, they can be moved.
Yeah.
There's a local business that does government contracts, and they went through sensitivity training, and everybody gets a yellow card. And if you're having a bad day at work, or if your boss is getting on your butt too much, you can pull a yellow card, and everything has to stop, and you can take like a 20-minute time out.
You got to be kidding me.
Well, here's the thing that they sure did give it the right color.
Yeah. Rick, time out. Let me get this yellow card.
I get upset at yellow cards in soccer, much less at the workplace.
What if is there a color card for me to be upset about the yellow card?
Yeah. What if I'm upset about the way I'm being treated?
Right.
With the yellow card.
Yeah. What if a yellow card comes out and the yellow card makes me feel sad? What's my card? Blue?
Do you put a yellow card back on it and it's like a mirror? It bounces off me back to you?
We cannot win a world war. I mean, can you imagine a call to storm the beach at Normandy right now? Everybody holding yellow cards up.
You talking about a stressful situation?
Rick,
you won.
Oh my God!
I saw the way we left Afghanistan. That's enough said.
Yeah.
No, when that's sad. Let's go to.
That's not our fighters. That's the leaders.
Dusty and Troy. Dusty, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey.
Hey, Bubba, I was just going to give you a heads up. I hear that whenever you go to watch the new Top Gun movie, there's a new thing that's come out, and you have to be compliant and take the Pfizer pill in order to watch the new Top Gun.
Again, I keep reading reviews and people talking about the reviews, and they've all been overwhelmingly positive, which makes me think something's wrong.
It'll never live. Nothing can live up to that.
When do we start hyping it this week? Do we try to downplay it?
When's it come out? Friday?
This weekend. When do we start the all out?
I don't know if
hop?
I can see it this weekend.
When do we start the all out hop?
Golly. It can't live up to the billing.
Is there like a sneak peek Wednesday or something?
Probably Thursday.
Midnight
Rick,
show.
when are you watching it? Because I want to make sure I either watch it at the same time or before.
It'll be on
I
streaming.
have no plan. I'm thinking. Now this is typical me. I'm considering like middle of the day early on Friday since I'll be off.
I am too.
Thinking
about
yeah,
after
that's more. I know I can't Friday night, and I know I can't Saturday night. But you know, I could pick up a Sunday afternoon, you know, something like that.
But you will try to get this.
I'll
in.
make a run at it.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm not like sold out.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll make a run at it. You know, I have one of those weekends other than, you know, Speedy's son's wedding. The rest of it is kind of, we'll see how it goes, which I like that. I'm not going anywhere or anything like that.
I'm hosting the best of on Friday. Would it be weird if I went to the theater over here by myself after?
Sure would.
You would love it though.
But you'd have
It'd be weird.
You'd have the time of your life, other than the fact that everybody would be concerned that you're some sort of creep.
Sure.
But
Just stare at your popcorn.
but if you can work through that, I did that when I
think
saw
I
The
can.
Patriot.
You know, I'm getting to the point where I don't care.
You know, I saw The Patriot by myself. I got a few looks, but I didn't care.
Okay.
All right.
I like eating by myself.
I
in
do
a
too.
restaurant.
I do too. I don't mind it at all.
Doesn't bother me.
You know what I order? Whatever I want.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody
You know
gives
when
you a
I
lip
leave?
about
When I
it.
want to.
Randy.
Those are not bad days.
You know about the appetizer and who gets all of it? Me.
Every bit, every bite.
I ain't worried about anybody else's chubby hand reaching in there. Randy and Helena. Randy, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just a couple of things. Pennsylvania, the mail-in ballots aren't consistent with the lock-in ballots, and it reminds me of course, the electorate in 2020, plus also in Pennsylvania and also in Georgia. And I remember in Georgia they said that once they separate the ballot from the envelope, they can't validate anything. What is the problem with getting serial numbers on ballots and at least validating that it's in the right serial number range and they're not doubles? And maybe even tie it to the voter. If somebody wants a mail-in ballot, they give up a little bit of that privacy by saying, okay, you're going to get it, but this is your serial number, and we want to be able to validate that it's correct.
Randy,
what's the problem with doing something like that?
Okay, well, here's how they do it now. There is an envelope with your name on it, and they validate it at that point. And then when they tear that envelope open and they pull your ballot out and put it in to be counted, then you can't. I mean, they can do it initially, but it's hard to go back and do it hindsight because they have separated that name from the ballot in. Yeah. But they want the ballots to be totally anonymous, just like it would be if you were voting. So I see what you're saying, but there is a validation point, and then there's a point where you can't validate it.
Yeah.
So it's hard to go back and double check stuff.
Carol in Alabama. Carol, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, I finally sold that house.
Good.
In Huntsville?
Are you from
that haunted one?
The one that had the dirt road?
Yes, the one that has the dirt road.
And Huntsville.
And believe it or not, the house I'm in now has a dirt road, too.
So, Carol, you like dirt roads.
I've been rolling down a dirt road. Got me swerving like I'm George Jones.
What'd you get for it? What you wanted?
What I get for it?
Yeah, did you get,
I
did you
got
get
what I wanted.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah.
Good. We're glad that worked out.
There you go, Carol.
Like it said.
Carol got her house sold. Got that done. To Mike in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mike, go ahead.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I have a theory, and maybe I'm wrong, whatever, but I believe that the gas prices will go down, but I think they'll go down sometime around September, October, and magically they'll go down, and that'll declare one big win for the Democratic Party. And
that makes sense.
And with midterms being around that time, it's like, wow, that's happened. Thank you.
So you think the prices will go down and we'll have some type of pandemic or some type of disease we're trying to dodge, either COVID or monkeypox, so we all have to vote remotely?
Well, there's one that's a combination of 3 variants and a monkeypox.
But
look, about it.
But if we're going to get excited for the price going down, let's don't forget about all the money we spent on it until it went down.
Right.
What's the name?
Don't forget.
You know what it's called?
Give it to me.
Chunky Monkey. But how about this? I do think it is possible because all you got to do is go into our reserve and do what the Trump administration did, and you'll drive the price back down.
And it's been done in the Reagan years too,
Yeah.
so you can go and look and see how that was done.
So do that right before the midterms, and then declare end of time, and everybody's got to do mail-in voting.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, one of those was from me.
What I'm saying is I don't get an overwhelming number of emails like
You're
that.
right. I agree.
What I'm saying is I don't get an overwhelming number because I think people like to try to win off of it. So even if listening to it's not much fun anymore,
I know the phone blows up.
The phone blows up. People like
the
it.
one difference I think is that's
That's
a
the
feature
interns.
we do once a week.
Yeah.
More we've been talking about every segment.
Well,
almost of
I'm
every
just saying
show.
though, you can't
Yeah.
respond to 2 or 3 angry
Oh,
people.
no,
because
you
if
can't
that's
ever
it,
do
if that's
that.
it, we're going. There's a lot of things we're going week to week. We'll remove stuff
Of
from
course,
the show.
yeah.
I'd be gone.
Yeah,
I'd be
so
gone.
would I. I'd be with you.
I'd be fired.
Would we be at the farm? Where would we be?
Well, I
Rick?
think this is a special circumstance
right.
due to the overwhelming media coverage everywhere. It's not just something we do. If you
it's everywhere.
turned into every national
Yeah.
TV and radio show and they were talking about the giant wheel of meat, you may get burned.
Right.
You know?
No. What I don't mean that. I'm meaning that's why I want an overwhelming vote.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
An overwhelming vote means hey, people really want.
But what
Rick,
is that
we don't do
number?
anything that 100% of the people like.
No.
It's just not going to happen.
All right, so just so I'm
What
clear
if
on my
Roy
marking
Moore
here.
spun the giant wheel of meat?
Hey, now you got
I'll give you an example. If there's 10 votes, I need at least 7 of those to be no more. I need a 70% vote.
Okay.
A 50% ain't gonna do it for me.
No. I agree with that
Rick,
100%.
that's
Updating the
we
news.
get 50% on Dean's Christmas.
I know.
So
And I was kind of mad we didn't bring them back.
you're sorry I brought that up.
Yeah. Now you're working against him.
All right, here we go. We ready?
So what are they supposed to
They're supposed to
vote?
say they want a no more Friday
or
they don't care. Keep talking about it. So you want no more
or roll on more?
No or yes.
How about more or no more? That's the vote.
More or no more.
More or no more.
Yeah,
So you're voting more if you don't care if we talk about updates.
no
We've
more.
all decided we're not going to keep rehashing the same old point.
Right.
Yeah,
But
we got them all.
So more means if you got more
Twice.
if you got more updates, give them to us. So that's a vote for more.
Right.
A no more means today I don't want to hear about it at all.
Right.
Any in the mall or behind the restaurant?
Yeah, got all that.
So the 2 votes are as follows: more or no more.
Right.
That's the 2 votes.
That's it.
More.
We've already covered grab, not pinch.
Now again, we cannot remove all groping stores, or we have no stores.
Yeah,
That's
we're
true.
not
Okay,
voting for groping or no groping.
But it needs to be a new grope.
Right, right. New gropes only. No revisiting old gropes. More or no more. Okay,
I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of intrigued with the gas from all stores. I just can't have it.
That's 3 times.
All right, here we go. Here's the quick vote. Will, what is your vote? More or no more?
No more. Let's talk about
All right, Stephen, more or no more?
no more.
John, more or no more?
No more.
Ashley, more or no more?
More.
John, more or no more?
No more. No more.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
More.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
More.
A lot more. Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
More.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
And down
No
the
more.
stretch.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
More.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
No more.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
More.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
I need more.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
More.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
No more.
Rick and Bubba Show, more or no more?
No more.
Okay, where are we at, Speedy?
Right now, it is the mores are 15, the no mores are 14. But here's how things changed. When you got to 10 votes, it was 7-3 no more, and then the mores came on at the end.
Well, see,
It was a blowout. So if we'd have stopped at 10, it'd have been no more.
Well, that's the reason why you have to take a bigger sample. See,
That's
little
right.
samples don't give you the true picture.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I went through that, like you said, right 29 times because one person didn't say anything. I went through our 10 lines 3 times, and one person I couldn't get them to say anything. So that was a sample of 30 people, and it really landed 50-50.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're about where we land on
now,
everything.
So now y'all can make the decision now.
Well, I think now the thing is we're not doing a no more. We're just going to take it and not spend an entire show on it.
Yeah, but if it comes up,
or what would we call some more?
It's a some more. No, that's where the votes landed. It's a some more.
Yeah.
Thing. Because what you got to be careful of, there's a lot of people out there say, hey, I'm going to get my update somewhere. Because if it's not here, then y'all going to lose me. But you got to do it where you don't run the others off, too.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This weekend for our state, and if you've been listening to our show for a number of years, you know, there's been all sorts of versions of this. And there was the time when we all started deer hunting either again or for the first time. We became totally obsessed with it for a while. I mean, it completely. On them good time. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big. All right, as we make our way back, some things that you need to know. The Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge is going today. Mercy Deliverance Ministries will benefit. Great organization and ministry. Alabaster, Birmingham 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham on 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, and a brand new one this week, Chelsea.
Yeah, baby. Chelsea.
Go hit those and raise money for a great cause. Also, if you're looking ahead, June the 18th, excited to be in Shelbyville, Tennessee. First Baptist Church Shelbyville Men's Conference. Honored to be there speaking. If you want to find those details, we do have a meal ticket. If you want to have dinner, that costs that's one price on a ticket. If you just want to come to the event, obviously they'll take out the cost for the meal, but you can get either one of those tickets or both by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events, Shelbyville, Tennessee, June the 18th. Bubba, before we get to this video too, Zach Brown founding member John Driscoll Hopkins, who've been on the show a couple times, love John.
Times.
He unfortunately has now been diagnosed with ALS.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's in his 50s, right?
Yeah, that's a sad story. Great guy. Like I said, we've had him here on the show several times, and hate to hear that.
I do too. That's terrible. All right, so we have a video here, and this is, we're still got the ongoing deal, this black cloud that hangs over our country, and that is abortion on demand. So we have this conversation that you and I have talked about many times. Maybe we can all get together and we can find some sort of compromise that will save, 95% or so percent of all children if you just said that you're going to limit abortion to incest, rape, and the mother's life in danger. And you notice that you can never get anybody that is on the other end of the spectrum to go along with that. But yet they say the reason why it should stay available is because of that. So we'll watch this conversation between Catherine Glenn Foster, president of Americans United for Life, and Democratic Congressman Jamie Raskin out of Maryland. So here we go.
Is candidly and openly calling for a nationwide ban on all abortions with no exceptions for rape or incest. And if I've got that wrong, I would invite Ms. Foster to correct me. Do I have it wrong, yes or no?
If we added rape and incest exceptions, would you vote for it?
Okay, I reclaim my time, of course.
That's so good. Okay, I'll give you those. Let's throw those in there. Would you vote for it?
She was sitting on ready.
Boy,
too,
she was ready. He walked right into that.
Yeah.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time. Give me my time back. I reclaim my time. I want my time back.
So anyway, so that's out there, and there was some that the Supreme Court decided they're not going to rule on something, even though there's protests. We got that came in a minute ago. Is that?
Yeah, I didn't get all that.
Does
Speedy,
does that mean they're not going to rule on it before the in the certain? You sent it to us, but I didn't really understand what it says.
Yeah, it just said
Supreme Court again declines to rule in abortion case despite protest. But it does. Does that mean that is there a certain one? This is not the Roe v. Wade conversation. I wouldn't think. Is this? Here it is. This is a particular one. Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization It's a highly anticipated abortion case that could overrule Roe v. Wade. And then this is the one we had the leak on. Okay. It says Monday was the second time the Supreme Court released opinions, but they are still not to the point they're ready to rule. They're not going to rule on it. So I don't know if that means
it just says later on, and it says the justices are showing there's not a rush to.
There you go. They're not going to. They're not going to cave into demands that you must rule on it in this window. Mm-hmm. They're still trying to gather all the information. All right, so Adler, I know we still got some we haven't gotten to, and they both deal with sports. Is the UFC thing good? Is this so? We've got a. This is your area. Who is this person?
And Greg knows who he is too. It's Bruce Buffer, who's also what's his brother's name? Greg,
the
other Buffer.
Get ready to rumble.
Michael Buffer.
Michael Buffer's his brother. He does the UFC stuff.
Let's get ready to rumble.
This is the one that does the UFC stuff.
So isn't that funny? They're both brothers, and one's in boxing and one's in the UFC.
Hey, both Buffers.
Family business.
Yes,
his famous line is, "It's time. It's time.
Yeah,
it's time," and he jumps.
And he's about to break up with his girlfriend in front of everybody?
This is actually
somebody hired him out to do it.
There you go.
Oh, I see.
Cameo.
Oh, okay. All right.
Fortunately, he said it's time.
Let's get.
So somebody hired Bruce Buffer to make this cameo.
Okay.
It's time for Kaylee to move on.
That's a good one.
That's so good.
Sorry, Kaylee.
How weird. How weird.
I'm wondering if Kaylee moved on.
You're better off, Kaylee.
Kaylee, just move on.
You'll find someone better, Kaylee.
Right. Hey, you talking about clingy Kaylee?
Sure.
Yeah, won't let go.
And his little thing there, it's time. It don't live up to his brothers.
I agree.
His brothers was
not
known
even close.
for Let's Get, and it was huge. It was on everything, and he's tried to have him one. It just falls a little short.
I agree. I got to agree.
Yeah.
I mean, you got these brothers. They get something established, and their little brother tries to copy it.
Son of a gun. Don't you hate that?
It's just
it's time.
It's just a little pressure to come up with something.
Yeah.
It just seemed forced, didn't it?
Yeah. How about the fact that time you and I were doing that to Michael Buffer?
I know, the urinal.
In the bathroom, and he did not like it.
Yeah, he was trying to concentrate.
Yeah. What were y'all saying? Like,
we were doing his thing,
let's get ready to urinate.
All right.
So
look,
he didn't like it.
Look, he was changing into a tuxedo in the bathroom.
He was.
Yeah, I know.
We don't have a dressing room for Michael Buffer.
what in the world?
The last stall for some reason.
Let's get ready to run.
The key is he goes,
Oh, his is awesome. Crazy.
Yeah, his is great. I've noticed he says, "Ho, let's get ready to rumble." That's a big part of it. He's not just saying "let's get." He goes, "Ho, let's get."
Yeah.
Let's get ready.
Let's get ready for. He didn't.
Yeah, and Rick and Bubba, they liked the echo in the bathroom,
Oh,
so they thought they had something going.
He did not like it.
No, he didn't.
Now, did Joe Theismann like us or not like us? I can't remember.
Joe was okay.
Yeah, Theismann was
Joe was
good.
Because he was in there too one time.
Well, we had him at the golf tournament one year too. Remember?
Oh, you're right. We did. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.